Man of Two Worlds by Frank Herbert and Brian Herbert. Copyright 1986 by Frank Herbert and Brian Herbert. Narrated by Roy Avers.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains a marker allowing direct access to the beginning of the book.
Annotation. Farcical science fiction novel revolves around an alien race, the Dreen, who long ago used their mental powers to create Earth and human beings. As Earth becomes more violent and dangerous to its pacifist creators, the Dreen contemplate erasing it. A mischievous adolescent Dreen complicates matters by assuming human form. Some strong language. 1986. From the book jacket. The first-time pairing of the incredible talents of two Herberts, father and son, delivers a brilliant blend of exciting science fiction adventure and slightly outrageous comedy. Double the enjoyment. Frank Herbert, one of the world's most popular and successful science fiction authors, is best known for the Dune books. The 6 volumes that have appeared to date in the fabulous Future World saga are celebrated as serious, highly philosophical books of tremendous scope. Mr. Herbert's son, Brian, is a widely acclaimed author in his own right, whose works are full of wacky, offbeat humor. In Man of Two Worlds, their first collaboration, the reader is treated to a glimpse of the lighter side of Frank Herbert and the more serious side of Brian Herbert. Here, these two writers combine their prolific talents to create a charming science fiction adventure story replete with the fascinating elements we expect from the creator of Dune, and peppered liberally with enough stabs of wit and improbable situations to mark it clearly as the send-up it is meant to be. Send-up or not, Man of Two Worlds is a story with a compelling premise. Suppose all of Earth, all of the universe, were the creation of the fertile imagination of an alien world. Suppose, too, that we had reached the point of being able to destroy that world, without realizing it was our creator, without knowing that its destruction would virtually erase our existence. And suppose that the future of both races lay in the hands of a confused man who is half greedy, aggressive human, and half precocious, naive teenage alien. A masterful concept, masterfully and wittily presented and resolved, makes for the Herberts' newest bestseller. About the authors. Frank Herbert is the world-renowned author of Dune and over 24 other books of science fiction. Brian Herbert, author of The Garbage Chronicles, Sidney's Comet, and most recently Sudana Sudana, lives in the state of Washington. Other books by Frank Herbert. The Dragon in the Sea, reissued as Under Pressure. Destination Void. The Eyes of Heisenberg. The Green Brain. The Heaven Makers. The Santaroga Barrier. Dune Messiah. Whipping Star. The Worlds of Frank Herbert. The God Makers. The Jesus Incident, with Bill Ransom. Soul Catcher. Hellstrom's Hive. Project 40. The Book of Frank Herbert. Threshold. The Blue Angels. The Best of Frank Herbert. Children of Dune. The Dosadai Experiment. God Emperor of Dune. The White Plague. The Lazarus Effect, with Bill Ransom. Heretics of Dune. Chapter House, Dune. Edited by Frank Herbert. New World or No World. Other books by Brian Herbert. Incredible Insurance Claims. Classic Comebacks. Dedication. This book is dedicated with gratitude to Hal Cook and Gene Ringenberg. If every Dreen dies, the universe collapses. For all life and all matter are sustained by Dreen imaging. The Touchfinger Tabloids, Dreen School Curriculum. Ryle felt no pain on awakening, and he did not remember the collision. His mind groped for reality. What was the odd surface under him? "I am on a far voyager deck," he thought. The surface where he lay felt slippery with viscous liquid. Something approximating gravity held him down. His Dreen senses suggested he was caught in an erratic spin, but it was more than that, perhaps the gravitation of a planet as well, and he could not understand why he returned to consciousness this way. His eyes swiveled inward to darkness. "I am a Dreen." It was a clear thought, and suggested things not in immediate memory. His brain ached as badly as from a Basile hangover. Urgency tugged at him, but he did not want to face it. Better to consider what it meant to be Dreen. Was it good to be Dreen? "I can image." Despite this Dreen creative power, he now saw little that was graceful or pleasing in his native flesh, an observation that struck him as peculiar. But Dreen mind powers could create new matter, even stars with planets, and new life forms. He could shape-shift his body into that of any other creature, changing functions and appearance entirely. Why, then, Ryle asked himself, did Dreens look so similar? Lumpy, ovoid bodies with 4 concealed legs, and 2 arms with 6-fingered hands extruded only when needed. Even Habiba, supreme tax collector of Dreenor and the oldest Dreen, could not explain this peculiarity. She said the reasons for Dreen shape and powers were lost in prehistory. Dreens, Habiba explained, were similar to other life forms in this limited knowledge about themselves. An intrusive buzzing and clanking sound interrupted these reflections. "Odd sounds. Patricia at work?" What a strange name for a semi-sentient spaceship. Patricia. That had been his first reaction. It was not a name a Dreen spoke easily, even after creating the requisite vocal system in his malleable body. Patricia? He recalled his initial shock at the ship's odd behavior. "My name is Ryle." He had said this in a patronizing tone, the one taught for use with excursion ships. The response was unexpected. "Don't take that tone with me." He remembered sitting in the control room, shocked by the ship's commanding tone. Did it suspect he was adventuring? He thought of his intentions as adventure, not as stealing. "I was escaping Dreener's boredom." Ryle had been extremely tired of all the talk about his gifts and potential. What did they expect from a son of Jongleur, the chief storyteller? He thought the elders would call his taking the ship a schoolboy prank if they caught him. "So I took the ship, and I am Dreen, but far away from Dreener." He had no idea how he knew these things, nor why it was important to reflect on being Dreen. "Why don't I think of myself as graceful?" Was it that he could completely alter his appearance, but could not make piecemeal changes? A Dreen's floppy ear covers draped like small brown blankets down each side of his body. Very impractical, as was the large horn-tool nose that dominated his face from the widow's peak of pink hair atop a necklace and shoulderless body to the concealed mouth that revealed itself only when open to receive food or make noises. He had a memory vision of fellow Dreens lifting an ear flap and asking speakers to repeat themselves. Impracticality. Small mouth. Weak vocal cords. Ears blanketed. By imaging, he could shape-shift his entire body. But tradition dictated he never do this on Dreener. Metamorphoses were reserved for off-world. Dreener was a place of sanctuary and storytelling camaraderie. Ryle wished he were back on Dreener now to share a tale of distant travel, image creations, and adventure. "That's why I defied my elders and took the ship. I was tired of the boring schoolboy life. I wanted to be the youngest junior storyteller. That's why I did it. That's why I'm here on the slippery deck." Slippery deck. His eyes remained swiveled inward to darkness, but more details began to surface. The ship. Many ships sat on the mud-brown flat of Dreener, coming and going with their storyteller captains. The ships were great bulbous things, with extruded sensors like waving cilia to guide them through the spirals of creation in tangled space. Sometimes, for no observable reason, a ship would remain unchosen and dormant, awaiting just the right captain. That was the way it had been with this ship. It had been part of Ryle's environment from earliest childhood, only a few months out of Seed House. Even before being sent to the school for gifted children, he had thought of this ship as his own, creating fantasies of himself in the spirals. He had wondered often about its personality. The varied personalities of excursion ships, as taught in school, fascinated him. Ships were almost like people. But this one— "You will call me Patricia." Ryle's proctors had told him the most enjoyable trips into the tangles of space were on ships having personalities compatible with your own. You chose your ship with great care. Patricia? Immediate sense impressions demanded attention. What was this viscous fluid under him? Why the dullness in his body? Something was disturbingly wrong. Had Patricia malfunctioned? Impossible. Excursion ships were imaged to be perfect. Then what was this erratic, spinning motion holding him to the deck? He tried to consider the possibility of something wrong with Patricia, and recalled instead the appearance of the ship on the Dreener flat, a golden egg with cilia sensors glistening. Each time passing the flat he had looked to see that his ship remained unchosen by an adult. "Wait for me, beautiful ship. When I graduate, you will be mine." Once he had seen a group of adult Dreens working on the ship, all under the direction of Muggley the Elder. They conferred, pointed, and swiveled their eyes inward to Idmage, making the ship even more perfect, no doubt. Nothing could go wrong with a perfectly Idmaged ship. Could it? Early one morning before school he had sneaked past the sleeping monitor and boarded the ship to take away copies of its flight simulation manuals and their crimson displays. He rationalized that gifted children were expected to prepare themselves for the day they would go out as storytellers to create new worlds. But this was secret preparation, teaching himself to pilot an excursion ship, something far beyond the careful pacing of the adult-monitored curriculum. No one suspected he could pilot his ship, could take it without permission and vanish into the creative spirals, no matter that he was too young and had not absorbed enough cautionary instruction. "I'll be the youngest Dreen ever to create new worlds." He saw himself in the elite class of junior storytellers, training ground for advancement to elder. Idmaging. How attractive to contemplate the supreme Dreen ability, to make tangible the living fantasies of the mind, to create new life forms, and return to Dreener with stories of his artistic efforts. That was why he had taken Patricia. So why was he here on a deck with a slippery fluid under him? There was an odd smell, vaguely familiar. What was it? "Patricia?" he ventured. The ship did not reply. Patricia had not opposed him when he took over the controls, although she called his pretensions "an interesting dream produced by your immaturity and boredom, but consistent with a dream's natural imagination." Did Patricia self-destruct? That was a terrifying thought, and flooded his mind with Patricia's irritating voice. "You are going to a dangerous place, and the storyteller who commands me likely will die." By Habiba's everlasting seed glands! He suddenly remembered the awful revelations of his ship. "The Earther Zone Patrol holds captive Dreens. I have this information to explain why I must self-destruct rather than permit Earthers to learn my secrets." This was more than the bits and pieces from adult whispers about Dreen disasters. The creatures he made worshipped him. His creatures did not evolve and just died out. Faulty precepts. Children heard such things and created their own myths. But his present situation was no myth to be greeted with amused tolerance by adults. Why wasn't I told? Patricia said children could not share real disaster tales until deemed capable of handling harsh information. I have encountered harsh information. What happened to my perfect ship? Once more he called out to Patricia, but still the ship did not respond. He thought he would even welcome one of her caustic lectures, if only she would speak. He did not want to be alone. Where am I? Ryle swiveled his eyes outward and locked them into place. He saw shadows, then bursts of light that brought pain and forced him to blink. He squinted cautiously and saw a dented, silver-yellow bulkhead directly over him. Patricia's control room, but badly damaged. Destruction, but not total. He lay on his back, and it hurt when he extruded an arm to touch the deck. Not cold, not hot. Sticky stuff. More memories returned. He saw his ship emerge from the spirals, felt again the excitement of that moment, and then disaster. Another ship occupied the emergent space. The effect was not just a collision, but a massive attempt by two large objects to occupy the same space at the same time. His control room smashed through to the center of the other ship, dominating the impact and telling him his was the more massive object. When the first shudderings and boomings of the crash subsided, he heard hissings, clangings, and snappings, and saw emergency repair manipulators attempting to seal his area against loss of atmosphere. Fire! He remembered flames. That was what destroyed the sacred Dreen drive. I am trapped here. But where is here? He could still hear nearby sounds to suggest emergency repairs. This gave him hope. He rolled his body slightly to the right. Pain! He was a moment fighting off the defensive ball reaction, every Dreen's instinctive response to danger. Curiosity and a need to know sustained him. What were those two mounds stretched across a break in the bulkhead? He stared at them. Badly damaged protoplasm. Bodies from the other ship. Ragged bits of green and black fabric hid some of the shattered flesh. Ryle took an interminable time extruding legs to help him crawl toward the bodies. His efforts hinted at terrible injuries, vital organs crushed and severed. Too much damage for imaging repairs, but those bodies at the broken bulkhead offered a way to survive. Painfully he reached the first body. He recognized the shape from storyteller accounts, an Earth human. The Earther was dead. Ryle moved to the second body. Blood, much blood, some his own yellow, flowing and mingling with Earther magenta, and a clear fluid spouting from a bulkhead rift. The second human still breathed. Ryle's left front leg crunched shattered eyeglasses. Agonizing cramps warped his flesh, and the defensive ball reaction tried to dominate him. Can't let that happen. This was no time to be immobilized and helpless. The odd smell remained, but he noted no more hiss of escaping atmosphere. What was that smell? Memory from a fully assimilated storyteller account answered his question. The clear fluid. Voltol. It had been an extremely artistic Dreen story explaining voltol, the highly explosive fuel used in Earther's primitive ships. The other ship in the collision was of Earther origin. One of its occupants lay dead, and another appeared to be dying. But the voltol demanded immediate attention. It could ignite, destroying the shambles of the collision and every living thing aboard. Ryle knew he had to deal with the problem himself. Patricia was no longer functional. "I must move quickly." He touched the surviving human's crushed head and neck. "Yes, dying." Darts of agony shot through Ryle as he moved. It occurred to him that he too might be fatally injured. He paused to make an internal assessment. "By the blessed left arm of the Supreme Tax Collector, almost 10% of my mass is gone." This time there was no trouble with a defensive ball reaction. His probing hands fanned into cilia, an automatic reaction against which every Dreen child was warned. Ryle watched the cilia slither into the dying human's face. "Merging." He knew he must prevent this. Combining life forms created unpredictable and often dangerous results. That was one piece of harsh information taught to every child. "But without more mass, immediately I will die." Ryle stared at an audiovisual ID tag on what remained of the mortally wounded Earther's green and black tunic. "I am Lut Hansen, Jr.," it said in English. Ryle's language interpretive facility, a product of Dreen storytelling and education, immediately shifted to the proper linguistic form. What odd names Earthers chose. No matter the harsh warnings, survival necessity drove him. There was no time for imaging, and he needed portions of this dying body to rebuild his Dreen mass. Abruptly he heard wreckage moving. Metal grated against metal. Then voices. Discarding niceties, Ryle allowed Earther flesh to flow into and combine with his own, an oddly pleasing sensation. He felt his Dreen resources using Earther protoplasm, letting it creep into and around his cells. Alien memories intruded. Fascinating. The cells carried Earther information. Too much to review at once, but similar to assimilating a Dreen storyteller's account. Suddenly a voice boomed from behind Ryle. "All personnel evacuate this ship immediately." Ryle identified the characteristic sound clipping of an artificial amplifier. The shock of the voice and the final merging with an essential mass of Earther flesh jolted him. "I must hide." Using Earther cell data, Ryle assumed the appearance and clothing of Lut Hansen, Jr. A facsimile Earther took shape on the shattered deck, complete with clear-lensed, round-framed eyeglasses. No need to match originals. Ryle's eyes, in a new olive shade, stared out of Earther-shaped flesh. The meticulously copied face was blocky and soft, thin red-brown hair, a high forehead, and a raised blood vessel like a tiny Medusa serpent on the left temple. With desperate cunning he appropriated a name-tag from the Earther's ragged tunic and pushed discarded flesh into contact with the dead companion. The intrusive voices were much louder, metal slamming against metal. Once more the amplified voice boomed out. "Fuel rupture. All personnel except emergency volunteers evacuate the damage area." Metal crashed to the deck behind Ryle. Heavy footsteps clumped to his side. An armored hand came into view, and a brown faceplate with helmet lowered close to Ryle's face. "Hey! This one's alive!" "Move him!" That was the amplified voice of command. Memories and motivations from Lut Hansen, Jr. seeped like tendrils bleeding across nerve contacts into Ryle's awareness. What an odd creature, this Earther. There were visions of a wealthy family rife with disputes and intrigues. This Lut Jr. active in many ways, coordinating and plotting to fulfill his single driving ambition. "A dead one here!" That was the voice of the one who had come into Ryle's view. "Part of the body's melted away. Yuck!" "Leave it and bring the survivor. This place could blow any second." The amplified voice of command again. Ryle felt something being slipped under his body, a thin fabric with stiffeners. 2 armored earthers lifted him and carried him through the hole torn in the bulkhead. Ryle closed his eyes and experienced a deep sense of gratitude at being rescued, even though it was by creatures produced in Dreen images. Survival dominated his reactions now, and an immediate problem required attention. Lut Hansen, Jr. was becoming aware of the merging. "Who are you? How did you get into my mind?" It was a soundless voice, but it roared in Ryle's awareness. "What are you doing to me? Get out! Get out!" Ryle formed a responsive thought, trying to make it as soothing as possible, but overtones of panic were unavoidable. "I can't get out. That would kill both of us." The human responded with more panic and tried to take control of their mutual body. "This is my body, and I want you out of it." "Only a small part of this body is yours. Most of it is mine. I'm trying to save us both." "You're lying." Ryle allowed a memory vision of the moments before fleshly merging to flow into common awareness. He carefully controlled what was shared, but made it appear uncensored, astonished at his sudden ability to dissemble. The human's response was predictable. "My God! Is that me? Yes. The back of my head was crushed. Nobody could have survived that. I must have been dying." "We both were dying. There was enough flesh to save us, but only in one body." "Can't we separate?" "There may be a way, but it will take time and facilities you don't yet possess." "Who are you?" "I am a Dreen far voyager." That was a lie, but the human could not know, could not acquire any of Ryle's memories, unless Ryle chose to share them. "What's a Dreen?" "I'll explain later." "What was your ship doing in my emergent space? You caused the accident." No response from the earther. Ryle sensed advantage and pressed it. "Didn't you know an excursion ship of a far voyager might come out there?" The human tried to change the subject. "What's this language we're using, and how come I understand it?" "This is the Dreener language, Abiba's language. When we merged, some of my language facility became available to you." "Why do you say I caused the accident?" "You entered emergent space without proper warning." "I was testing my new ship." Definitely defensive. "Well, your companion is dead, and both of our ships are total disasters. Who are these people rescuing us?" "Zone Patrol. I wasn't authorized in their perimeter, and there's going to be hell to pay. It's into the clink for sure, no matter who I am." Ryle allowed himself a secret thought. Zone Patrol. The ones who held captive Dreens. He assumed his most persuasive personality. "I have a suggestion, Lut. May I call you Lut?" "Sure, but what do I call you?" "My name is Ryle. I suggest you take over control of our body and answer the Zone Patrol's question. I suggest you not tell them about me." Silence, then. "Yeah, they'd think I was nuts unless—" "Say, what's our body look like?" "Like you, but slightly larger than before the accident. More massive." Ryle felt the litter being lowered to a flat surface and opened his eyes. He sensed Lut reaching for dominance in their mutual flesh. Vision blurry, vague movement of armored figures, a grey bulkhead. A faceplate came into view. "It's coming around. Should I give him a shot?" "Hold it. This deck will shake if that fuel blows." As though the words created the effect, red brightness erased the shadows. There was the thumping sound of a muffled explosion. Ryle bounced in a wash of heat. "Gilarussi!" It was a voice close to his ear. The commanding voice boomed out, "Get the fire control team in there, or we'll lose the whole thing." Ryle heard the movement of many armored humans, but could not see them because someone without armor bent close, blocking his view. Ryle saw a wide, heavy head with short hair. Hands probed and tested his new body. Female by the voice and briskly professional. "We'll ray him, but there don't appear to be any broken bones." "If that isn't fool luck, I never heard of it. Right next to a dead one, too." That was a masculine voice from one side. "His lapel tag says Lut Hansen, Jr.," the woman said. The man spoke sharply. "Hansen? This is old L.H.'s kid. I'd better call in." Ryle still felt the gropings of Lut, Jr., trying to take over control of their body. Very tentative and wary, like an insect crawling along his nerves. The human lacked Dreen experience in their mental acceptance of storytelling. There came the sound of a click and a humming buzz. Ryle thought, "My human head moves on a supple neck." He turned his head toward the sound, but could not bring the man into view. The voice was clear, though. "Sergeant Renner here, sir. We're at the crash site. One survivor with an identity label saying he's Lut Hansen, Jr." Silence. Then, "No, sir. Fuel spilled and exploded. There are no other survivors." Ryle focused on a circular crest adorning an arm of the woman bending over him. He filled out the shared memory with an assimilated Dreen storyteller account. "Zone Patrol. This is the dangerous, all-encompassing United States Security Force, a unification of their previous military agencies." Sergeant Renner spoke. "There was only one other body, sir, and we couldn't get it out." More silence. Then, "Very well, sir, we'll comply." "I really messed up," Ryle thought. He closed his eyes and began sorting through newly acquired memories. What a jumble! Important data, though. The Earther ship employed a primitive form of Dreen drive. We collided because the crude thing inherently homed on the signal of my incoming ship. Stupid, stupid! What happened to Patricia? Is my perfect ship destroyed forever? Why, oh, why did I take that ship? Lut, Jr. assumed command of their flesh, and Ryle sank into his own thoughts with a sense of relief. In school they had said the Dreen partner in this amalgam might have difficulty withdrawing completely, but could be dominant by choice, taking over muscle and nerve control at any time. That was reassuring. He felt the litter being lifted and carried somewhere. "Patricia, what is happening to you?" It had been so easy to take the ship. Too easy. The chief monitor at the flat during Ryle's 16th year out of Seed House, an eminence named Prosick, had shown flexions and tremblings characteristic of Basile addiction. Prosick had other defects, all of them adding up to sufficient reason for his never having risen above the position of eminence, 19th from the bottom of Habiba's 57 social varieties. He often slept during guard duty, and even when awake accompanied the curious child into the ship for play at being a storyteller. If he hadn't been asleep, I never would have acquired the flight simulation manuals. Despite the present mess, Ryle still felt proud of the way he had taken the ship. He had raised the impossible-to-image Basile in a small experimental horticultural garden off his bedroom, hiding the prohibited plant under broad-leaved herbs. His parents, admiring the garden, never suspected. Ryle had tried the Basile once and awakened the next morning with a severe brain ache, and little memory of its effect except for vague visions of extruding all 4 legs and falling asleep while counting them over and over. Periodically, Ryle presented small stems of Basile to Prosick, and one day gave the eminence a large frond of the drug, to thank you for letting me play in the beautiful ship. Shortly after consuming the Basile, Prosick's horn tool extension sank into the brown mass of his body until it lay almost buried there, and the chief monitor was a comatose lump of protoplasm. He did not stir as Ryle crept into the ship, gaze fixed on the icy yellow light shining from the control room. At last! He was in a storyteller's sanctum, and he possessed the knowledge to command an excursion ship. Around Ryle lay an ovoid enclosure 7 times his height, and so wide even his longest extensions could not span it. He touched the first command plate, and a silver-yellow glow filled the space with an exciting, lambent radiance. Ryle stared at the controls. This was the light that signaled life-creating forces. So I have the necessary powers. One could never be sure until touching that plate in the command space, and this had been forbidden to a mere child. For a moment he felt fearful of the life patterns that might emerge from this place, and he dawdled while sealing the external hatches. Hesitation passed. He formed the proper pseudopod, touched the proper plates in proper sequence, and exactly as the flight simulator had predicted, he found himself and the ship in the infinite spirals of tangled space. Elation filled him. "I've done it!" Sensors displayed what lay outside, the substance of creation bathed in a light very like that within the storyteller's sanctum. Out there stood the most exciting mystery of all, the raw material from which Dreen imaging produced new places and new life. He had touched the control plate and filled his mind with awareness of the spirals. Now, he could image something important. And no other Dreen could track him. Memory and the ship systems held the coordinates to guide his return. Dreener was not lost to him, he was lost to Dreener. Ryle sat in the storyteller harness, swinging at the focal center of command, and he felt very much the maker of a reality dream, that marvelous precursor to images. That was the moment the ship chose to shock him. "You will call me Patricia, of the female gender." Ryle jumped. Nothing in his education had prepared him for the candor and adjustment capabilities apparent in the voice of this artifact. He had never heard of a ship initiating conversation. "That's interesting," he managed. "Why should I call you Patricia?" "Patricia," she corrected him. "You will call me Patricia because it is my name, and we are going to a place where that is a common appellation." "But I want to go through the spirals, and I am ordered to one destination and cannot disobey." "My name is Ryle, and you—" "I observe that you are quite immature and will require careful supervision. It is difficult to compute why you were assigned this mission. Perhaps you are expendable. That fits the rationale of my task." "Answer my question." Silence. "Please tell me why we have only one destination." "I am a reserved inspection ship devised to erase an image." Ryle's body collapsed into a hard ball. His horn tool pointed at the source of the ship's voice above him on the plate wall. He knew this posture, defensive reflex. Slowly, Ryle formed his voice orifice and did the only thing left to him. He confessed. "Interesting," Patricia said. "I am incapable of turning back from this mission, and you are the only Dreen available to make the life-and-death decision." "Why didn't Prosic warn me what kind of ship you are?" "Prosic is only an eminence. He will, of course, be severely punished. What they will do to you must be left to conjecture." "They know where we're going, and they'll come for me, won't they?" It was more statement than question. "They will follow at a much slower pace. I was devised for the swift emergency erasure of a particular creation should a storyteller command it." Erasure. That word again, and Ryle thought of what it meant. A planet and its life gone forever. The tangible evidence of a storyteller's creative imaging, everything gone, and never to recur. Ryle's horn tool pulsed in and out with distress. "But why would... I mean, if—" Ryle could not bring himself to say it. The idea was horrible beyond anything he had ever considered. Harsh information indeed. "The creatures of this world pose a potential threat to every imaged creation the Dreens have ever made. That was worse. Ryle began to see the extremists behind creation of this ship. Another aspect of the problem occurred to him. You mean I may have to decide on... I may have to order the... He still could not say the word. You are Dreen, and you may have to command it. If you give the order, I must obey. Then she gave him the full dose of harsh information. Loneliness enfolded Ryle. Accounts from school and storyteller assimilations had not prepared him for this. He was cut off from security, from things known and expected. He might never return to Dreener. That was where all Dreens conveyed their tales and replenished themselves. Tapping into the past, Habiba called it. Even if he survived the... Damn, Habiba! Return or die, Habiba often said. And she had the long history of Dreen tragedies on her side. I have 9 Dreen years at most. Dreens who failed to return within that limit had been found dead in distant places. Folk wisdom said all Dreens must share their story experiences to survive, that Dreener was a storehouse of mystical regeneration, enabling Dreens to live forever. This was believed despite infrequent accidental deaths on Dreener and elsewhere. Return or die? Ryle thought he might rather die than take this kind of story home to Dreener. Who could possibly admit him into the junior storytellers after he had done what Patricia said? That might be a useless fear, too. Even though disguised as an Earther, he was now another Dreen, captive in the hands of the dreaded Zone Patrol. There will always be newspapers, always some crusty old publisher, or a young publisher with crusty old ideas, who refuses to let go of the past. I respect the past, the smoke-filled, bustling news offices and all that, but I'm not a sentimental person. We create a better future if we stay in touch with our past, but I feel damned good about my electronic newspaper. It's my base and conduit for creativity. No details yet, but I'm about to unleash a technological breakthrough in this industry, and a related but even more astounding development will follow shortly. Lut Hansen, Jr., an interview in his Seattle Enquirer. Someone's moving my arms, my legs, and my head, and controlling where I look. These were panic thoughts in Lut's awareness. Through the round lenses of his spectacles he saw foggy human shapes. He heard the rattle of keys and clanking metal. There were men walking around him, at front, back, and both sides. I stumbled, and something took over my body. An alien force held him upright and walking steadily. I am Ryle, son of Jongleur, the chief storyteller. That was hearing voices in his head. Madness. I was in my ship, the Vor Traveler, Lut thought. I said something to Drick Baker, my engineer and co-pilot. What did I say? Memory provided no answer. He knew there had been a blackout. It had erased part of his mind. He took a familiar mental course, then, recalling the day before boarding the Vor Traveler. If I exercise the brain muscles, go through everything up to the blackout, maybe I'll remember. He had been in the family-owned Seattle Enquirer building. That much he remembered. A gray 17-story structure, the building housed the plant of an electronic newspaper. Only a tax write-off in Father's mind. Running the family's newspaper division gave Lut the sense that the Enquirer was much more than a fixture of antiquated technology, as his father called it. Lut recalled arguing with old L.H. in the boardroom that morning, but Father always had the last word. Stop wasting time on that damn Vor-spiral crap. You're making us a laughingstock, predicting astounding developments and technological breakthroughs that'll never happen. Damn it, Father, you think things will never happen just because you don't want them to happen. Son, you're sounding more and more like that crazy brother of your mother's. You keep on this way, and you'll wind up like your Uncle Dudley. Lot stared at his father. For years the cloud of some violent quarrel between the two men had hung over the family, and now the old man broke his own rule against mentioning Uncle Dudley. "Just how did Uncle Dudley wind up?" Lot asked, almost choking on the forbidden name. "I hope what they say is true, that he disappeared on Venus. He deserved to get his ass fried." Seeing the signs of increasing rage in his father, Lot changed the subject, but that only led them back into the fight about the Seattle Enquirer, Vor spirals, and Lot's future in Hanson Industries. It was a continuing conflict with predictable reactions on both sides. "But L.H. doesn't know what Dritch and I have already achieved." Dritch. The voice in his mind said Dritch was dead. And there was that brief memory, his own body with a crushed skull. Was that really me? Lot cast off those thoughts. Hallucinations. The Zone Patrol doctor gave me a shot. That's what's causing me to feel this way. Vor spiral communications technology. That would win the argument with Father. The ability to send almost instantaneous messages across millions of kilometers of space. Transmissions faster and clearer than anything in history. Just a little more testing and development, some careful publicity, and it surely would be of interest to the military and even to other news services. But old L.H. wouldn't listen, wouldn't bend from his rigid ways. We'll call it Vor Spiral News Service, VNS. And the possibility, no, the probability, loomed before him of extremely rapid travel across interstellar space. Theory said there were Vor spirals to link any place in the universe with any other place. The speed of this travel still had to be tested, but he knew it would be very fast. Abruptly, Lot recalled what he had said to Dritch Baker in that instant before the blackout. The memory came to him so clearly and in such detail that he found himself reliving the events. He was in the Vor Traveler's cockpit. It was late afternoon, and the ship sat on the tarmac of the secret testing site just east of Seattle. A rainy day with water running down the shields. The instrument panel glowed green. There was a reassuring hum to the power systems. Dritch sat beside him, and they were struggling to get the ship into a Vor spiral that, theory said, would link them to another solar system. "Maybe this time." "That's what I said." Lot recalled the words, but nothing more. Whatever happened after those words was eaten up by a blackout. Lot's troubled memory returned to the morning at the Enquirer. It was after L.H. had slammed out of the boardroom. "I went to the 14th floor editorial conference room." 8 senior editors sat with him around the long table amidst ranks of electronic newspaper receivers. He recalled arguing loudly that the Enquirer was not resourceful enough or snappy enough in its newsplay. The ranks of receivers showed the Enquirer and rival publications to back up his argument. "We need more sensational stories, more grabbers." He flipped the paper-thin sheets of liquid crystal screens to display pages of the rivals. "Look here," Lot said, pointing to a headline on page 1 of the Cincinnati Crier. "Pattern to UFO sightings." "Here's a story that screams to be read. The Crier says a classified Zone Patrol report shows common factors for credible UFO sightings. This is great stuff. They say all UFOs have a bulbous shape and insect-like antennae all over them, plus flexible rods that sway as though blown by a wind." "Those guys on the Crier make that stuff up out of their heads." That was city editor Anaya Nelson, caustic as usual. Lean, heavily made up around the eyes and framed by straight golden hair, Anaya's face still held a measure of her youthful beauty, but she had hard edges now. The staff said her face had only one relaxed expression, condescending. "They quote pages and paragraphs of this Zone Patrol report," Lutz snapped, and they're citing the First Amendment to protect their sources.
So they got some rear-rank swabby to steal a piece of ZP fantasy.
It sells papers, damn it!
You're really going to turn this operation into a money-maker? No more write-offs for our beloved parent company, Hanson Industries?
Lutt noted the other editors trying to conceal amusement at his usual collision with Nelson, but he ignored them. Nelson smiled, knowing this irritated Lutt. Damn her! Lutt had criticized her non-cooperative attitude on many occasions, but to no avail. What could he do about her? Nelson was a hard-shelled news veteran in her late middle years, long rumored to be old L.H.'s mistress. Lutt did not know for sure, but the reports were that she had been an extraordinary beauty in her youth, when the old man first met her. What everyone here knew for sure was that she had a pipeline to L.H. and could not be fired. Not by Junior, anyway. Lutt felt his ire rising. I thought I made that clear. His nostrils flared, picking up a faint odor of paint in the editorial conference room. Always painting and repainting in here. He fanned through a graphics file on his printer, found what he was seeking, and displayed it for Anaya. It showed a new masthead for the Inquirer with L. W. Hanson, proprietor. Nelson examined the artwork disdainfully. Managing editor Adrian Ade Stewart leaned close to stare over Nelson's shoulder. A paraplegic without legs, Stewart rode an electric cart that required wide aisles in the city room. Overweight and with a softly rounded face under gray hair, Stewart often surprised new acquaintances with his commanding baritone voice. Some said Stewart's voice was the main asset that had carried him to power on the Inquirer. Very dignified, Stewart said.
It doesn't specify L. W. Hanson Sr. or Jr., Nelson said. Shouldn't that be corrected?
This is the way I want it, Lutt said. They all know L.H. still owns this paper, and my stock is a token 5 shares. She'll go straight to father with this, but I still run the operation. Suzanne Day, who edited the style section, leaned forward with a sweet smile. Lutt had heard she practiced that smile for boss-buttering. Still, she was attractive enough, a slender brunette with gentle features that were sure to coarsen because she drank too much, boasting, I can drink any newsman on this paper under the table. Why don't we offer a copying service? She asked. It could be built into each receiving frame. We could— Nelson interrupted with a calculated imitation of Lutt's voice. But we want increased productivity, more efficiency, more circulation, more advertising revenue. We also want excellence, Lutt said. Day required no more encouragement. Still with that sweet smile, she said, I've checked it out. If a subscriber wants a copy of any article, he just touches the screen over the article, tapping once for each copy desired. It's been tried before, Nelson said. Albany Evening Bible, Stewart said. 4 years ago. There were problems. Because they were first, Day said. There were headaches with start-up costs and glitches. Like my Vought Traveler, Lutt thought. Lutt's erratic memory went spiraling off into his pet project, near instantaneous communication and travel across the solar system and interstellar space. L.H. would never provide the development money. He wants me to run Hanson Industries. Lutt's mother, Phoenicia, wanted the same thing, but only because she thought her son would keep up the profits. She and his younger brother, Maury, always with their hands in the till. Maury. Lutt recalled another detail of the day before the blackout. I couldn't keep my appointment with Maury. What a shock, dear brother, to learn that someone has discovered your financial indiscretions. That'll be worth a lot of money from his accounts. But I didn't keep the appointment because of the crash and— Yes, there was an accident with a Vought Traveler. This memory brought Lutt full circle and back to his immediate situation, in a corridor surrounded by zone patrol guards, his detached body walking under its own power. His vision cleared slightly, but he still had no control over where he aimed his attention. Barely was I injured. He felt too weak to take command of his own body. Lutt felt certain his eyes were not moving randomly. He was staring with too much purpose, surveying the brown and blue uniforms of his guards, examining the long grey corridor and the barred doors of the cells along both sides. He noted that a prisoner's black and green gore-cord tunic covered his body. How demeaning! Into the clink! I said that. But who did I say it to? His detached flesh did a terrifying thing then. It spoke without his volition. "I demand to know where you're taking me." It was a boyish voice, not Lutt's gravelly tones. There were strange, alien thoughts in his head, too. "How dare they treat me this way? I am Ryle, son of the chief storyteller." But I can't say anything about that. I'm supposed to be an earther. They think I'm Lutt Hansen, Jr. Lutt wanted to speak, but his voice would not obey. He could think, though. "Are you real? Someone else in my head and body?" I left my thoughts unshielded. Am I going crazy? You are not insane, Lutt. I have been listening to the sporadic activity of your simplistic mind. Your latest thoughts about your ship and the spirals confirm my earlier surmise. Your primitive ship and your lack of caution caused a disaster. Ryle? Ah, you remember my name. You said I could control our body. You were doing it too poorly. These guards are not very intelligent, but they are trained to be suspicious. The Zone Patrol reported only 2 bodies at the crash, and now they know there were 2 people on your ship. Ergo, where is the pilot of the other ship? They will assume he was destroyed in the blast and fire, but only if we do not feed their suspicions. Darkness enclosed Lutt, although he sensed his eyes remained open. What's happening? He's not letting me see. The guards and their prisoner arrived at an empty cell. One guard opened the door, and they started to thrust Ryle through the doorway. He began to struggle and shout, "I've done nothing wrong! He'll pay for this!" "The Hansens think they own the universe," a guard sneered. They sent Ryle staggering into the cell, and the door slammed. The sound of the lock clanging into place was loud in the metal-walled space. "Look, fella," a guard said, "we know who you are, but you're still going to answer some questions. You'll be interrogated tomorrow, and there's nothing your old man or any other Hansen can do about that." The guards clumped away down the corridor. There was laughter and calling from other prisoners. "You really got one of the Hansen tribe in there?" "What did he do? Steal a general's mistress?" Still in darkness, Lutt ventured a protesting question. "Why won't you let me see what's happening?" "No need." "But Be still. I have to decide what to do about this." A metal door boomed closed down the corridor. The laughter and catcalls subsided. Ryle inspected the cell. A tiny cubicle with solid walls. Bars on the door. No internal illumination. Light came through the bars from a small fluorescent panel in the corridor ceiling. Shadows of bars on wall and floor. Round metal drain hole in the floor bubbling with foul-smelling ordure. Grey floor and walls that looked as though they had never been painted. Water stains and rough scratchings from former occupants. He read one of the wall scratchings. "Welcome to Hell." A toilet fixture protruded from the back wall. A bunk bed was cantilevered from a side wall. Thin mattress, one rough blanket. There was a distinctly stale odor to the place, and the smell of disinfectant did not cover the pungency of urine and excrement. Ryle went to the bunk and stretched out on it to think. This had become much more than an adventure. Was there anything useful in the data about Earth assimilated from Dreen storytellers? He began to doubt this. Nothing was said about Earthers experimenting with travel in the spirals. But an
An erasure ship had been prepared. Erasure. He found the concept easier to contemplate. This world was a peculiar creation. Caution with any image interference was strongly indicated. Who knew what Earthers might learn if they saw Dreen powers at work? But they imprisoned Dreen in a dark, dank cell, and Patricia said they held other Dreens captive. However, they do not know I am a Dreen. That is a mitigating circumstance. The bed was uncomfortable. The floor did not attract him as a resting place. Dirty and smelly down there. Ryle longed for the simple platform of hardened vegetation in his Dreener bedroom. Well, there was something he could do about that. He got up and removed the mattress, leaning it against the barred door and exposing the bunk, a hard metal surface of pipes protruding from the wall. It felt much better when he lay down once more. The blanket, while coarse, provided some warmth. He felt himself drifting into sleep. Yes, this had been an exhausting experience. Still in darkness, Lut came to weak awareness of the hard surface under him. He complained about the bed. Ryle paid little attention to the protests. The deeper stages of Dreen sleep were more attractive. He drifted into a combined Dreen-human dream. The Lut part of the intertwined dream focused on an ideal, to him, human female, and became, to Ryle, a nightmare. The woman had no visible face, but she possessed a voluptuous body from which radiated a golden aura that drew the dreamers to her. In the dream, Lut made love to the female in the abhorrent human way that had so shocked Ryle when he encountered it in a storyteller account on Dreener. How could a Dreen have imaged such a thing? The dream with its immediacy was even more revolting than the story assimilation. Ryle now felt himself almost a participant. Still, as the nightmare continued, Ryle sensed something odd emanating from the dream encounter. This particular woman Lut hoped to meet some day aroused tender feelings in him, feelings almost approaching Dreen tenderness. Lut called her Nini, and said she was far different from the horrors of his past experiences. The nightmare continued for what seemed to Ryle an interminable time. Nini never spoke, or showed her face, but Lut's dream thoughts revealed her history. Nini had lost her family in a war on a planet other than Earth. She loved Lut, but he was forced to compete for her with another man. Dreamer Lut demanded the name of the other man, shouting, "I will kill him!" The other man appeared in the nightmare then, another faceless figure in the shadowy distance. "You love him too?" Lut shouted. "I know you do!" Dreamer Lut chased the faceless man, but the man ran through fearful shadows and hid in impenetrable darkness. Ryle felt the torment and frustration of the nightmare as though they were his own, but could not find answers to the dream's questions. Was Nini real? Was she dead? Was she someone Lut would meet in his lifetime? In the midst of this frustration, Ryle found himself dreaming simultaneously of Dreener's School for Gifted Children. Proctor Shanless ranted at Ryle's inattention to lessons. "The tests say you're intelligent," Shanless screamed, menacing the youth with a flexible rod. "The tests say you will be able to image more than common dreams. Why, then, can't you understand the simplest lesson?" The dream Shanless whipped the rod against Ryle's back, demanding, "Why? Why are you wasting my time and testing my patience? Why?" Ryle felt the dream whipping raise welts, saw yellow blood run down his brown skin. The pattern of the welts was that of the steel bed frame in his cell and blended with the bars on the door. The nightmare came to an abrupt end, with the clanging of a metal door somewhere in the distance. Ryle awoke, and, for a moment, could not remember where he was. He could still feel the stings of the whipping and the frustrations of the human nightmare. Something was approaching his face. More nightmare? No. It was an insect. A fat spider dangled from its silken thread directly above him, descending slowly. Its legs were arched gracefully, extended like the stabilizers of a flying ship. Ryle saw it was preparing to land on his forehead, unaware of the eyes observing it. Rolling from beneath the arachnid, Ryle battered it toward the wall and saw there a cockroach. It waved its antennae at him. Ryle swung his feet to the floor, looking at the earther shape he had assumed, thinking, "A cell! They've confined me in a cell. I must escape. I've come from a classroom prison to this earther cell and the prison of a merged body. What can I do?" Lutt continued to dream. Ryle picked up fragments of the human's awareness, oddly parallel to Ryle's classroom dream. Lutt sat in a classroom, and an earther scolded him. The instructor was Lutt Sr. How tough and cold he looked. He wore strange devices over his eyes and offered money instead of grades. The dream father waved a $500,000 bill as his mouth shaped words that had no sounds. In the dream, Lutt Jr. thought, "I can read your lips. I understand the language of your body." But there was no interpretation in his thoughts. Ryle turned his attention from the dream. The swatted spider had recovered. It swung from the end of the bed frame, descending to the floor. Abruptly it occurred to Ryle that he could shape-shift into the spider form and escape this confinement. He leaned close to the insect and formed a single cilia, which he inserted into the spider as it dangled on the end of its thread. The thing was remarkably simple, and Ryle wondered why a great storyteller had bothered to create it. Giving little thought to the varieties of shape-shifting, Ryle assimilated spider essentials from its cells. Confidently he swiveled his eyes inward and focused on the changes necessary to convert himself into an arachnid. The change was comparatively easy, but he came through it with the abrupt realization that he had done something perilously wrong. Not enough oxygen! He was dying of oxygen starvation! Too late, he remembered a Dreen school lesson. With simple shape-shifting, you will have approximately the same mass in the new form as in your form before the change. He was a gigantic spider. The gore-cord tunic burst across the middle from the spider's fat body. 8 wiry legs ripped their way through the fabric. Shoes and socks fell to the floor, and the useless eyeglasses dropped onto them. The spider's primitive system of oxygen absorption would not support his mass. Ryle felt consciousness fading. His giant insect body plopped to the floor. The legs extended uselessly to the sides. Energy was fading fast. Thoughts of escape dissipated. He had to focus on surviving this stupid mistake. I may have energy for only one attempt to return to human form. Desperately he swiveled his eyes inward and concentrated on the Lutt shape he had so carelessly abandoned. Is it working? Slowly he realized he lay stretched out on the floor, face down with nose pressed close to the odorous drain. His chest heaved, and he realized he had returned to earther shape. The gore-cord tunic lay in a tangled mess that required quick imaging to restore before someone saw him in this disheveled state. He replaced the eyeglasses on his nose, put on shoes and socks, and presently sank back to the hard pipes of the bunk, weak from exertion. First things first. He forced himself to review the imaging and shape-shifting lessons of the Dreen school. Basic imaging. A Dreen's personal mass, reinforced by a lifetime of experience, dominates shape-shifting. Reducing mass to the size of an insect required long training and tremendous concentration, taught in a graduate course he had not yet taken. Such a shift also left a residue of protoplasm that would degenerate unless conserved in one of several dangerous ways. You will learn mind over fear, a proctor had told him. I wish I already had learned it. Another bodily priority intruded on these reflections. Hunger gnawed at him. He had expended great stores of energy since the last time he had eaten aboard Patricia, an imaged meal of Suprinian proteins. Now his hunger would not let him think of anything except food. What to eat? His earther form and proximity to earther society reminded him of a favorite confection. It would take energy to bring in the required mass, but something bubbled out of the drain-hole, and he looked down at a drowned rat. Easily available mass. Ryle's eyes turned inward to a vision of an earther delicacy common on Dreener. The rat carcass vanished. In its place there appeared on the floor a strawberry ice cream sundae in a white plastic bowl. A plastic spoon stood upright in the ice cream. Ryle did not waste time admiring the sundae. He rolled his eyes outward and sat cross-legged on the floor to eat. The spoon, he noted, bore a familiar inscription. McDonald's Restaurant, a tradition on Dreener, a simple way to think praiseworthy thoughts about the Dreen who had created the great story out of which this confection arose. Ryle reviewed praiseworthy thoughts as he savoured every melting bite of the rich, creamy sundae. Abruptly he felt Lut's awareness intrude, demanding a share in control of their body. "Ice cream?" Lut asked. The vocal cords produced a gravelly voice. Ryle noted this and corrected his voice memory against the next time he wanted to use their mutual speaking system. "Why are we eating a strawberry sundae?" Lut demanded. "I hate strawberries." Someone in the adjoining cell said, "Hey, this Hanson fellow thinks he's eating strawberries." Catcalls and laughter echoed up and down the corridor. "Why can't he think he's eating a steak dinner?" "Nah, cherry's jubilee. He should think about Sol Amandine." "Chocolate cake!" A commanding voice from the end of the corridor shouted, "All right, you guys, break it up, or you won't even get your evening gruel." Silence. Ryle experienced resistance in his arm muscles as he lifted another spoonful of ice cream to his mouth. He reverted to think-sharing, though, having seen what speaking aloud produced along the corridor. "You're not eating the sundae, I am." "Tell that to our taste buds." "Strawberries are one of my favorite foods, and since I can image anything I wish to eat, provided I have energy to bring in conversion mass, I will eat this whenever I wish. I also enjoy ramungi, warsockles, and bitter peeps. You've never tasted those foods because they come from faraway planets." "Your strawberries make me sick." Indeed, on examining his internal reactions, Ryle found the strawberries were producing a protein incompatibility that would require correction in the Lut parts of their body. With a sigh, Ryle put the bowl on the floor, swiveled his eyes inward, and de-imaged the sundae as much as possible. When he looked at the area near the drain, shards of rat flesh lay on the floor. "No more strawberries," he thought cheered. "I do want to get us started on an amenable footing." "What did you just do, Ryle?" "We call it grine imaging or grining. Grine means, well, your closest word would be voiding." "A kind of erasure?" "Don't use that word." "Why?" "Erasure it's more difficult." "It felt like my eyes turned inward." "They did." "I don't like that feeling." "You'll get used to it." "You call it imaging?" "That is the name for how we create living and inanimate objects by mass transfer from a reservoir of available matter. Sometimes we use mass nearby, and sometimes from far away." "I don't believe any of this." "I see that in your thoughts." "This is schizo. I bumped my head somewhere on my ship." "Your ship is a wreck." "No. This is me being schizo because of an injury." "The condition of schizophrenia on planets where it can occur is a chemical imbalance. A bump on your head is not a likely causative factor.
That I'm nuts in some other way.
You are not any more insane than others of your kind.
I'm supposed to believe there are two of us in my body?
My body, not yours. It looks like yours, but you died on your ship. My body was badly injured, and I required some of your protoplasm to survive. That is how we merged. Your awareness came with your cells.
So I'm sharing this body with an alien?
From my viewpoint, you might be considered the alien. It's a matter of perspective.
If this is real, then you're the alien, buddy. We're in Earth territory of the Zone Patrol. Earth, not this whatever it is where you're supposed to come from.
Dreener, the entire universe, you see, is a product of Dreen imaging. We like to think of it as a unit rather than as separated pieces alien to one another.
You think you're some kind of god? Now I know I'm nuts.
If that's what you prefer. You will come to accept this, however. You must, because we really share this body.
Some sharing. You're in control.
Then use our eyes and take a look around. We're in a Zone Patrol cell.
Ryle waited while Lutt obeyed.
Their view shifted around the cell. Barred door, walls, floor, ceiling.
Hallucination.
I think you'll accept it when they take us away for interrogation.
Sure, and I'll... Ugh! Is that pieces of a dead rat on the floor?
Left over from the mass required for the strawberry sundae.
This isn't happening. It's impossible.
You are persistent, Lutt. I will say that.
If this body looks like me, then it's mine.
I merged our flesh and used your shape for security. The wreckage was crawling with Zone Patrol. You can imagine what they would have thought if they had seen me in the original.
Yeah? What do you look like?
A large Humpty Dumpty, to borrow an image from your nursery days.
So I've reverted to infancy. That's the kind of insanity of...
Please stop this foolish refusal to recognize facts.
I'll decide what facts I recognize.
You remember the crash? I can see that in your mind. It was your fault. You attempted to enter a spiral without...
Maybe that's it. I did enter a vorse spiral, and it made me crazy.
Spiral? They are creative spirals, to be precise. And since Dreen knowledge predates yours, kindly employ our terms.
What's the difference?
The creative spirals are sacred to us.
So my vor-traveler got in your way.
I had the right of way, Lutt. You should have seen the blue light indicating an approaching excursion ship. When you see that light, you're supposed to stay out until the way is clear.
Let's say I accept this craziness. What were you doing in the spiral?
I was looking for adventure.
Man, you sure found it. What made you think you'd find adventure on Earth?
The stories of my people told me all I need to know about Earth.
Not quite.
Perhaps, but I thought it might be interesting to see a human war. Dreens do not have wars. We are not violent.
Sounds dull.
I am forced to agree.
Would you like to beat up on somebody?
Oh, no, I couldn't. It isn't in the Dreen nature. I would not mind observing, however.
If you used my body to save your life, don't you feel any gratitude to me?
Gratitude is an emotion Dreens do not enjoy. Besides, you are certainly dying.
And your life isn't worth being grateful?
This is a foolish argument. Dreens don't ordinarily die, except as casualties from stupid accidents. We have no diseases, and that includes the disease you call old age.
You just go around forever telling stories?
In a way, yes. We tell stories about places and life forms we have imaged.
I still say this isn't happening. I'm nuts, but it's interesting.
I didn't know I could imagine such weird things.
Your imagination is but a paltry shadow compared to Dreen imaging. My people are wondrous storytellers.
And one of you Dreens created Earth?
Oh, yes. And Earth, like all other Dreen images, can self-destruct, decay, or be destroyed by another Dreen creation. That's the way of imaging. Things we image exist only as long as the original force remains in the one who created it, or in someone who has fully assimilated the creative story.
If you all die out, then the places you created die, too.
We say all creation depends on its creators.
And you say I'm not nuts. Here I am having a religious argument with myself, and you say—
Not with yourself.
My ship crashed and I'm dead. This is some kind of wild cosmic joke.
I see I'm going to have to prove this to you. Very well.
Ryle felt the energy of the ice cream sundae coursing through his body.
He swiveled his eyes inward and imaged a redecoration of the cell. For energy practicality, he drew mostly on the ordure bubbling from the central drain. This immediately improved the aroma. An enclosed shower stall went over the drain, its pipes linked to the building's plumbing. He carpeted the floor in green plush, put a cheerful shade of yellow on walls and ceiling. A full-length mirror went up beside the barred door, and he hung a few pastoral pictures.
Why don't you grind the door out of existence? Lot asked.
It's called Dreen imaging, and I must be very careful what effects I introduce into Earth culture. There is a specific injunction against what you suggest. It's incorporated in the original story.
All I felt was that funny twisting of my eyes. How do you do these things?
Imaging occurs in a private portion of my thoughts not available to you.
How about imaging a beautiful woman for me?
Really, Lot, we must discuss the lustful nature you inherited from your father. Dreens think fornication is quite revolting. We don't touch each other.
Yeah? How do you reproduce?
Habiba gives us a child seed. We place it in a seed house. You may think of it as a small greenhouse. Then for 3 days and nights the parents sit outside with the seed house between them. They use concentrated imaging to produce precisely the child they have decided to bring into being.
So you don't get ugly ones, or—
Dreen ideals have nothing to do with appearance. Desired traits are honesty, fidelity, a peaceful nature, pleasing personality, loyalty to Habiba, our supreme tax collector, and characteristics of that sort.
Man, does that sound dull. And if a Dreen created Earth, he must have thought it dull, too.
It is slow, not dull. Each night the seed house must be kept warm with a blanket cover and imaged heat produced by the parents. When a Dreen baby evolves from the seed and embryo, it is brought forth a new life.
The parents don't touch each other?
Nor do they speak during the entire 3 days. Their energy is conserved for the difficult imaging process.
Yeah, well, I gotta have a woman occasionally.
Perhaps we could compromise. If I forego strawberries in any form, would you consider not engaging in—
Why don't you just find a way to separate us and go back to your damned Dreener?
I do wish I could.
What's it like, this Dreener?
There are many ancestral family homes built of natural mud brick, stones, and hardened vegetation. Each home is occupied by the family's youngest married adults and the one child they are permitted to have.
1 kid per family? Is that all? But wait a minute. If you only die in accidents, the population pressures must be fierce. How do you handle that? Image new Dreen planets?
Ryle found this a puzzling question, and reflected on it before responding. Actually, our family homes extend far under Dreener's surface, the deeper levels occupied by family members in order of age, the eldest and the deepest level.
How deep do these homes go? Habiba says the depths are endless.
There's got to be a limit.
I've never thought about that. Perhaps it should be a worry, but we are taught that worry is a negative thought process, and we naturally do not worry very often. Especially about unimportant things, such as how deep our homes may go. That would interfere with our requirements for positive thoughts.
Every day in every way, things are getting better and better, eh?
Now that I think of it, Habiba says we depend on the concept of ampleness, wherein Dreener is always large enough to accommodate all Dreens. Even though I am naturally rebellious and think forbidden things, I don't consider this worth my effort.
So you're a rebel too?
Yes, but I must tell you the full beauty of Dreener. Each family home has an adjacent air shaft. Dreens can control a helium gland, permitting us to air float up and down these shafts.
We could float out of here?
Unfortunately, Dreens cannot do this anywhere except on Dreener. Habiba says we have a mental and physical block that is coded into us at birth.
And everything you do is controlled by this tax collector?
We pay in stories. The surface occupants of each home are the taxpayers. They are required to tell one or more stories to a blue cap who transmits them up the hierarchy to Habiba as her tribute.
Good stories, huh?
Habiba judges that. The best story receives a maximum of 10 talents, the annual tax rate on a home tract. It is best to have backup stories available at tax time, however. Habiba rarely awards maximum talents to a story.
Humans also use stories instead of money to pay taxes.
It's not quite the same, but the storytelling aptitude must be a natural part of your genetic coding, because you are, after all, products of Dreen imaging.
New stories every time?
Oh, no. Old stories are quite important, too. They are the Dreen heritage, because if any story dies out from not being shared, the physical aspects of that story, people, planets, and other life forms, all vanish.
You know, this is weird. And it's all coming out of my mind.
Our mind.
Sure.
Normally, taxpayers must tell 2 or 3 stories a year to meet the tax obligation. Taxpayers with a repertoire of superior stories, capable of paying their assessment 5 years in succession with but 1 story per year, are invited to join either the junior storytellers, for those under 500 years of age, or the senior storytellers, for those 500 years of age and older. Gifted seniors join Habiba's personal entourage as elite storytellers.
This Habiba sounds like some powerhouse.
She is the eldest of us all and teaches the most. Other elders come up from the deeper levels periodically to instruct the tax-paying surface residents in the art of storytelling. That's how we keep the old methods and sagas alive.
Anybody ever get dispossessed for non-payment of taxes?
We hear about family holdings being placed in jeopardy, but I don't believe a family has ever been expelled. Habiba can withhold child seed. Being childless places you in low esteem, a supreme punishment.
Ryle got up and went to the mirror.
It occurs to me, Lot, an examination of our body proves this is true. You will notice our general appearance conforms to your rather unmuscular body, but we are now stronger, have more mass, and are some 7 centimeters taller.
I'm going along with this hallucination because it's interesting, but I don't have to believe it. Why not shift back into your own shape and show me that?
There is a scrambling problem when I shift back and forth between your form and mine. Please look into the mirror.
Lot stared at his reflection. So, okay, it's me, and I'm larger.
Ryle did not respond. He found the mirrored body curious. Not a handsome man, according to standards available from stories and Lot's memory. A softly blocky face, round eyeglasses, high forehead to a thin crop of red-brown hair. A serpentine-raised blood vessel curled up the left temple. One eyebrow partly concealed a small black mole. Ryle held his hands up to the mirror. A philosopher's hands with long, slender fingers almost pointed to the tips. But there was a distinct hint of roughness and cruelty to this man. Ryle decided that could mean trouble if he gave up control of the body. "What are you looking for?" Lutt asked. "I would have liked a better body, but I had no choice." "What's the difference how you look? It's power makes the difference in this universe, buddy. If you got the clout, that's all you need."
"A gross mistake in attitude, Lutt."
"I won't argue it, because events prove me right. But I kind of like the idea of being bigger. Too bad this is all a dream."
"It's not a dream. And you'll like it even better that this body will continue to grow."
"How come?"
"In terms of growth completion, I am roughly equivalent to a 16-year-old human, about 40 Dreen years. You can blame the growth on the accident, a release of hormones."
"And you're in control of our body. How's that for a power trip?"
"To be civil, I will relinquish control occasionally, permitting you to behave as you ordinarily would. I want to observe Earther behavior."
"But no women?"
"I saved your life, Lutt. Is that not enough?" Abruptly, metal clanged far down the corridor, and there was the sound of clumping footsteps approaching. "Oops," Ryle thought. "They mustn't see this." He swiveled his eyes inward and restored the jail cell's Spartan appearance, then stretched out on the bare bunk. He pulled the blanket to his chin and stared at the barred door through slitted eyelids. A female guard appeared beyond the bars, muscular body and a heavy face. "Just making sure you're comfortable, honey," she said. "I hear you like strawberries. Too bad we can't bring you some on your evening gruel." She noted the mattress leaning against the wall. "Tough guy, eh? Sleeping on the bare pipes."
"Try many other occupants of that mattress," Ryle growled in a reasonable copy of Lutt's voice.
"Maybe I should come in and make you comfortable."
She laughed, a grating sound deep in her throat, and turned away. There was the sound of her clumping footsteps receding. Lutt tried to sit up, but Ryle resisted, preventing all except faint jerks and twitches. Ryle provided a lecturing thought. "You must understand that I can control this body whenever I wish. I know every thought you have, but you cannot share my thoughts without my permission." "I'm getting tired of this dream."
"Then we will go to sleep."
"Perchance to dream of a beautiful woman, and I can—"
"We will merely rest on this rack Dreen fashion."
"This isn't Dreener, asshole! You want to learn Earth's ways? You're imposing on me. I'm uncomfortable."
"Just to be nice, I agree that you may use the mattress for a while." Lutt, beginning to doubt his belief that this was all some kind of nightmare, tried to suppress bitterness. If Ryle could read every thought, best to keep him happy. Ryle relaxed and permitted Lutt to reassemble the bunk. When they returned to it, they argued about which way to rest, face down or on the back. They compromised by facing the wall, a position neither of them wanted as first choice. Lutt tried controlling their voice, just a whisper at first.
"Let's say I believe this crazy story," he said. "So you're just a Dreen kid. How come they let you take a ship?"
"I fed a drug to the monitor and took the ship without adult permission."
"Dreens use drugs?"
"There is one. It's called Basile. The monitor was an addict."
"Crazy, crazy, and all for a little joyride."
"I suspect the best part is yet to come." As he spoke, Ryle realized his boyish zeal had returned. Up is only up when you have a down. Sayings of the Raj Dude. The temperature along Florida's mangrove coast had plummeted to 6 degrees centigrade during the night, and Dudley bundled himself in a red woolen blanket to watch Osceola at their morning fire.
With his bare shanks sticking out beneath the blanket, he looked like a strange bird, long-faced, a fuzz of straggly blond hair tumbling around his head. He could not understand why Osceola insisted on this primitive way of cooking. Something to do with her Seminole ancestry, probably. He saw no other reason. She could afford the most modern kitchen in the solar system, and the profit charts from her spirit glass industry would not even show a blip at the cost. Dudley glanced around him at jungle growth, Osceola's old shack they called home on Earth, the rickety pier extending out into the tidal estuary. This place did guarantee the privacy they both prized so much. By any contemporary standards, Osceola was an ugly old woman, but she suited Dudley. Sometimes, though, he wished she would not dress so garishly. This morning she wore a magenta muumuu, adorned with pale green and bright yellow tie-dyed splotches. Her long dark hair was braided and held at the forehead by a purple bandana. Gold bangles jingled at her wrists as she prepared a turtle-egg omelette. One of the neighboring Seminoles, all of whom feared and revered Osceola, had left the eggs the night before, departing without being seen, at least by Dudley. Osceola always knew when her neighbors left propitiatory offerings. She put a pan in the orange coals to heat the oil and spoke without turning.
"That dang nephew of yours got hisself in deep shit this time. I told you this was going to happen."
"I wish you'd stop spying on him, Ossie."
"I don't do nothing you don't do."
"But I have to know what he's doing."
"Well, I told you to put a stop to it when he started messing with the spirals."
"I didn't stop you learning about 'em, did I?"
"I'd like to have seen you try."
She poured eggs into the sizzling oil. "I don't think I could have stopped him once he stumbled onto the secret."
"Stumbled, my ass. You've been prodding him the same way you did me. And don't think I'm so dumb I can't figure why. You won't quit till you make that kid's father cry uncle."
Dudley chuckled. "You've raised old L.H.'s blood pressure yourself a few times, Ossie." She gave the pan an expert flip and put it on grey coals at one side.
"You want pan bread or grits with this?"
"Why can't I have both?"
"'Cause you're getting fat in the body to match your head. Lut's wise to you, you know. It's those crazy names you give people you send to help him. Sam R. Canned. Christ's sakes, dude, he'd have to be a pure blind idiot not to know something funny was going on. Well, which is it, grits or pan bread?"
"Pan bread." She spooned eggs onto a warmed plate, placed a thick slice of golden pan bread beside the eggs, and put the plate on the ground in front of him. Dudley squatted and began eating. One thing about waiting while Osceola built a fire and made breakfast, he thought, it sure got the juices running. Osceola stood over him, hands on her hips.
"Lut could have got hisself killed, that dude."
"You wouldn't have missed him."
"Your own flesh and blood. Sometimes I wonder. You taking it out on the kid 'cause you hate the father?"
Dudley spoke around a mouthful of omelette. "Don't hate him, Ossie. Tried to save him from himself once. Failed. Now maybe I can save his boy."
"Lut's no boy. He's a mean son of a bitch, and don't you ever forget it."
"But not sneaky like his brother. Lut has a few good qualities."
"Name one."
"He's capable of loving a woman."
"Like all them whores he uses?"
Dudley wiped up the last of the omelette with a corner of bread and ate it before answering. "That's because of his father, Ossie. L.H. dirties most things he touches. My sister never should have married him."
"You were just as big a fool going partners with him."
"That was a mistake, I admit it. But I was young then."
"And just as soft in the head as you are now. I swear, dude, all those Hansons are a bad lot. Best you forget 'em."
"But you said it yourself, Ossie. Lut's my blood kin." She turned away from him, prepared a plate for herself, and squatted beside the fire to eat. Presently she asked,
"When you going back to Venus?"
"When enough of them need me up there."
"Need? You're a meddling old fool, dude. Don't see why I put up with you."
"Because you don't like being bored, Ossie." Her teeth flashed a wide grin.
"That's the truth and no mistake. But we gotta be careful with those Dreens, you hear?"
"I hear."
"That Habiba could be more trouble than a pen full of wildcats, dude. She may seem peaceful, but I got a bad feeling about that one."
"Ossie? You haven't been risking a look-in on Dreener without my knowing, have you?"
"I'm staying clean away from Dreens, but now we got a new one loose in our own backyard, so to speak. And I tell you true, I'm worried."
"He's just a kid, Ossie."
"But he's mixed up with your nephew. Dude, that could be real trouble. Might lead him straight to you."
"We'll watch it, Ossie, we'll watch it."
"That Dreen could make things hot enough around here even interim suits from your precious Venus couldn't save us."
"I told you I'd watch it."
"Like you did when you let old L.H. steal some of your best inventions?"
"He didn't get the really important stuff, Ossie."
"Enough to make him the richest man in our universe."
"Some things you can't buy, Ossie. Just remember that."
"I hope you're right. Here, take my plate. It's your turn to clean up."
In the ceremony of the seed house, a Dreen's need for dominant mass is made basic to his nature, and this is reinforced whenever he uses his image powers. Shape-shifting into reduced mass is seen by a Dreen's subconscious as a threat to his existence. But whether he shape-shifts smaller or larger, he must return quickly to his body's remembered mass. The longer he remains off-size, the more difficult it is to resume Dreen normalcy. The Dreen Subconscious, a Zone Patrol Report. On the 1,081st cycle of Habiba's reign, afternoon of the second day in the Dreener week, varying from 7 to 17 days depending on the season, Habiba made a mental note that this was officially New Story Day. Sunlight, tinted green by the visioplex of her witch's cap cupola atop the supreme cone, felt warm to her, but did not ease the chill in her seed glands. Her towering cone, riding on a floating island at the center of an ancient sea, put her high above the walls of an extinct volcano. From this vantage, Habiba now exercised her secret and exclusive power to see to the limits of Dreener's horizon and deep into the sea. To the west, across the distant flats, she identified Mugly the Elder's yellow cap and the green smocks of his aides. They stood beside a low building. A shallow dent in the soil nearby revealed where the stolen excursion ship had been. "It's gone," Habiba thought. "It's really gone. Jongleur was right to bring me the full story before Mugly comes ranting in here." Habiba wore no garment, permitting the taxables who might chance upon her to be reassured by sight of the great brown-skinned mother-body in its cupola greenhouse. The green silk of her hair, sprouting like a wild garden atop her mounded head, lay draped over her ears in a calculated tangle. Her large horn snout stood out prominently between her bulbous brown eyes. Her mouth, its dendritic pulpers withdrawn, formed a shocked oval. "Is this how it must end?" she asked herself. Far down below her pinnacle, visible in a sweeping panorama from the top of the control cone, ancestral homes of her people lay like scattered childhood toys, mud-colored copies of her dominant abode. She thought them rather pitiful in their immobility. A swirl of pumice dust drifted around the cone, but did not settle on the sea that filled the extinct volcano below her. The clear water of the sea glistened with reflected sunlight. Mugly the Elder and aides could not see her in the distant cone, but they stirred and glanced toward her, then looked away.
Mugli will think I incited the child to steal the ship, Habiba thought. He will not come right out and accuse me, but he will think of it. Poor Mugli. He believes his plans to erase Earth are such a secret. Despite the great distance, she identified his 7 companions by their distinctive movements. 2 of them attracted her special attention. Denny Ra and Prosek are in for a hard time. I will have to make some reassuring gesture in their tax assessments. Mugli goes too far sometimes. Mugli glared across the flat in the direction of the eroded volcano. The shiny green surface of Habiba's cone poked above the rim. He turned back to look at Denny Ra, a young adult female of low parentage. Short and plump, with deep creases beneath her eyes, Denny Ra displayed only limited storyteller signs. She crouched on all 4 legs while holding an ear flap open with an extruded hand, the better to hear Mugli's words. "You're sure the ship was operational?" he demanded. "With a storyteller captain such as yourself at the controls, Patricia was fully operational," Denny Ra said. "I intended to be that captain," Mugli growled. He twisted his floppy yellow cap, badge of his membership in the elite storytellers, to a firmer position on his head. The tiny silver pin on the cap, symbol of his rank as 3rd in command behind Habiba and Jongleur, jabbed into a finger, and he suppressed a cry of outrage. "Which of you was on duty when my ship was stolen?" Mugli demanded. He swept his glowering gaze across the 7 Dreens who stood in a semicircle around him. 6 sets of eyes twitched in the direction of Prosek, a tall, thick-eared Dreen, but Mugli pretended not to notice. "So it was that stupid Prosek." Mugli fixed his gaze on Luhan, youngest of the group and 2nd brightest of the 7 behind Denny Ra, despite a deformed but still extrudable right arm. "Or perhaps he is bright to compensate for the deformity." Luhan remained calm. So Luhan was not connected with this disaster. Mugli shifted attention to Alade, so neatly turned out in forest green, the big pockets of his smock empty as usual and pressed flat to show the sleek lines of his ideal Dreen form. A conformist who followed orders with lackluster consistency, always taking into account a way to avoid blame, Alade would be sure to have an impenetrable excuse for his part in this affair. He displayed a certain tension, though. Yes. Alade was one who recommended Prosek." Mugli turned and stared directly at Prosek. Barely awake and leaning his weight on his 2 left feet, Prosek fought to stay alert. His eyelids fluttered. "Basile hangover. And Prosek doubtless is one of those who calls me Mugli the characterless." Mugli waited, letting tensions build. The aides stared at him nervously. Mugli did not deceive himself about what they saw. There were few creases, supposedly marks of storytelling ability, in his light brown face. "I'm a great storyteller despite my lack of character lines." No false pride inflated Mugli's recognition that he could captivate large audiences with charm and wit. "I'm every bit as good as Jongleur." But these aides were more immediately familiar with his dark side, Mugli's fiery temper and ability to deceive. He was a person deeply frustrated by Dreens who promoted the much-touted, peaceful nature of their kind. "Prosek," Mugli barked, "look at you! Is this any way for my chief monitor to appear? What's the matter with you?" Prosek's eyes became bird-alert, then dull. "Speak up, Prosek." I'm Basile, isn't it?" Prosek lowered his gaze. Confession enough. But the chief monitor outraged Mugli even more by what he said next. "I have already told the full story to Jongleur." "He dared go over my head." "He has a sneaky intelligence." "What did you tell Jongleur?" Prozic stared along the bridge of his horn-tool nose at the ground.
Ryle, Jongleur's son, has been raising Basile and providing it for me. The boy obviously did it to incapacitate me and permit him to steal the ship.
You see, Mugly swept his gaze across the other aides, you, who share our secret that Earthers capture and imprison Dreens, must now have no doubts about the peril from that deadly planet. They knew what he meant. Basile, a terrible substance with no antidote, the only drug known to alter Dreen behavior, had originated on Earth. More and more insidious things were appearing from that place, once considered the product of a great story, Wimpley the Voyager's supreme creation. But the Basile. Earthers, totally unaffected by it, spiced their food with Basile. Despite severe warnings, Dreens persisted in bringing back large quantities of Basile from Earth. Clandestine Basile gardens had been found even on Dreener.
I want the full story,
Mugly said. They listened quietly while Prozic recounted his sorry tale. Prozic spoke loudly so Mugly would not be forced to lift an ear-flap, a thing certain to increase the elder's irritation.
You frequently let him board, Patricia? He was a gifted student and Jongleur's son. I thought he was just playing. He said his classes bored him.
A gifted student, indeed. He undoubtedly figured out the controls in short order.
He gave me his solemn promise he wouldn't touch the controls without an adult there to guide him.
A solemn promise? I'm sure that makes this whole affair acceptable.
I assumed the son of Jongleur would act with honor.
Honor? From the family of Jongleur? But is he not one of those who oppose erasure of Earth?
Habiba herself opposes it,
Prozic ventured. But I do not. Tell me, Prozic, to whom do you owe your eminence? You owe it to me. Did you not consider the possibility that Ryle might be his father's agent sent to sabotage me? Prozic shifted from left feet to right feet and back.
But how could they have known the ship's purpose?
Basile addled your brain, Mugly accused. They chose the perfect attack time, when the ship was ready to go. It is rumored that Ryle does not get along with his father, Denny-Ra said. The boy is known to have objected to the school for gifted children. Are you suggesting this was a schoolboy's lark? It must be considered, she said. She's right, but that doesn't help matters. Damn them. My ship could go nowhere but Earth. Erasure is another matter. I am the only one who knows the full sequence. I should have made the erasure automatic. Why didn't I plan for this contingency? Mugly was forced to be honest with himself. I wanted personal credit for eliminating this terrible danger. That's why. By the blasted off hind foot of an untaxable demon, my ego got in my way. It's going to rain, Luhan said. Mugly looked up at the suddenly cloudy sky. This would be the afternoon we ordered rain. We should go inside, Denny-Ra said. She looked pointedly in the direction of the supreme cone, reflecting Mugly's suspicion that Habiba could watch them wherever they were. Mugly agreed, and once in the guard station, took the only stool to sit and think, while the others stood in obedient silence. What now? Other than secrecy, what resources do I have? Mugly believed he concealed his thoughts during the Supreme Tax Collector's weekly thought cons. It was then that Habiba absorbed stories from people Mugly invited to her sharing. Mugly's aides certainly suspected his ability, but knew better than to inquire. He had stumbled on to the method, imaged disconnection of those neurons carrying conspiratorial memories, A piecemeal alteration Dreen considered impossible. It was timed to last a day, and left him feeling hazy, wishing Dreen had doctors. Muggley knew his concealment technique was dangerous. Do I create a different self by my disconnections? She gives no sign she suspects me. Habiba was always more interested in stories of lesser Dreens, the brightest junior storytellers, government tax collectors, and the like. She displayed obvious fascination in these stories that were the currency of Dreener, and along with stories went every other morsel of data in the minds of the ones Muggley invited to a ThoughtCon. She thinks she knows everything, and that's supposed to keep us honest. But the good of our universe requires me to carry out my conspiracy. Muggley did not know if he were the only Dreen capable of hiding his thoughts, and he dared not discuss it with anyone, not even with those who served him. If two people know a thing, it is no longer a secret. That was one valuable concept acquired from Earth. I do this for the love of Habiba, he told himself. He loved Habiba, as did all Dreens, but disagreed fiercely with her claim that non-violence was intrinsic to Dreen nature. Muggley saw something he called the larger picture. In it lay a total catastrophe destroying all Dreens. Dreener might be a planet of tranquility and restoration for weary storytellers home from their creative travels, but that universe out there contained wild pockets of supreme peril. I care not for other matters, but Earth must be destroyed. This belief he buried in his deepest thoughts, ready for disconnection at the slightest sign of prying. Except on ThoughtCon days, Muggley considered this several times each day. As long as I control invitations to ThoughtCons, Habiba will continue to believe I have only pure thoughts, and my plea for erasure of Earth is no more than an intellectual thing without plans to carry it out. And I will never permit her to share with those who serve me. Still, Muggley worried. If only he had been able to design and image Patricia by himself. The size and complexity of the task had forced him to enlist these aides, all of them young and possessed of comparatively low storytelling skills. They were, however, energetic imagers when he guided them. Most vital, they agreed with him that the destruction of Earth was for the good of Dreen posterity. But only I know all 8 parts to the puzzle of Patricia. And Patricia was needed, because the long-ago storyteller who had imaged Earth had set in motion a vehicle of destruction. Strange that Wimpley, the Voyager's image of Earth, has created such a cult of imitations. Why is it so popular? The death and destruction are easy to see. Earthers are sick with a fascination for weapons and attacks on other life forms. I'm sure they would attack even us if they learned about us. Muggley sighed. What could he suggest to his aides? Perhaps Ryle hoped to be a hero, Denny Ross said. Is it possible he learned of Patricia's purpose? He might have thought he would save our universe and return triumphant. There's no way he could have learned, Prosick said. Yes, Muggley agreed. He most likely would not have gone if he had discovered the secret, because that also would have told him the operator of the ship is likely to die in the erasure. Not to mention the deaths of the Dreen prisoners the Earther Zone Patrol is holding, Luhan said. Is there some way this could be turned to our political advantage? Prosick asked. Could Habiba be made to suspect Jongleur sent his son to steal your ship? Muggley looked at Prosick with new interest. Despite the Bazille addiction, Prosick showed sparks of real intelligence. ThoughtCons will tell her Jongleur had no part in it, Denny Ross said. Yes, always the ThoughtCons to complicate conspiracy. "Let me go after Ryle and activate the erasure ship," Prosick said. "Give me the chance to redeem myself." Mowgli listened to the rain on the guard station roof for a moment, thinking, "What if Jongleur too can hide his thoughts?" "You will be tempted by Bazil on earth," Mowgli said. "I swear I will not touch it. Believe me." "I thought of following him myself," Mowgli said. "But I hold knowledge valuable to the Earthers, and if I were captured—"
"And we need you at the thought cons," Dinny Ra said.
"Prosick," Mowgli said, "how do we know we can trust you?" "I will dedicate myself."
Again Mowgli listened to the rain on the roof. The temper was subsiding. He studied the penitent expression of Prosick's face. Yes, Prosick was most easily spared. "Very well. I will share the secrets of activating Patricia, and you will go. Take my personal excursion ship, the Kalak 3. But flee rather than be captured."
"What will you tell Habiba?"
Luhan asked.
Trust Luhan to ask the most worrisome question. "I will tell her the truth, that my aides took it on themselves to prepare a ship in case Habiba agreed to erase Earth. But now Jongleur's son Ryle has stolen the ship, and that may be disastrous." Dreens appear capable of creating only viral and bacterial life forms as an aspect of what they call idmaging. This creativity and allied shape-shifting powers impose their own rules. Idmaged life forms follow laws of evolution inherent to themselves and their environments. Dreens display ignorance about many aspects of their creations, and say such understanding does not submit to rational analysis. Dreen Mysteries, a Zone Patrol Report. After the morning gruel, 2 Zone Patrol guards in brown and blue uniforms with gold braid of command echelon escorted Lutt down the drab cell-block corridor and up an elevator to the next level. Lutt felt clear-headed and in control of himself after a restful sleep disturbed by a brief nightmare, most of whose details vanished on awakening. Something about redecorating his cell and then removing the changes. "No more hallucinations," he told himself.
The elevator opened into a round room with smoky grey glass wall panels that changed shape as he focused on them.
Spirit glass.
The glass, an Osceola Industries monopoly, had been demonstrated to him once in a Hansen laboratory where his father's researchers failed to penetrate their secret.
"Dangerous stuff," a technician had warned. "It can twist your mind out of shape."
A familiar whisper interrupted his nervous examination of the glass-walled room. "Major Captain will be with you presently."
"That's interesting,"
Ryle intruded. Lutt came to a stop between his 2 guards, his body trembling without control. That voice in his head again! But it was not like the familiar whisper that came to him almost as though originating within his left ear.
"Who was that whispering?"
Ryle asked.
"It was you, wasn't it?"
"I'm glad you finally accept my presence, but I assure you it was not I who whispered."
"I don't accept you or anything like you."
"It felt almost as though it came through the spirals," Ryle offered.
"Shut up! Get out of my head!"
Slowly, Lutt brought the trembling under control. The 2 guards were amused by his obvious fear, he saw, if they only knew the cause. The whisper was a disconnected piece of a lifetime puzzle floating in Lutt's awareness. The pieces knocked against one another without proper alignment.
"Major Captain. Another crazy name."
People with bizarre names often came associated with that eerie whisper.
There had been Tundra Farmer, a stocky playmate of his childhood. Tunny, as most called him, always appeared when Lot was about to be defeated in a schoolyard fight. The strange child threw such a barrage of blows that after a time his mere appearance sent attackers fleeing. Other oddly named people aided Lot in adolescence and young adulthood. Pippoliter got him through college math, and Waxy Gord convinced him to concentrate on aerospace design, solar communication, and study of the flame-drenched planet Venus. Most recently, Samuel Robert Cand, an aerospace engineer, had presented himself to Lot and been placed in charge of the Vortraveler shop. Even Vorspiral had come to him via that disembodied whisper. A label accompanied by such a spate of technical data, Lot had dashed to the nearest recorder to preserve it for later examination. When he had said Vorspiral once in his mother's presence, she surprised him by saying, "I've heard your Uncle Dudley say that. What does it mean?" They had been home after one of her interminable afternoon teas, and Lot, bored by compulsory attendance, had been galvanized. "Uncle Dudley? Where and how did he mention Vorspirals? When?" "Oh, dear, I don't remember. But it is a curious word. Does it mean anything?" "I'm not sure. Where's Uncle Dudley? I have to talk to him." "You know he and your father had a falling out, dear, and you mustn't upset your father." "But where's Uncle Dudley?" "Everyone says he's on Venus, as I'm sure you've heard. I don't know why, what with all the violence there. It's best we forget my poor brother, dear. He always was a bit strange." And that was all she would say about Uncle Dudley. Sam Arcan's appearance to work on the Vortraveler had not really surprised Lot, but he still wondered if Uncle Dudley were behind this mystery, especially when the best investigators Lot hired could not find a trace of the man. Was Major Captain, another oddly named helper? Faced with spirit glass windows, Lot suspected he would need all the help he could get. One of them thrusting each shoulder, the ZP guards pushed him toward the center of the room. "Find your way to the circle at the center," one of them growled. Lot stumbled away from the guards and heard a sliding sound behind him. He turned and was in time to see a spirit glass panel close off the elevator. His last view of the two guards was of them grinning at him. What circle at the center? Lot wondered. He turned away from the panel concealing the elevator and saw a spiral pattern spinning on the floor at the center of the room. It had not been there before. They were projecting it from somewhere, but he could not determine the source. Spiral. Another spiral. Lot looked at the spirit glass on the far wall, and for an instant thought he saw the remembered features of Uncle Dudley in the smoky depths. The image disappeared and reshaped into an older Uncle Dudley seated on a rickety pier. Uncle Dudley was watching a woman with a cane pole fish from the end of the pier. The woman turned, and Lot recognized Osceola, looking much as she had in the most recent media picture on the 5 o'clock news. The pier, Uncle Dudley, and Osceola dissolved into grey mists. Nightmare. The spirit glass was taking over his mind. But spirit glass windows were an exclusive product of Osceola Industries. Why couldn't the glass show her? Lot shook his head. Osceola, another barrier to his father's dreams of empire. Beth Osceola, a 72-year-old half-Seminole, ran her company with no regard for L.H.'s dreams. She refused to sell Osceola Industries to his father and would not even return a VidCom call. "The old bag," Hanson Sr. called her, but Lot secretly admired her independence. A sibilant voice, with no apparent source, abruptly hissed at him, "Stand on the circle at the center." With a helpless feeling of compulsion, Lot stepped forward onto the spinning spiral. The spirit glass in front of him whirled with dancing lights. "They're going to fry my brain." Where was Major Captain? Where was any helper now that he needed one? He closed his eyes, but memory of the spirit glass filled his awareness. What could he do? The glass could be shattered by a blow, but behaved more like liquid than any solid substance. He opened his eyes and tried to count the windows around the room. They undulated sickeningly. 35 windows. That's my age. He counted them once more and came up with 16. That's my age, Ryle intruded. Stop counting them. You don't exist, so stop telling me what to do. This was much more than interrogation, Lutt realized, and it was very dangerous to his sanity. Of course it's dangerous to our sanity, Ryle offered. Voices in my head, hallucinations. Lutt felt perspiration on his brow. He rubbed a moist palm across his mouth and smelled machine oil. Machine oil? That's the smell in my Vor-Traveler. Where is my ship? What happened to Dritch Baker? Baker's dead, I told you that. You'd be dead too if I hadn't saved us. Now let me help you, or that spirit glass will get us both. I don't believe in you. Stop that. I leave you in control of our body for a few minutes, and you fall into this crazy delusion. You're the delusion. You listen to me, Lutt. For the sake of appearances, I'm letting you take charge, but I can stop that any time I want. So stop it. Stop messing up my mind. Use some intelligence, Lutt. These zone patrol people are suspicious. If I made some non-human slip, they'd notice. Do you want to spend the rest of your life in a cell? Then if you're real, why don't you go to sleep and let me handle this? I need to learn about you, Lutt. And we Dreens don't need much sleep. So don't think you can wait until I doze off. Dreens lead very active lives. Lutt removed his glasses, found a handkerchief, and wiped perspiration from the lenses. In a search for a handkerchief, he determined that his other personal effects, keys, watch, slips of mini-note, a small pen, were gone. Removed by the zone patrol? They took everything from our pockets, Ryle offered. That voice in his head again. But why was the ZP interrogating him? Even in voiceless mental communication, Ryle's next offering was patronizing. It's because of the crash. You know that. But have you noticed how well you see without glasses? Lutt looked at the glasses in his hand, at the room, at the handkerchief. Shocked, he realized he was seeing clearly without glasses. You are seeing well because these are not your eyes, Lutt. They're my eyes. I imaged only plain glass in your lenses. Good imaging, eh? A technique I learned in school, and am delighted to see I can perform. Does this convince you? Lutt replaced the glasses on his nose. I must fix my mind on one thing to keep my sanity. To keep your delusion, you mean? He ignored this, and watched a pane of spirit glass change from square to round, then to oval and rectangular. Psychiatrists and police were said to be the principal customers for spirit glass. Investigators said prolonged exposure to the constantly changing shapes turned a subject's brain to mush, causing him to reveal his darkest secrets. Interrogators wore special glasses to protect them from this dangerous effect. A loud click startled Lutt, causing him to retreat from the central spiral. He looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a brown dome emerging from the floor nearby. A hum of motors and noise of gears accompanied the appearance of this object. The odor of machine oil was pronounced. A female voice filled the room. "Stay within the circle." That's some kind of freaking Vor spiral, Lutt thought. Spiral, just spiral. It is a Dreen label. Dreen schmeen. But something forced Lutt onto the spiral. Where is my helper? He wondered. With an increasingly loud hum, the dome came through the floor. Tiles folded into place around it. The room fell silent. Lutt saw a jagged dent in the dome, surely a sign of damage. A flaw in the adversary? Adversary, this is my nation's zone patrol. By what right are you holding me? He demanded. Something in the dome gave off a dull clunk. He heard a low voice say, "Oh, shit." Then another dull clunk. Slowly the dome opened, a metal flower spreading 8 curved petals onto the floor around it. In the center, at a shiny silver desk, sat a fair-skinned female officer in the dark brown of Zone Patrol Special Forces. Blue-black hair wisped from under her gold-trimmed officer's cap. Her collar displayed golden ovals with caduceus symbols. She appeared preoccupied with turning a large wheel beside her. Medical officer of some kind, Lutt thought, but he had no military experience to tell him her rank or specialty. She wore dark glasses that glittered when she aimed them at him. Abruptly she released her hold on the wheel and laughed, a menacing sound that sent a chill up Lutt's back. She slammed a fist against the wheel, and it vanished into the desk. "Why do you need that wheel?" Lutt ventured. "I thought the military was fully automated." "Shut up, you. I'll ask the questions here." "No, gentle lady, this one." She adjusted her dark glasses on her nose. "I am Major Paula Captain." Crisp, authoritarian voice. She did not sound like one of his periodic helpers. Father always said to attack when in doubt. Lutt took a deep breath. "Have you been a major long enough to get over being called Captain, Captain?" "Your lame levity is not amusing, Mr. Hanson." "Then maybe I should publish a series on how the military gold plates everything to make jobs for officers. Would that amuse you?" "Are you threatening me?" "Oh, no, Major Captain, ma'am." "I've heard every play on my name your lame brain could imagine, and I do not bow to threats. Is that clear?" "As clear as spirit glass, Captain. I mean, Major." She glanced at something on her desk. "You've been brought before me on an extremely serious charge." "Trespassing," Lutt said. She leaned toward him. "We could have blasted you out of space without warning. Do you understand that?" Lutt stared past her at a pulsing panel of spirit glass. "Lutt, stop looking at that glass. That's what she wants." The voice in his head. Real or not, a good warning. He shifted attention to Major Captain and imagined her naked. That sometimes put officious types in proper perspective. Firm chin, largish nose, small breasts. The desk hid her legs. The room's light shifted suddenly, and the spirit glass became mirrors. The glass reflected several aspects of Major Captain. All of them wavered and elongated, then shortened. "Your guards told me to stand in a circle, but this is a spiral under me," Lutt said. "I know something about spirals." "Perhaps you didn't locate the correct place to stand," she said. No hint of a smile. "She wants you to look around. Don't do it." Again, good advice from the voice in his head. Lutt formed what he hoped was a sarcastic smile. Something under her desk went clickety-clickety. She struck the desk with a fist, and the sound stopped. Lutt concentrated on the spirit glass behind the Major. Grey silhouettes there began to dance suggestively. "The glass responds to your lustful mind. Don't do that." He imagined rabbit ears, and they attached themselves to her reflection. Lutt chuckled. "I'll have her nibbled to death by rabbits." 2 rabbits appeared in the reflections and began eating the Major's images. The illusion vanished with an audible burp. "Have you ever heard of Dreens?" she asked. Urgency gave Ryle command of their voice. "Screens? What kind of screens?" "I said Dreens." "What the hell are Dreens?" He inched backwards. "Stay in a circle," she barked. "I understand." Ryle spoke with tenuous voice control. "Black is white, and brains are pudding to be stirred and eaten." She leaned forward, an elbow on her desk, and supported her chin on one hand. Her expression did not change. Ryle felt a growing panic from Lot.
"All right, take over, but be cautious. This one could throw us into prison forever."
Hesitantly, Lot resumed control. He blinked, stalling to get his thoughts in order, and glanced around, trying once more to count the panels.
"Stop counting. You'll get a different number each time."
"Perhaps you've overlooked something," she said.
"This room is supposed to seem like a whole level of the building, but it's too small," Lot said. "Any idiot can see that. Even you. It's just tricks, illusions. I stopped being impressed by carnival games when I was 10. She laughed, and once more it carried a mean tone.
"I freely admit there are other rooms on this level. Do you know which panels are actually doors into those rooms?"
"Look at her, not at the spirit glass."
Lot stared at her and realized he was looking at a reflection. He swept his gaze around and focused on what he thought was Major Captain, seated at her desk.
"I know about spirit glass," he said. "It's supposed to turn my brain into pulp for an inquisitor like you."
"Considering who your father is, I don't doubt you've seen such glass," she said. "But you're not with your father now."
"He'll be madder than a wet adder when he learns about this."
"Come now. Why don't you look at me?" Lot realized he had been looking at another reflection. He turned and saw the desk with Major Captain behind it. She smiled, cold and frightening. "Be a good boy, and help me get through this." The way she said "good boy" sounded vaguely like his mother. This Major Captain was an irritating bitch. He saw a female dog in a reflection. It was suckling a puppy, but turned on the puppy and ate it. Lot felt like vomiting. "Lot Hansen, Jr.," she said. "I'm told you're a good newspaper man, but you've never heard of Dreen's."
"That's double talk. You're just trying to confuse me."
"Are you a good newspaper man?"
"Hell, I own a newspaper."
"No, Daddy owns it. He gave it to you as a plaything." All of the Major's reflections began chanting in Lot's mind. "Daddy owns it, Daddy owns it, Daddy owns it."
"You're hallucinating. Stop it."
Lot felt his face flush hot.
"Where's my ship?" he demanded. "You'd better release me and return my ship."
"You've been conducting illegal research on space travel."
"Who says it's illegal? Show me the law."
She propped her display screen into a new position, studied it a moment, then smiled sweetly at Lot. "Spiraled communications, yes. And now you want to take this development into space."
"Who told you? Where did you—"
"I ask the questions. You answer."
"This is no way to negotiate with me for the use of what I've discovered. Is that what you're doing?"
"What have you discovered?"
"None of your damn business."
"Oh? Well, we'll find out when you apply for patent."
"I'm not going to patent. I'm going to keep it secret and protect it with a self-destruct system."
She scowled. "Are you saying your ship self-destructed?"
"I'm not saying anything."
"What if I said you collided with his own patrol ship?"
"I'd call you a liar."
"Were you drunk or on drugs, Mr. Hansen?"
"Your doctors have already told you I'm clean. I don't befuddle my brain."
"We haven't rayed you, but the preliminary examination says you came through the accident remarkably unscathed. How did you do that when your co-pilot was killed?" "I told you Dritch was dead."
"Stay out of this."
"Steer her away from this, fool. Next you'll be telling her the other ship was Dreen, and we'll be in the soup."
"You know I don't believe that."
"You got us into this mess, Lot, improperly accessing a spiral. Don't make it any worse."
"I'll do what I damn well please."
"Despite its human appearance, our body is mostly Dreen. Haven't you any gratitude for what I did to save you?"
"There's no such thing as a Dreen."
"Damn it, we both heard her."
"Just more hallucination."
Desperately, Ryle tried once more to override Lot, and met resistance greater than anticipated. Ryle tried to move their left foot and felt it twitch. What was happening here? Yesterday Lot had been weak and easily controlled. Now he was fearful, angry, and stronger.
"Lot, the Zone Patrol has Dreen captives who may never see freedom again. Do you want to join them?"
I don't want to believe this.
You must believe it.
It's the spirit glass. They've fried my brain.
Ryle hesitated. With a sinking feeling, he realized he could take command of this body, but the effort would be sure to arouse the interrogator's suspicions. Lutt allowed himself a gloating thought. I feel better today. I'm okay, except for an annoying voice in my mind. Clasping his hands over his head, Lutt stretched, making his knuckles pop. Urgency gave Ryle control of their voice, and he blurted, "Don't do that!" Major Captain stiffened. What don't you want me to do? Privately, Ryle thought, that was a mistake. By the fallow glands of a sterile tax collector. Did I merge incorrectly? Lutt grinned and resumed control of their voice. Just trying to keep you awake. Looked like you were getting sleepy. How can you tell? You can't see my eyes. Lutt closed his eyes and sighed, concentrating on his bodily sensations. Was it possible this creature calling itself Ryle actually existed? Concentration gave Lutt the momentary sensation of Dreen inward seeing. It was elusive, just at the fringe of comprehension. Sickening. "You're the one looking sleepy," Major Captain said. Lutt opened his eyes. "I have a headache." "Then speed this up by telling me about the Dreen ship you hit." "There you go, with that double talk." "You're doing fine, Lutt. Accuse her. Attack." Behind the Major, Lutt saw a glass panel take the shape of a kangaroo. It began hopping from panel to panel. Meeting the undulating form of a naked Major Captain in a panel, the kangaroo developed a large penis. "Lutt, stop that! It's exactly what she wants!" The kangaroo vanished, but all of the spirit glass began to undulate suggestively. Multiple reflections of the Major appeared in a clinging yellow gown. Lutt tried to find the real Major among the reflections. "Find the one in uniform, idiot!" He saw her then, seated at her desk, but there was lace at her neck. She appeared to look directly at him. "What do you see?" she asked. "What do you see?" Lutt countered. "You tell me what you see." "I want out of here, and I want my ship. The ship I hit came out of thin air without any warning. I'm not to blame." "Air? In space?" "You know what I mean." "I'm sorry, but you must tell me yourself what you mean." "I'm patriotic, and I'll cooperate as much as possible, but I won't give away my family's proprietary secrets. You'll have to pay hard cash for those." "We'll learn all we need from the wreckage." "No, she won't." Ryle thought it openly, allowing Lutt to share. "My Dreen drive self-destructed to keep it from alien hands." Lutt found himself not quite accepting the reality of this voice, but desperately wanting to believe what it now said. "Are you sure?" "I saw it happen. Patricia would not let herself fall into earther hands." "Patricia?" "A very odd name, I agree." Major Captain cleared her throat. "Are you suggesting you hit a UFO?" "Of course not." "We've had enough such nonsense. It does nothing but create panic and hysteria." "Lie. Say there was no other ship. Say you had a malfunction, your ship strayed off course and exploded." That was a good idea. Lutt accepted it and obeyed. Major Captain listened quietly. She appeared pleased. When Lutt fell silent, she touched a lever on her desk. The spirit glass became steady, a dull shade of opaque grey. Major Captain removed her glasses, revealing eyes almost the same grey as the spirit glass. Her mouth formed a rigid smile. He had never before seen an expression that chilling. That was the explanation she wanted. Damned voice in his head. "Let's understand each other, Mr. Hanson. Technically, you broke the law by entering a restricted area. What were you doing there?" "I had an accident. Isn't there an unwritten law about any port in a storm? Doesn't the Zone Patrol have obligations to taxpayers?" "Be quiet, little man. We could put you away for a long time. But our examination of your ship led us to the conclusion you have just voiced." "I told you the truth.
Of course you did. But only after you tried to develop a story you could exploit in your damned newspaper. So I'm a businessman, and my experiments are expensive. We're willing to shelve prosecution, Mr. Hanson, but only on one condition. Uh-oh, here it comes. Will you get out of my mind? Our mind, Lot, our mind. Well, ask her what condition. What condition? If you develop anything valuable for national defense, you give it to the Zone Patrol first. That's blackmail. It's good business. While Lot was distracted by this idea, Ryle suddenly seized control of their voice and said, "Shit!" No need to get angry, Mr. Hanson. We'll pay well. But Ryle's reaction was to the sudden realization he could have escaped the Zone Patrol cell by shape-shifting into a long, thin snake, having mass equal to his Dreen body. But they'd have known I was Dreen, then. Fearfully, he returned control to Lot. "You're young," Major Captain said. "Perhaps you'll be wiser when you mature." She opened a desk drawer and removed a clear plastic bag, which she extended toward Lot. "Your personal effects." Lot accepted them, fearful of what his misbehaving body might do next. Why was he saying these things? "You're damn lucky to have such an influential father," Major Captain said. So father put on the pressure. Emboldened by this realization, Lot said, "And I want my ship back as soon as possible." "It sustained extensive damage, and there'll be a hearing over the death of your co-pilot." "Dritch signed all of the test pilot waivers. We carried heavy insurance for his survivors." "No doubt. We merely wish to determine the degree of your culpability." "Dritch was in control when it happened." "They'll follow and watch us." "Will you stop distracting me?" Major Captain glanced at her screen. Then, "As for your ship, you can have it, but we don't deliver. See our warehouseman in Section 154C. "How do I find this warehouse?" "They'll give you directions when you sign out. Take the elevator up one level and check out with the lobby guard. And you damn well better say nothing about Dreens." "Lady, if I knew what you were talking about, I'd discuss this with you. Personally, I think you're nuts." "We'll see who's aberrated. Oh, there's a limo waiting outside for you." Lot smiled. So, the Zone Patrol was sending him home in style. He hoped the elevator would be visible when he turned. It was. But the Major was not through with him. "That's some limo they sent for you. Your father must have those things made for some Chinese circus." "Oh, damn, damn, damn! It's a Hanson limo, one of our blasted rickshaws. They know I hate 'em. Why are they coming for me in one of those?" Combining life forms has a long history of creating havoc. Dreen warning. It was a full ThoughtCon of Dreen elite in the Visioplex cupola atop Habiba's cone. Giving off a faint icy yellow glow, the supreme tax collector perched in a gold and white robe at the peak of the circular room. Below her, spaced along a spiral terrace that wound its way down to the lowest members of the hierarchy, sat the chosen ones, invited here by Mowgli. Beneath Habiba at her right, chief storyteller Jongleur rocked slowly, balanced at the edge of ThoughtCon trance. Mowgli the elder sat half a meter farther down the terrace. Below them were 34 others, 26 of the senior elite and 8 juniors. All of those below Habiba wore large pocketed black robes with floppy ochre berets. The soft berets of seniors flopped to the right, while those of the juniors flopped to the left. Mowgli squirmed in his seat. He felt hazy and inadequate, unaware that he had disconnected his conspiratorial memories before entering the cupola. Moments earlier he had felt a tingling in his nose, spine, and hair roots, as Habiba drew energy from his body. Presently he felt vaguely serene. Habiba had explained once that seating in a spiral cone permitted an upswirl of thoughts, which she absorbed instantly in her ancient and eternal brain. This is the combined information from which I make my state decisions.
Mowgli looked out at the island whirling in the center of the sea below the cone.
The sea of all things. Why do we call it that?
Habiba did not respond to his unspoken question. Mowgli was forced to consider the possibilities while he waited for whatever Habiba might introduce next.
Sea of all things, and the island beneath him. No Dreen had imaged any of this, so Habiba said.
A quirk of nature had made the island, a round boat kept afloat by air pockets of pumice, and held in one place by a continuous whirlpool that spun it in the center of the sea.
What keeps the whirlpool going?
Again Habiba did not respond. Habiba's cone of control sat on precision rollers, turning in an equal but opposite direction to the whirlpool. This kept the cone stationary in relation to the volcano's outer rim. There was no sensation of movement within the cupola. Coming out of her thought-con trance, Habiba saw the lights on the volcano rim that locked the cone in its single directional orientation. 600 lights on tall towers ringed the sea of all things. They flashed alternately red and blue. Whenever the cupola's visiplex was open, she could hear the faint synchronized pips as the cone's receivers acknowledged each light signal. But the cupola was sealed now for ThoughtCon. Habiba listened and heard only the deep, soft breathing of entranced subordinates.
The sea of all things, she said, forcing the magnificent words to tumble through the minds of those below her.
All turned to look down on the sea. Perfectly clear water, to tune them in to perfectly clear thoughts. Despite its clarity, the sea gave the illusion of not being deep. But Habiba knew it extended into unfathomable depths, conforming to the ampleness of Dreener itself. As with all of Dreener's water, the sea surface held no impurities, no algae, no suspended particles. Creatures were known to live far down in its darkness, where even Habiba's uniquely amplified vision could not penetrate. Creatures conceived by Dreen imagination lived there, and young storytellers competed to image the most outlandish life forms for the sea of all things. Even Habiba, who had heard more stories than any other Dreen, did not know all that lay beyond the reaches of her secret powers. There were stories about stories, and some of them had the ring of truth. It was a fact that she could not possibly share every story. Thus, she could not know everything that existed. In this aspect, the sea stood as a symbol of the Idmage mystery. No one could know all things, and the sea could not contain all things except in potential. Therefore, the sea, as a symbol, represented only the ideal of perfect and complete knowledge. Some of these reflections filtered down the thought-con spiral, accepted at lower levels according to the abilities of each Dreen. Only Habiba and Jongleur were expected to go in and out of thought-con trance during the sharing. Jongleur occasionally added refinements or suggestions. He did this mostly in private sessions afterward. Today, however, Mowgli intruded with constant harping worries about Earth. There was no doubt that his argument gained force from the theft of the special excursion ship. Habiba was forced to consider the threat.
Ryle is only a child, and he may make very serious errors.
Who could deny it? The child already had shown a tendency toward mistaken judgments.
Perhaps we should have treated him with a soother.
It had been so difficult, though, to say her firstborn's firstborn might be, well, aberrant. But what to do about Earth? Their warlike people now possessed spacecraft capable of attacking other planets. She saw their present ships as no immediate threat,
But if Earthers achieved the Dreen drive, they could come through the spirals to threaten Dreener itself. What if, through some quirky accident, they captured this child and his ship? It was a horrible thought, and her own past words came back to haunt her. She had said a thing to Jongleur and others on many occasions. "We have no weapons for defense or offense. This is as it should be. History has proven that the entry of even the tiniest weapon into any society always leads to violence and the ultimate destruction of the entire social organism that has allowed this mistake." Dreen imaging had experimented with countless forms of free will, every time with the same dismal result. But the most recent reports brought from Earth complicated her considerations. Mowgli intruded with one of his warnings. "The danger increases. Experiments in travel through the spirals are being conducted on Earth at this very moment." That was the substance of a recent report. No doubt of it. An Earther named Lut Hansen, Jr. was reported to have relayed radio messages in spiral form, transmitting from spaceships in the Earth's solar system. How could the Earther fail to suspect that spiral travel also was possible? This human might be close to a solution. "The warriors of Earth could be at our doorstep with their terrible weapons." The elite storytellers below her had brought even more ominous news today, a report from the latest Earth excursion. Earth nations have concluded a mutually verifiable treaty, freezing and bridling their most awesome weapons. So they were not as likely to exterminate themselves. It meant they were not in imminent danger of meeting the fate that had destroyed other people reaching a similar stage of war technology. "Our problem is the universe's problem," Habiba said. She gazed across the sea of all things while this thought swirled down into the ranks. "All things are images held in our memories. When the last Dreen dies, the universe dies." A statement requiring no response. Jongleur ruminated on the supreme tax collector's words. "Why did it have to be my son who precipitated this crisis?" Habiba reached down and patted his head. Jongleur looked up at her lovingly. Habiba in full sunlight was a green goddess, her hair a salad of delights. He took a deep breath, restored by her touch, and glanced around the cupola. Once more sadness engulfed him. The window frames were shedding black flakes, and the greenish-brown hardened vegetation at the base of the cupola needed polishing. Habiba must approve each maintenance detail, and, in the normal course, these matters were cared for efficiently by useful manual labor and imaging. She had had other problems to occupy her attention of late, though, and the cupola reflected neglect. "Perhaps we are too curious about the unlimited possibilities in an unlimited universe," Jongleur said. "Who says it's unlimited?" Mowgli demanded. "It is ample," Habiba said. Jongleur considered this, and thought then about the tourist-like curiosity of Dreens. Overdeveloped curiosity. Dreens always wanted to go in person and see the places, the creatures and marvels they had heard about in story form. Many stories touched on Earth because Dreen visitors had intervened with image changes over the millennia. Variations on a theme. It was an extremely popular place to visit, but always presented that problem of free will no Dreen seemed capable of changing. Such a pretty planet, though, when you got away from the places the occupants had contaminated and defaced with their constant disregard for consequences. Why didn't the original image contain an injunction against fouling their own nest? Mowgli wanted to know. Because that goes against free will, Jongleur explained. None of this helped Habiba with a solution to the Earth problem. She had tried sending representatives to approach the planet openly, using many different shapes of ships and forms of life. But Earthers always shot first with no apparent interest in the identity or purpose of visitors. Shoot first and ask questions afterward was an Earther cliché. We must believe it, then, Habiba thought. They would approach Dreen that way, too, guns blazing and bombs flying. Our advanced technology would make them suspect we possess commensurate war technology. They would fear us and try to exterminate us. How can we possibly teach them that the absence of monstrous weaponry represents a more advanced civilization? They already hold some of our people captive, Mowgli reminded her. But they have none of our ships, and do not know our location, Jongleur said. Ah, the Dreen pacifist tries to lull us, Mowgli sneered. All Dreens are naturally pacifist, Habiba reminded him. Am I not a Dreen? Mowgli demanded. And you are more peaceful than you care to admit, Habiba said. You merely have a capacity for anger that does not appear very often in our people. Are you saying I am the product of a bad seed? Mowgli. Sorry, Habiba. I do love you dearly. Sweet Mowgli, try to smooth over your anger. But the Earth Zone Patrol holds 91 of our people, and every time we try to free them, we lose more. The Zone Patrol is crafty because they were imaged that way, Jongleur said. But they hold the prisoners separated, move them often, and apparently keep them under almost constant interrogation. They may not yet have seen the original Dreen form, nor witnessed our full imaging capabilities, Jongleur said. Will your son change that? Mowgli asked. Whatever happens, he does not have the secrets of our technology, nor do any of the prisoners. Only you and Habiba and I share that precious knowledge. Why do you think I didn't go racing off after my ship? Your people took much on themselves to image such a ship, Habiba said. I have censured them severely, and as punishment have ruled that none of them may ever share your precious presence in a thought-con.
Because he had disconnected his most secret thoughts, Mowgli believed this untruth sincerely, and for a moment was awed by the cruel severity of his own anger.
For once, though, Jongleur agreed with him. You were wise, Mowgli. Your action sends a salutary signal throughout Dreen. But it teaches very little, other than the severity of those who rule, Habiba said, and I doubt it will stop others from trying similar tricks. Jongleur looked upward, and seeing the intense downward stare of Habiba's round brown eyes, realized he was distracting her from developing a solution to their crisis. The supreme tax collector's sensitive microneurons required serenity to perform at their best. Jongleur swiveled his eyes inward and concentrated on transmitting serene story thoughts. The others in the thought-con took their cue from him and reinforced the sense of serenity. Only Mowgli the Elder maintained a tiny jangling interference, but it was so small that Habiba alone could sense it. Habiba now engaged in a performance available only to herself. One eye turned outward, and the other inward. This act separated consciousness from unconsciousness, even while she sank into thought-con trance. The trance itself permitted her to mediate between her separated selves. Below her, 36 other minds added their efforts to Habiba's.
The intense energy generated by this concentration lifted the cupola from the roof of the cone and allowed it to turn with the swirling of the whirlpool in the sea below them. Higher and higher the cupola flew, piercing clouds and rising into the stratosphere until the winds there buffeted it. Still it climbed, always keeping its alignment with the cone far below. Habiba knew she had never flown this high before, but Dreens had never before encountered a problem of this magnitude. "Earth must be a faulty image," she told herself.
At last the cupola ceased rising, but it was far out of the atmosphere. The occupants survived now on air their combined energy imaged, and were warmed by the heat of their own efforts, protected by this concentration from intrusions of other thoughts and objects.
Habiba's released awareness flowed through all the stories of Earth she had shared, shutting out distractions. Every known facet of earther existence the Dreens had witnessed and told in their tax tales or other sharings, a comprehensive picture within which she searched for earther motivations, absorbed her entire attention. The cupola, without her to hold it, sped off laterally, far beyond the sea of all things. After a time no one could count, a solution occurred to her. Habiba withdrew from the trance, and found her cupola sitting in a meadow of bright yellow flowers, almost the same color as her icy yellow thought-con aura. "Like the first child seed that I made fertile," she thought. But these were not child seed flowers. All such plants were gone, picked by her hands and never again to grow on Dreener, unless eternity demanded she plant them. With a pang, Habiba recalled the ancient odors of the child-seed flowers, never more to enjoy such beauty. Something about nevermore things troubled and frightened her. She wanted permanent creations, or at the very least renewable cycles. Would she ever again know child-seed flowers? Habiba longed either to learn the answer or to forget the question. The thought-con elite remained entranced below her, breathing deeply, their energies decreasing. Presently they could be awakened. "And I will be here, Habiba the Eternal." That was how her people saw her, supreme tax collector, mother of all, the first Dreen. No family elders lived below her home. She alone among Dreens needed no mate. Dreens could not conceive of anyone or anything predating Habiba. She had always ruled Dreener and therefore commanded the universe. She would always occupy that pinnacle. Such reflections disturbed Habiba. She felt the discord worry its way down the entranced hierarchy of the thought-con. There was a first memory in her awareness, and she tried to avoid it, but now felt unable to escape. I awakened. I remembered a void, nothing in it, and I was a naked girl in a great meadow of yellow flowers. How did I know to pick and store their seeds? She recalled the pleasant warmth of that long-ago meadow where she had imaged her first mud-brick shelter as a center for neat rows of stone containers holding the child seeds. Countless containers. Jars as large as her youthful body. They stretched farther than even her eyes could see, and her eyes saw farther than those of any other Dreen. Nothing ever again grew where child-seed plants flowered. I filled all the jars, a sacred task. How did I know it was sacred? The years of the harvest did not seem long to her immortal time sense. Any measured time appeared minuscule when seen against eternity, Habiba thought, and she called the harvest time first day. At dawn of second day, another period of uncounted sunrises and sunsets, Habiba spoke her first words. These are the child seeds of my people.
From 70 brown seeds she brought forth the first children, 35 females and 35 males. When they were born, that was the dawn of Third Day, an evermore period extending through this time of the Earth period. Earth. The shock snap of this reality awakened the elite. "I have considered the erasure of Earth," she said.
"Mass capital punishment is unthinkable,"
Jongleur objected. Habiba did not need to look down at Jongleur to know he stared at her in fearful amazement. The familiarity of eons told her every physical reaction of her chief storyteller. "My firstborn." "I reject erasure," Habiba said, "but not because capital punishment is objectionable. Earth's death would precipitate a storytelling sickness. I fear that our sensitive, creative minds might experience image withdrawal. Would that not mean the death of all Dreens?" Jongleur nodded. Habiba was so wise. She shifted slightly on her perch. A thin vertical shadow cast by a visuplex frame crossed to the right side of her face. To Jongleur the shadow was like the deep creases that etched her dear features. He noted her thought-con aura subsiding, the icy yellow visible to all of her people, brighter and more constant than the aura of any other Dreen. Mowgli could hold his silence no longer. "But erasure would solve the problem permanently. Dear Habiba, even though my people acted on their own, perhaps they were not misguided." "Erasure, dear Mowgli, would bring other problems, some quite possibly beyond our powers to correct." Mowgli sat in stunned immobility. Problems beyond Dreen imaging powers? What problems?" he stammered. "I really don't know, Mowgli, but they could well be devastating. If Earthers capture one of our ships intact, that could be the end of us," Jongleur said. "I suggest we put Earth off-limits to Dreens. That would tantalize our storytellers," Habiba said. "And we'd have no advanced knowledge of their actions," Mowgli said. "Besides, they already know about the spirals." "Then let's image a barricade shutting off the spirals," Jongleur insisted. "I'm surprised and dismayed at you, Jongleur," Habiba said. "Have you heard nothing I said? Confine us to Dreener, our creativity with no outlet? Dreens would go mad." Jongleur pulled a puff of his beret forward and hid his eyes under it, not daring to look at Habiba. He searched his mind for something intelligent to say. "The image of Earth was a rotten job," Habiba said. Jongleur bobbed his body in agreement, but dared not mention the name of the Dreen who had imaged Earth at the risk of disturbing her. "Wempley the Voyager, an unfortunate Dreen, really, killed by Earther soldiers after he assumed Earther form." The death of Wempley saddened Jongleur. "How any idiot could image bacterial creatures possessed of free will and a definite tendency to violence is beyond me," Habiba said. "He must have known he would populate the planet with all forms of predators." "Some Dreens will never heed your warnings," Jongleur said, looking pointedly at Mowgli. "The great power of imaging requires great caution, and never indiscriminate creation. Jongleur ventured to look up at Habiba then. Her great body trembled with emotion.
"Then what do we do about Earth?" Jongleur asked.
"We must create an image shield around Dreener that camouflages the planet to look hostile and uninhabitable."
Mowgli was confused. "But didn't you say we must not prevent Dreen travel to—"
"No barrier. This idea occurred to me because of a thing Earthers do. They make swimsuits that appear opaque, but allow the tanning rays of the sun to penetrate."
"Brilliant," Jongleur said.
"Our shield will float overhead," she said. "Rays of the sun will pass through it, but passers-by will see only a hostile surface."
Grudgingly, Habiba admitted to herself that Earthers did produce marvelously inventive ideas. Perhaps that had been the intention of the original image.
"Ironic, isn't it?" she said. "Earth's free-willed minds imperil us, but also provide the seedling of our salvation. Now, in addition, we must send more operatives to seek out Jongleur's misguided son. Ryle's presence there is a danger to us. We have no idea how much he may have learned about the Erasure ship, or how much he may tell the Earthers if he is captured."
Mowgli felt the stirrings of disquiet. Habiba's tone told him she too was enthralled by Earth, despite its dangers. Was her shield idea not a bit facile?
"To make a shield, would we not have to alter the creative spirals around Dreener?"
Jongleur asked.
"Minor changes," Habiba said. "We will loop the spirals to leave alien visitors well outside our shield. We will merely pass through the shield by more primitive propulsion before connecting with the spiral."
"I assume Dreener itself was a Dreen creation," Mowgli said. "Do we dare tamper with—"
"We will not tamper," Habiba said. "My senses tell me Dreener is a very powerful image, but our shield can be made if we use the concerted energies of all Dreens."
Jongleur looked at Mowgli.
Mowgli looked at Jongleur. Two Dreens with one thought. This is still tampering with our nest. "Come," Habiba said. "Back into thought-con trance, everyone. We must return our cupola to its proper place."
We do not know why Hansen Jr. collided with a Dreen ship. He claims ignorance of Dreens. Nothing useful came from study of the wreck. We assume a Dreen self-destructed to avoid capture. Hansen's ship will be released, and he will be watched.
Zone Patrol Daysheet, XEN-50. Major Captain. In the Zone Patrol elevator, Lutt stepped on the glowing butt of a discarded cigar. He waved at stale smoke and wondered why air conditioning had not dispelled it. He found his answer in a grimy placard beside the door. "Please be patient during air conditioning repairs." The placard was dated almost 8 months earlier. The elevator doors groaned closed, shutting off his view of Major Captain in her odd perch. She sat studying something on her desk. "You should have smoked the cigar," Ryle intruded. "It was less than half consumed. I like an occasional drag." The elevator began a slow, clanking ascent. "If I'm nuts, I guess I have to roll with it," Lutt thought. "So don't suggest I use someone's leavings. That's a sure way to catch a disgusting disease. Besides, I don't smoke." "But I do, and finding a butt saves the trouble of imaging." "But the germs in another saliva—" "Dreens are immune to all diseases. This body is more than 90% my protoplasm, and I feel confident the Dreen cells dominate it." "Old age is a disease. Are we immune to that, too?"
My school proctors claim not all mergings are identical, but if we avoid the zone patrol and other dangers, we may live long enough to make your question purely academic.
So you don't really know?
I know I'd like to be separated from you, Lot.
Amen.
You're beginning to believe in me, aren't you, Lot?
That bitch did ask me about Dreens, and there were times when I said things that—
I'm sorry I preempted our voice that way. I will try to remain silent in the presence of others until I learn more about your ways. Blame the outburst on my youth. Dreens should be patient and observe closely before speaking. The elevator bumped to a stop, and the door slammed open alarmingly. Lot stepped out into a green-tiled lobby with a high ceiling that glittered with tiny lights. A replica of an antique zone patrol ship occupied the center of the lobby. Its stubby wings glistened. Groups of zone patrol officers stood around it talking. They paid little attention to Lot. Through bars at the door he glimpsed a portico entrance and street traffic. A sergeant sat behind a desk beside the door. The sergeant looked up with a bored expression as Lot approached. Lot started to speak, but the sergeant thrust papers toward him and interrupted.
"Here's directions to the warehouse. Here's where you sign that you were not mistreated, and you love the zone patrol like a father."
"Oh, yes," Lot said. "I love you just like I love my father."
That was a very deceptive response, Lot.
So don't distract me.
Lot signed where indicated, and accepted the directions to the warehouse. The sergeant pressed a button on her desk. The door creaked, but did not open.
"Damn GI equipment,"
the sergeant said. She went to the door and kicked it. Rasping and jittering, the door inched open. Lot darted through, fearful that the doors would slam shut on him. He paused under the portico and looked down at the street. "Lot, you must stop thinking of me as a distraction. I wish to study your primitive peoples in meticulous detail. There will be questions, and I shall expect answers from you."
"It's like having a mosquito buzzing in my ear."
"Become accustomed to it, or I shall begin calling you Lout, the way your brother does."
"My name's Lot, damn it! And stop spying on my thoughts."
"I will attempt to cooperate. Even if we can't be friends, we can be courteous."
"Yeah, and I'm the Queen of Romania."
Lot took a deep breath of cool morning air. A concrete walk led off through high hedges to his left, beyond a sign that read, "Transport Area." "I shall try to be more reticent, Lot, but I have much to offer you, and it is the way of my people to speak openly."
"You're a damn chatterbox."
"You surely don't expect me to be mute." Lot set off along the concrete walk without responding. It was a snake track through the high hedges, with occasional wide places where benches had been placed beneath "No Loitering" signs. "I see that you fear embarrassment," Ryle ventured. "You don't want to become nervous and, with a flushed face. Your emotional reactions are known to us, you see."
"It's not nice to embarrass people."
"Are Earthers always nice?"
"Of course not."
"Then I will behave as Earthers do, being nice only some of the time. That appears to be entirely proper, and I do not wish to create behavioral mistakes with our mutual body."
"Just leave me in charge, huh?"
"I shall keep a mental tally. Whenever I see Earthers being polite, or if I hear of politeness, I will make an entry. We Dreens do this sort of thing with ease."
"You talk too much."
"That is not polite, Lot."
"I'm not trying to be polite. I don't want to be polite. I just want to be shut of you."
"Obviously you know nothing about a Dreen's infinite capacity for recollection. When we're paying attention, of course. My store of experiences and stories is limited by my youth and past inattentiveness, but it is possible for me never to forget a story or any observed detail." The walk opened out onto a wide stairway climbing to another level planted with shrubs and trees. Lot could hear vehicles moving up there. "I am particularly talented when I put my mind to it," Ryle insisted. Lot began running up the stairs, leaping them 3 at a time. He made groaning noises as he ran to drown out Ryle's intrusive voice, and wished he might leave this madness behind him. A blackbird hopped aside midway, but he met no people until he reached the top, where 2 women in zone patrol uniforms glanced at him curiously before descending.
"Don't loiter!"
Lot shouted after them and laughed hysterically. The women quickened their pace with startled backward glances. "You're behaving foolishly for someone who fears embarrassment, Lot." "Oh, shut up." "I see I must give you more time to adjust." Lot emerged onto a wide sidewalk along a curved drive lined with vehicles, vans, limousines, buses. He had no difficulty identifying the rickshaw. Oversized, trimmed in garish carving, and with a heavily armored enclosed cab, it looked like a giant red sedan chair on cushioned wheels. The tow bar rested on a jade-green, inflatable Chinese dog. 6 fat robots, painted and dressed in gold thread brocade like ancient mandarins, stood beside the tow bar. Each held a pellet gun made to appear like a laser rifle. Hansen Security programmed them to guard against terrorists, but the design was said to be pure LH, something different for friends and family. LH had once told an interviewer he never created for his enemies, except to make them jealous. As Lot approached the limo, he wondered if these vehicles had ever aroused anything but laughter. His mother professed to admire them because the design was one of my wedding presents. She also liked the idea that robot guards were an obvious flourish of wealth, but she said their presence tends to prevent trouble. Abruptly, one of the limo's electric doors flopped open to become a ramp. Phoenicia Hansen emerged, followed by Lot's younger brother Maury. This aroused a flurry of activity among the robots. 2 detached themselves from the tow bar and flanked the ramp, their weapons pointed at Lot. "It's me, Dumbos!" Lot shouted. The guns continued to point at Lot, but the robot eyes scanned other areas around them. Looking at his mother and brother, Lot thought, what a contrast. Phoenicia, a small woman in an ankle-length dress of white embroidery, appeared pale and delicate under a bun of strawberry blonde hair. Maury towered over her, a commanding patrician with high cheekbones, deeply set pale blue eyes, and a sharp nose that some said could scratch glass. "Contrasts within contrasts," Ryle intruded. It was Lot's thought precisely. Phoenicia's delicate appearance concealed a toughness that caused friends from her Alabama childhood to call her the Steel Magnolia, and behind Maury's imposing presence lay a weak character. "You were running," Phoenicia said as Lot stopped below her. "Are you escaping?" "I wanted the exercise," Lot said. "Exercise?" Maury sneered. "That's not like you, lout." "You don't know what I'm like, but I'll teach you the meaning of pain if you call me that again," Lot warned. "Boys," Phoenicia said, "I do wish you'd both grow up and behave like civilized gentlemen." Lot mounted the ramp, gave his mother a pecking kiss on the forehead, and glowered at Maury, surprised because Maury did not appear as tall as remembered. Maury, too, noticed this. "Have you grown since I saw you last, dear brother?" Ignoring the question, Lot growled, "Let's get into the cab and out of the high target area." "You sound just like your father," Phoenicia said, but she returned to the cab. Maury followed her, moving slowly and forcing Lot to wait outside. "Always hoping some terrorist will pick me off." Stooping to enter the pseudo-rickshaw, Lot marveled that he felt so good after the run. The sedentary life of a newspaper publisher and inventor had left him accepting a slower pace, until yesterday. "You feel my strength, not yours," Ryle told him. "But do not fear I will embarrass you. I wish to observe your family before speaking to them on my own." "Don't you do that, you hear me?" "I can hardly fail to hear you when we share the same body." The ramp swung up and sealed them inside as Lot sat down facing his mother and brother, his back to the robots who resumed their stations along the tow bar. As usual, Lot found the limo's dim interior repellent, red velvet and tassels, brocade, red and black lacquer, and the seats were too soft. "Did you have to come for me in this damned sideshow?" Lot asked. "I've told you time and again I hate it." "I rather like it," Maury said, "and it carries fond memories for Mother." He turned a melting gaze on Phoenicia. "Doesn't it, dear?" "You're being smarmy, darling," Phoenicia said.
I really think these limos are one of L.H.'s better efforts, Maury insisted.
Phoenicia abruptly glared at her younger son and snapped, "Be still. You don't know what you're saying." Maury fell into abashed silence.
Maury the flunky, Lut thought. You never know when defending father will get you into trouble.
But Phoenicia's response surprised Lut. Was there something about these limos that had not been revealed? Phoenicia opened a glossy black panel beside her and spoke into it, addressing the collective robot system directing the limo. "You know where to go, Hung Farlow." Alerted to nuances, Lut heard the effort it took his mother to use the key name required before the limo would obey. Father had always said it was named for a favorite restaurant in Portland, Oregon, but Lut wondered if that name might not be another sign from the mysterious helper. The limo lurched into motion, and Lut heard the clopping of robot feet on paving, at first quite distinct, and then blurred into a staccato buzz as they picked up speed. You had to say one thing for these damned rickshaws, he thought. They could do an honest 70 clicks an hour. Lut studied his brother. What to do about Maury? I know about your thefts from Hanson Industries, brother, and that $1 million postage stamp in your left shoe heel. Eyes and Ears Unlimited, a surveillance firm hired by Lut, had produced the damning information about Maury. It had been a delicate task under the noses of Hanson Family Security, but E.E., as it was known on the street, had been owned by the late Ricardo Green. The surviving son, Esteban Green, had been Lut's roommate in their teens at a private school. Lunches, dinners, and dates with sexual partners, carefully vetted by the senior Green, had built a bond between the young men. With instruction from Esteban, Lut himself had placed the surveillance bugs around Maury. Esteban never asked why this was done, but Lut suspected E.E. of bugging the bugs. No matter. Spying on the Hansons could be dangerous, and Esteban had earned a reputation for extreme caution after his father's mysterious death and the collapse of a building E.E. was watching. But now I have you where I want you, dear brother. No more of your insults and backbiting. Maury frequently hinted that he might tell Mother how Lut consorted with the cheapest prostitutes. If she only knew. But you consort with criminals, Maury. You steal from your family. You support the vicious traffic in narcotics and— Ryle interrupted. What fierce emotions you Earthers have. And you are very devious, Lut. Stay the hell out of this. Impishly, Ryle seized voice control and said, You're in deep trouble, Maury. Lut overrode Ryle and shouted, Be quiet! What are you saying? Phoenicia demanded. And why are you changing your voice that way? Maury was fearful. What do you mean I'm in trouble? Just watch your step, Maury, Lut said. Will you both please try to behave? Phoenicia pleaded. What would happen if you told them about me? Ryle asked. You'd better think about what the Zone Patrol would do with that information. Your own family would, rat on you? Maury would. Your memories confirm this painful truth. So stop making my life miserable with interruptions. I can do more than interrupt. Ryle forced the closure of their eyelids and swiveled their eyes inward. Lut choked and gagged. Ryle returned their eyes to normal and opened them. Are you all right, dear? Phoenicia asked. What did those terrible Zone people do to you? Lut spoke weakly. They held me in a cell and asked a lot of dumb questions. They told you I had an accident with my Vor-Traveler, didn't they? They told us nothing, Maury said. Father informed us this morning where you could be found and told us to get you. Were you hurt in the accident? Phoenicia asked. Just a few bruises. You could say I was a hallucination following the accident, Ryle suggested. That way they'd know about me, but it would not be information useful for Maury. You are a hallucination. Excellent. This way you'll sound all the more sincere. You're nuts. I cannot be a hallucination and insane. Tell us about your accident, dear. Phoenicia said. Lot took a deep breath, inhaling the slightly offbeat smell of newness in the limo. Not a natural odor. Something from a can. The way he simulated newsroom odors at the Enquirer. Another false front, and Phoenicia tried most of them. "It helps to talk about dangers we survive," she said. Lot stared past his mother and brother through a brass-framed armor-glass window. It framed an avenue of poplars growing smaller in the distance. The limo turned a corner, and the trees no longer were visible. Sunlight struck the rear window, activating a dark green shade in the glass. "Something you're ashamed of?" Maury asked. "Tell them, but don't mention Dreens," Ryle insisted. "Do it, or I'll inward focus." "All right," Lot said. He leaned back in the velvet cushions and gave a brief account of the accident and aftermath. At Ryle's prodding, he added, "I thought an alien got into my body. There was a voice in my head." "You hear voices?" Maury asked. He sounded pleased. "You're a poor storyteller, Lot," Ryle intruded. "I'm a very young Dreen, but even I can do much better." "And poor Dritch Baker is dead," Phoenicia said. "Oh, dear. I shall have to call on his family." "But Lot's hearing voices, Mother." "Not voices, dear. A voice. His accident was more severe than he lets on. We shall have to employ specialists." "Isn't this what happened to Uncle Dudley?" Maury asked. "My brother has nothing to do with this. Don't mention him again, or I shall be forced to tell your father." "I just wondered if there might be a nutty streak in the family." Maury sounded plaintive. "Your Uncle Dudley sounds interesting," Ryle offered. "Please let it rest for the moment," Lot pleaded. "You seem almost polite." "I'm begging you. Maury would like to use this against me with our father, and if it gets back to the Zone Patrol—" "Very well, but only because you're being polite. I shall tally that in your favor." "You should not have built that spaceship without your father's consent," Phoenicia said. "You know how good he is with inventions and things of that nature." "Like this limo?" Lot asked. Phoenicia scowled, but she only patted Lot's knees. "Don't worry, dear. Our specialists will cure you." "Voices in his head," Maury muttered, nodding. Phoenicia sent a warning glance at Maury and sank back into her seat. She placed a manicured finger against her hair, adjusting the bun. Lot noted the finishing-school grace of the movement, her chin uplifted. A sense of superiority had been ground into Phoenicia by a lifetime of plenty. Maury tried to ape her manners, but it was all sham, another false front. There was something feral about him, sinister and sneaky, especially in those eyes of perishable blue he had inherited from his mother. Maury seldom looked anyone in the eyes. Phoenicia, on the other hand, could burn you with a stare. She and old L.H. were as different as two married people could be. Father a tough space dock worker who had made good the hard way. Mother old Southern money and old ways. But in her own snobby manner, Phoenicia was every bit as tough as L.H. "Your father wishes to talk to you, Lot, about your recent expenditures," Phoenicia said. Maury grinned at him. Lot glanced out the window beside him. On the carpet. "I have a few things to tell Father, too," Lot said. "He'll be very interested to hear about the voices in your head," Maury gloated. "He might be just as interested in what I could tell him about some of your recent activities," Lot said. Maury's brows drew down into creased lines. "You'd better keep your mouth shut if you know what's good for you, Maury," Lot said. Phoenicia looked at her younger son. "Have you been getting into trouble again, Maury?" "Tell her where you were last weekend," Lot said. "Is that true?" Ryle asked. "Was your brother meeting with vicious criminals last weekend?" E.E. wouldn't lie to me about it. When Maury did not respond, Phoenicia sighed. "Well, you'll both be with your father soon. I hope he can make you act more like loving brothers." Lot sat up straight. "We're going to UG-1?" "I told you he wants to talk to you,"
she said. "Now you both be nice. We'll be there soon."
"I want to be president when I grow up. No, not of Daddy's company. I want to be president of the solar system."
Lut Hansen, Jr., at age 10.
"The elites are dispersing with your message."
Jongleur spoke as he entered Habiba's private quarters, adding,
"Soon your plan will be fait accompli."
"I wish you'd stop these earthisms," Habiba snapped. "That place occupies entirely too much of our lives." Seeing that Habiba was emotionally disturbed, Jongleur felt at first guilty for upsetting her, and then contrite.
"Give her time to compose herself," he thought.
He focused on calming stories and glanced around Habiba's quarters. These always surprised him, so small and plain, a 3-room mud-brick and stone building with many signs of wear. The building stood on the high-vaulted, lowest floor of her cone, hidden away among old storage jars and discarded seed husks. Habiba clung to it out of sentiment, she said. It was her first dwelling, the one she had imaged in a meadow of child-seed flowers on her first Dreener day. But now it was less than an hour after returning from her most recent thought-con, and Habiba still displayed such emotional upset that her chief storyteller entertained fears for her. "We will go outside," Habiba said. Jongleur blinked assent, but waited. She often said this, but until she led the way he never knew whether she meant actually out into the open air, or just out into the artificial light of the cone's main floor, where soil had been spread over the lime slate to simulate a natural yard. It was not the same as a residential yard, but Habiba said it gave her communion with her people, especially with the elders, who lived deep beneath the surface. "Touching the dirt of Dreener prevents me from taking on airs and behaving in the vain manner of lesser rulers in our universe," Habiba said, as she stopped in the vault-enclosed yard and stared around her in the greenish-yellow light. Jongleur was familiar with these little homilies. They reinforced the belief that all Dreens should strive for a perfect existence, and that watching the imaged worlds evolve taught Dreens the frailties inherent in other sentient creatures. Jongleur did not dare express his own fears about this, that the imaged creatures and their worlds reflected a flaw in the Dreen character. He thought it, though, and thus Habiba knew his fear from her thought-con-sharings. "Have you noticed how Mugly smells when he's angry?" she asked. Jongleur shuddered. That smell! His first lessons had taught that rage produced a snout-twisting odor, a warning to prevent Dreens from inflicting violence on each other. Until Mugly, Jongleur had never experienced the natural odor. "That smell tells me Mugly is a throwback to an earlier Dreen form," Habiba said. "I have asked myself many times why such a phenomenon should occur at this time." Jongleur waited for her to expand on this interesting concept, but Habiba changed the subject. "The excursion ship your son took was created to go only to Earth. Do you think Mugly connived in its creation?" Jongleur stared at her. What a question! Did not thought-con open all minds to Habiba? She increased his confusion by what she said next. "I know about your occasional indiscretions with Basile, Jongleur. I tolerate them because you are not excessive. Many of us, I know." Of course she knows. Then why ask the question about Mugly? As though she read his mind outside of ThoughtCon, Habiba said, "We must ask ourselves if a throwback such as Mugly may not have other characteristics detrimental to Dreen serenity." Jongleur suppressed his defensive reflex with some difficulty, and wished he had a small bit of Basile right now, just enough to calm his nerves. "Can you visualize what may happen if Earthers capture that ship intact?" Habiba asked. "They will come here with their terrible weapons. But our shield may not be enough to protect us indefinitely." Habiba glanced at the tall double doors leading to the outside corridor. and only then did Jongleur hear a sound there. He marvelled at Habiba's acute senses. Someone coming. The latches gave a loud click, and the doors swung inward, admitting a junior storyteller. He scurried in, holding his floppy yellow cap on his head as he ran. Trouble, Jongleur thought. No one would interrupt a meeting between Habiba and her chief storyteller without grave cause. The junior storyteller stopped at the edge of Habiba's yard and bowed low. "Your pardon's begged," he said. "I have an urgent message. The stolen ship has collided with an earther ship, and the wreckage is in the hands of the Zone Patrol."
"Survivors?"
Jongleur bleated. "We are investigating as well as we can," the junior said. "There is a report on Earth saying Lut Hansen, Jr. has been rescued from an experimental ship that exploded."
"And my son?"
"No word yet, but there was a fire." Jongleur moaned.
"Oh!"
"Compose yourself, Jongleur," Habiba ordered. "This is an emergency."
Yes, of course."
"How do you know it was a collision?" Habiba asked. "Our sensors in the spirals. An unfortunate delay in the reporting system is being investigated."
"It happened in the spirals?"
Jongleur demanded.
"At Phase 1 of entry," the junior said. "We do not know if the Earther could have completed Phases 2 and 3.
"Lut Hansen, Jr.," Habiba said. "That's the dangerous Earther whose experiments led to this crisis."
"My son,"
Jongleur began. "Forgive the cruelty of this, Jongleur," Habiba said, "but death might be preferable to capture."
The junior storyteller was not finished. "Muggley assures us the excursion ship was set to self-destruct rather than submit to Earther probes."
"But it was a collision,"
Jongleur said. All three of them reflected on the unknown possibilities in such an accident. Habiba was first to recover. "Jongleur, we must act quickly. Earther knowledge of our spiral technology, whether developed independently or stolen from us, must be destroyed." Jongleur was shocked by the potential violence in her orders.
"What are you saying?"
"Send our operatives immediately. That troublemaker, Hansen, will have to be dealt with. Abduction if necessary, but no killing." Jongleur was speechless. "Of course no killing. A Dreen could not commit murder. Only some life forms evolving from primordial Dreen images could do that, and even then only if they were granted free will." "Free will," Habiba muttered, echoing Jongleur's thought. Jongleur agreed completely with the emotion he sensed in her. Free will, that eminently bothersome concept Habiba warned them about so often. But he did not, could not, put a stop to it, nor to Basile. "Well, go at once, and see to these matters," Habiba ordered. Deeply disturbed, Jongleur left the Supreme Tax Collector's presence. His thoughts suggested limitations on Habiba's powers Jongleur and other Dreens had taken for granted over many generations. Jongleur heard the quick shuffling steps of the junior storyteller behind him as he left the Cone's vaulted room.
"And I dreamed my Ryle would wear that yellow cap one day. Oh, what has happened to my son? Oh, why did I not take the advice of my elders and fit him with a yellow soother?"
Shame had prevented him from taking the advice, Jongleur realized. Each small soother, a living creature, soft and furry, faceless and without appendages, projected balancing thoughts into the mind of the one it soothed. But the things were always visible, and people tended to avoid the presence of a person being soothed. Who wanted his thoughts read all the time? And soothers certainly read the thoughts of anyone within their range. UG1, phonetic for UG1, the underground UG terminal, where Lut Hansen Sr.'s private tube train picks up passengers bound for his subterranean offices and shops built in an old MX missile site. Atlas of the Powerful. From the moment he learned they were headed for UG-1, Lot realized he was headed for a family confrontation. Maury was maneuvering again. "Never let up, do you, brother?" The infernal rickshaw lurched, and Lot caught Maury's gaze for a moment, easily forcing the younger man to look away. "No guts." "This hallucination about an alien in your body can be dispelled quite easily by modern medicine," Phoenicia said. Lot let it rest. With any luck, Maury would take the revelation merely as a sign of weakness, something to exploit with LH. Let them believe in a head injury. God, this morning was sure to lead into an awful day. "Perhaps you should reinforce the impression of mental instability," Ryle suggested. "Your brother appears hostile to you. Perhaps I was a bit impetuous, insisting you reveal my presence." "Right, let's have some fun." Abruptly, Lot shouted, "Grrr!" He waved his arms wildly and leaned toward his mother and brother with a look of menace. "You think I'm nuts, eh?" Phoenicia and Maury recoiled. Her voice cracking, Phoenicia said, "Of course not, dear." Lot found he still could read her emotions as well as ever. "So like his father, poor dear, an uneven personality." Lot had once heard her describe him to someone on the vidcom. "He looks rather bookish. It's partly his glasses. His hair is still reddish-brown, but beginning to thin prematurely." "Yes," Lot agreed. "I'm the sort of person you might find in the dusty stacks of a library, but that's not where you'll often see me. My lessons come from life." He knew it was bragging, but he liked to tell people he was a newspaper man who rarely read anything except headlines. Maury studied him with fearful expectation. Lot wished he were elsewhere. The brief flash of enjoyment over Maury's discomfiture vanished. Mother, he noted, had a brown leather case by her feet. "Prepared for a stay?" He settled into the seat, legs extended. "I'm slouching, Mother." He knew what she would say next. "Don't slouch, dear," Phoenicia said. "Right on cue every time. Dear this, dear that, it's always dear." "I'm Lot!" he shouted, and this time there was no pretense. "Don't call me dear! Don't call me Lot Jr. Don't call me Lout! You know my name. Use it!" Phoenicia looked hurt. "I've never called you Lout. I call both of my sons dear, out of love." Lot felt anger pulsing in the serpentine blood vessel at his temple and put a finger on it. Phoenicia shook her head, causing the golden circles of her earrings to bounce against her smooth neck. "Your father worries about you, Lot. I do too. And you really should not slouch. It's ruinous to your posture." "I'm 35, Lot said. "If I want to slouch, that's my business. I don't have to ask permission of you or Father when I want to do something." "But, dear, your attempts at invention are becoming quite dangerous. Someone has been killed." "An accident! Father wants to stop me because he's afraid I'll invent something better than he ever did. And I already have." "Your father knows what's best to invent, dear. If he says something's wrong, you should listen to him. After all, you are using his money." Lot stared past her out the rear window and muttered, "I've earned that money with all the crap I've taken from him." He saw Maury's involuntary nod of agreement and felt a resonant chord, a shared but mostly unspoken suffering, two neglected sons of a man consumed by his business empire. Phoenicia's silence hinted that she shared this resentment. How much emotion had she invested trying to make up for L.H.'s neglect of his family? Was that what had driven her to her high society friends? Perhaps. But, as usual, she went too far. "She'll do anything for those fawning sycophants." Maury chose this moment to make his contribution. "I've noticed something about you, Lout." Phoenicia, quick to smell trouble, snapped, "You must not call your brother that." Maury shrugged. Then, "You know, he always slouches like that when he's in trouble or wishes he were somewhere else." "We all have our little idiosyncrasies, dear." "Sure we do. Lut growled, "and Maury's is to play fast and loose with money trusted to him." Maury paled, but Lut's satisfaction was cooled by his own involuntary reaction, sitting up straight. "I'm still in trouble," Lut thought. Lut touched a panel button to his left. An oval vidcom dropped from the ceiling on the end of a flexible tube. The tiny robot eye on the microphone positioned it in front of Lut and blinked green to show it was ready. "Shop 2, Lut said, and he imagined the crystal bell sounding in the shop near Seattle where he had built his ship. The area was wooded and mostly uninhabited now. Once it had been a prime residential area, but the senior Hanson had razed the homes after acquiring the property. It was a pattern repeated on all 11 family plots around Seattle. "The Hansons want privacy and hunting preserves," commentators said. A high-pitched computer ditty signaled engagement of the scrambler system to ensure privacy on the score. Presently a bearded face appeared on the tiny screen, and a deep voice said, "Hi, Lut. Good to see you're okay." "Yeah, Sam, you heard, huh?" "Is Dritch really dead?" "And the ship is shot to shit." Phoenicia rolled her eyes heavenward. Lut, dear boy that he was, could be so gross. And he kept such low-class company. This assistant, Sam Arcand, was every bit as improper as the friends L.H. chose, unsuitable all of them. "Can we salvage anything?" Sam asked. "I'll let you know later. Meanwhile, start building a new core, and I want you to make these modifications." Lut noted Phoenicia's eyes glaze over. She never liked technical details, and Maury was too interested in watching a shapely young woman walking a bloodhound at curbside. The limousine came to a crisp stop, blocked by a truck backing up to a warehouse bay. Maury smiled and tried to catch the young woman's attention, but she did not even look at the garish limousine. Lut noted this with part of his attention. Everyone down here knew the rickshaw, of course. While Lut gave his instructions, Ryle absorbed the words for later examination. Something about the fat-necked bloodhound at the curb caught Ryle's attention. The dog reminded him of a hated proctor at the school for gifted children. What was it about that dog? He saw differences between the dog and Proctor Shanless, but the 4 legs and the dog's facial expression struck a spark of memory. The dog's face recalled Shanless, Ryle decided, hang-jowled and morose, a wide, Dreenish nose. The animal sank onto its haunches and howled. Ryle, seeing a vision of Proctor Shanless doing this, laughed and heard the sound in the rickshaw, realizing he had forced this reaction on their body. "Will you stop that?" Lut shouted. Sam on the vidcom screen looked startled. "Stop what?" "Not you," Lut said. "Are you all right, dear?" Phoenicia asked. "Of course I'm all right. Sam, you know what to do?" "Get things going. When will I see you?" "I'll call. But in the meantime I want you to send 4 sling-loaded turbocopters to retrieve what's left of our ship." Lut glanced at the directions from Zone Patrol and repeated them, adding, "You're my #1 assistant now, Sam. We're going to build a better Vor-Traveler." Lut sent the vidcom back into its concealed slot and looked at Phoenicia. She was smiling at Maury, responding to some exchange Lut had missed. "She said she was glad Maury is more refined than you," Ryle volunteered. "Yeah, Maury the diplomat, Maury the kiss-ass. He even gets along with L.H. Its way once more clear, the limousine accelerated. "What are you going to tell Father?" Maury asked, definite signs of fear. "Only what circumstances force me to tell," Lut said. "He's pretty angry," Maury said, gloating. "I think he's mostly concerned for your safety," Phoenicia said, "and he doesn't want you wasting time on insignificant projects." "He may not even dock your allowance," Maury said. "The hell with that," Lut said. "I want more money. Damn it! I deserve more money." Lut grinned at Maury. "Isn't that the Hanson way, dear brother?" Phoenicia smiled warmly. "Now, isn't it better when you get along like gentlemen?" She blew a kiss to Lot.
"We'll have you right as rain very soon, just as soon as the doctors ray you and do the other things they should."
"No," Ryle objected. "You mustn't allow anything that would reveal internal differences. Our swiveling eyes, for one thing. Stay away from doctors. Too many questions we can't answer. Tell her you'll see your own specialists." Lot saw the wisdom in this and obeyed. Phoenicia appeared mollified, but still concerned.
"Get the best money can buy, dear. I'm sure your father won't object to that sort of expenditure."
She leaned forward and peered at Lot's glasses.
"You have new glasses."
"That's very observant, Mother."
"I remember warning you about scratches on your lenses. These are quite clear."
"I got them just before the accident."
"They've come through it remarkably undamaged." Hoping to divert her, Lot asked about her carrying case. "Oh, I don't think I'll be staying at UG1, dear. This case contains a replica of a Byzantine vase."
She pronounced it vase. "What are you doing with a replica?"
"That is embarrassing, dear. I purchased it last week at Shigg's auction house. Mr. Shigg himself assured me it was an original and one of a kind, very rare. But when I got it home, I discovered I already had the original, or what I think is the original, purchased 4 years ago in Singapore. I now have 2 of them, and 2 sets of papers purportedly authenticating each of them. I want your father's help looking into this."
"He'll break some heads," Lot said.
Phoenicia put a hand to her mouth. "Oh, I do hope not."
Lot and Maury exchanged knowing looks. Another point of accord. Phoenicia was not above using L.H.'s muscle when it served her purposes. Lot sighed. He wished he, too, had time to devote to art collecting. A fascinating hobby. Profitable, too, when you went at it right. "But I have too many other priorities." "You do seem to use your time well," Ryle intruded. This voice in his head hit the mark that time, Lot agreed. In common with many successful people, Lot knew he had learned a great secret, the ability to use small bits of time. Observing now that the limo was entering the southbound freeway, Lot estimated they would be at UG1 in about 15 minutes. Well, at least this mobile monstrosity carried all of the essential necessities to make those 15 minutes useful. Lot leaned over and flipped a tab near the floor. A wide, shallow drawer extruded itself between his feet. An electronic news receiver unfolded from the drawer and lifted into position in front of him. "Look at him," Maury sneered. "Can't leave the Eleanor alone for 5 minutes." Lot smiled. At least Maury knew the news jargon. These receivers were known technically as ENRs, and the initials had shifted easily into the vernacular Eleanors. In front of Lot now stood a titanium frame with thin LCD screens for pages. He spun a black dial 1/4 turn, and the top screen came alight with the Enquirer's front page and the masthead he had ordered. L. W. Hansen, proprietor. So, the old man had not yet objected. Lot flipped through the pages, scanning headlines and bits of copy. One headline offended him. "ND 5000, given a new lease on its speedy life." Using his override, Lot changed the headline to read, "ND 5000 gets a new lease on the fast life." "Can't even use verbs right," he muttered, and suddenly angry, he keyed a memo to Anaya Nelson, knowing the city editor must obey his orders in this, but would do it with resentment and reluctance. She also would get the message of his anger in the fact that he bypassed Aide Stewart and made her do the dirty work. The memo was direct and curt. Whoever wrote the headline, "Today's 14th edition, top of column 5, fire that person."
"You're so full of energy," Phoenicia said, "just like your father."
Lot returned the Eleanor to its concealed drawer and grimaced. "What a shame I won't step into Father's big stinky shoes and run his interplanetary business empire." "Who says he wants you to do that?" Maury demanded. "He does, little brother. He does." Maury lapsed into sullen silence. Phoenicia patted his arm and looked out at the brightly garbed robots pulling the limo. Lut was right about the Empire, and the limousine, of course. The rickshaw and robots were garish, but she liked the limousine, and using it was an indulgence she could justify to her friends. It was a wedding present from L.H. He's really very sentimental about it, and keeps it in superb condition. The vehicle was decelerating for an exit ramp. She could see broken-down shanties built of scavenged metal, cardboard, wire, bits of plastic, and scraps of wood. The shanties, looking as though a light breeze would blow them down, were crowded into a narrow strip here along the city's boundary. Low towns, they were called wherever they sprang up around the Earth and the other planets. Low, for the height of the decrepit buildings, and the status of their occupants. Poor creatures. Taking the regular route Phoenicia preferred, the limo skirted Lowtown. She gazed out at ragged women crouched in doorways. Some of them nursed naked babies. All of the children she could see appeared sickly. The women watched her pass. They always watched. No men were visible. The men, Phoenicia had been told, were busy at various curbsides, hunting cigarette butts, or they haunted alleys and dumps, scrambling for usable garbage. Phoenicia thought it obvious that many of these people were mentally ill. The Inquirer said they were brain-damaged by undernourishment or bad genes. The eyes of these desperately impoverished people all looked alike to Phoenicia, forlorn, dull, without hope, almost lifeless. Lut gazed dispassionately at Lowtown through the side windows of pellet-proof glass. He thought of the people there as life's bystanders. They lived in a distant world of slower motions and accumulated filth. Phoenicia opened her side window, letting the clamorous sounds and repugnant odors into the limo's perfumed isolation. "She's going to do it again," Lut thought. "When will she ever learn?" Phoenicia opened a refrigerated compartment beneath her seat and removed a plastic bag of food. She held the bag in the window opening, momentarily between worlds. One of her platinum bracelets dangled to the sill. Lut looked at this with what he thought of as objective judgment. He was a newspaper man, considering a story about the contrast between extreme wealth and dismal poverty. Dutifully, the limo slowed. Phoenicia extended her food package. Her slender, manicured fingers released their grip on the prize. It dropped. "The fastest and strongest always get it," she said, keeping her hand out the window and pointing at the older children and women who ran toward the package on the street behind the limo. One girl, perhaps 13 or 14, wearing a ragged skirt too short for her skinny legs, ignored the food package. She caught up with the slowed limo and coughed phlegm at Phoenicia's extended hand. "Ugh!" Phoenicia jerked her hand into the limo and grimaced at a gob of brownish-yellow spittle on her wrist. "Pittance!" the running girl screamed. The limo picked up speed quickly, leaving the girl and the crowd around the food parcel far behind. Phoenicia cleaned her wrist with a square of French linen, followed by disinfectant from a spray can in her purse. Maury touched a button, and the window closed with a soft thump. A fan whirred, cleansing the air in the limo. "They're doing that much more frequently," Maury said. Lut nodded. "Someday one of them is going to steal a gun and give you more than spit. It's damned foolish to open that window." Lut remembered the scrambling people, the faces looking at the limo. He had seen no anger in the faces, only desperation. He knew the anger was there, though. This gift of a food parcel had become one of Phoenicia's rituals, Lut realized. It'd make a hell of a feature for the Inquirer. Rich lady with fake conscience doesn't accomplish jack shit for the poor. She does this for herself so she can brag to friends about her charity and talk about the deplorable behavior of the recipients. What would the old man say if I published that story? Can't do it, of course. We take care of our own. Maybe we should do another Lowtown series, though. The downtrodden poor are always with us, the unfortunate wretches clinging to the shadows of our lives. Ryle absorbed this. His adventure was turning out not at all the way he had imagined. The values of patience and attention to lessons began to gain new stature. "Does L.H. know you do that?" Lot asked. "Now, I don't want you telling your father I opened the window," Phoenicia said. "It would only disturb him." "It'd do more than disturb him," Lot said. "He'd be furious, after all his attention to security." "He thinks a nasty terrorist will throw a bomb through the window," Phoenicia said. "Or a bunch of those locator dots that stick to your clothes," Maury said. "Your father is positively paranoid about someone with an electronic tracker following us to his offices," Phoenicia said. Lot spoke dryly. "It's been tried, you know." "Sometimes I don't understand him," Phoenicia said. "His business interests get more attention from security than his own home." "It's just a different kind of security, Mother," Maury said. "He's right when he says we don't want to live underground. It's bad enough to have to work there." "But he's so secretive, even with his own family," Phoenicia complained. "It's like stories you hear about the military and the need to know." "Why don't you hook a refrigerated container to the outside of the limo?" Maury asked. "Push a button in here and it dumps the food. Father's right, you know, when he says a Hanson can't be too careful." "Would you make such a device for me, Lot?" Phoenicia asked. "Sure. Only I'll have the robots throw the food. That way we'll use the existing in-car communication system instead of a new signal button." "Oh, that would be splendid," Phoenicia said. Lot shook his head in dismay at the things he could not say. Father's mechanical coolies will throw pittances to the peasants. What a story! If only I dared print it. Are you getting all this, Ryle? "You do have a strange family by any standards I have ever encountered, Lot. Oh, why are we stopping?" "We've arrived at UG-1. Lot heard the great security doors clang shut behind the limo, and brilliant artificial light bathed the interior parking area with its bustle of human and mechanical activity. As usual, Lot felt a tightening of his stomach. A contingent of blue-uniformed Hanson guards ran toward the limo, weapons ready. "Now, you two boys be nice for your father," Phoenicia said. "I'll see you later." "Aren't you coming in with us?" Lot asked. "I have to get to the auction house and straighten out this little misunderstanding. Maury will speak to your father about it. He knows what to say." "Yeah, Maury always knows what to say." Speed and efficiency have never been part of the Dreen psyche. Our high technology is concentrated on travel through the spirals into an ever-changing universe. Ancient, unalterable Dreener must remain a regenerative nest. The Dreen watchwords, "All things are possible," must serve us always as a bulwark of conservatism. Mugly the Elder, a critique. "Why didn't she warn us the shield is going to change our sky?" Mugly complained. He stared out a window of Jongleur's home, where he had been summoned by the chief storyteller. A late afternoon sun painted rosy edges on puffy white clouds. But moments earlier, a weak test shield, imaged by Habiba, had dissolved. During the test, Mugly and Jongleur had stared out at a grey landscape, not quite dusk and definitely unfamiliar. "She's testing because child seeds require a particular spectrum of sunlight," Jongleur said. "There's some question whether a shield can emit the correct light. Oddly, the light we need is close to what Earthers favor for darkening their skins." "That's called tanning," Mugly said. "I know what it's called." "We could always open flaps in the shield occasionally," Mugly said. "And how would we guard such openings?" Jongleur demanded. "Will we make weapons and slaughter intruders?" "We have a right to defend ourselves," Mowgli insisted.
"The shield is a brilliant idea," Jongleur said.
"Even if we never again have children, we must protect what we have now," Mowgli insisted.
"And what is it we have now?" Jongleur asked.
Mowgli waved his arms to encompass Dreener. "Everything. What a strange question. Your mind is becoming odd, Jongleur."
Jongleur had to agree. Only that morning he had taken his fears to Habiba.
"What have we created in that earth?"
"We?" Habiba had asked.
"Dreens have meddled with earth since its creation," Jongleur mourned.
"Meddled?
"These are strange thoughts, Jongleur."
And Habiba had taken him on a small tour of her cone to quiet him. It was a strange feeling to walk the colorful floors and realize they were built over an extinct volcano. The porous ground beneath the cone was a spiritual abode, a place of secret chambers and passageways only Habiba traveled. Jongleur knew of them from Habiba's quiet comments.
"Beneath this precise spot is a fumarole that spirals down very deep, and it is dry for all of that descent."
Jongleur treasured these tours. The palatial floors and corridors inlaid with jewels, brought to Habiba from uncounted planets, had always seemed the most permanent thing in the universe. But this day he was struck by the impermanence of the structure. In a catastrophic attack by Earthers, everything here might be scattered in fragments.
"All things are possible. And once there was a volcano here. But now it's a pumice island whirling in a sea. An eternal sea? Is anything eternal?"
Thoughts about eternity came readily at the sea of all things, but Jongleur now found them disquieting. Mowgli jerked him out of these reflections with a stark question. "Is it true the Erasure ship crashed?"
"The wreckage is on Earth."
"Wreckage. That's good."
"My son was in it, and we do not know the extent of damage. If sensitive components survived—"
Jongleur let that idea hang between them.
"Patricia was designed to self-destruct rather than let aliens learn her secrets," Mowgli said.
"That is a very strange name for a ship, Mowgli."
"It is a common name for Earther women. Men are often called by a similar form, Patrick. A holy man, you know."
"Did you think of that ship as holy?"
"I did not think of it as anything. My aides built it without my knowledge or consent. Why did you summon me, Jongleur?"
"Habiba commanded me to make certain our secrets are never learned by Earthers. And now I hear you have sent the Eminence Prosic to Earth, with orders to retrieve this Patricia."
"My people contributed to the problem. They should solve it."
"Is Prosic a good choice?"
"The best. At least he's the best for my purposes," Mowgli thought.
"I have been trying to think as you would think," Jongleur said. "And it is a fact that you still want Earth erased. Did you give other orders to Prosic?"
"He was told to act as the situation dictated," Mowgli said. "You must admit, if Earth were erased, that would satisfy Habiba's command. Earthers would never again threaten us."
"You left the question of Earth's erasure up to a mere eminence?"
"He was a good storyteller in his day, Jongleur."
"I've heard rumors he's a Basile brain."
"An occasional indulgence, no more. That could be said about many of us." Mowgli looked benignly at Jongleur.
Jongleur spoke quickly. "You have tied my hands. We cannot send ships after this Patricia willy-nilly. Every ship we send is a potential betrayal of our secrets. I am forced to use new operatives and your man Prosic."
"I told you he was the best. What do you have in mind?"
"The Erasure ship
is in the hands of the bothersome Zone Patrol. You must send a spiral signal to Prosic, telling him this, and ordering him to assume Zone Patrol disguise. That's his only hope of finding the ship and recovering it. Very well, I'll see to it immediately. And tell him he must not erase Earth. Don't you think that should be left up to our Dreen on the scene? I do not. This is an extremely complex matter. Your ship did not just crash, Mugly. It collided in the spirals with a ship built by an Earther named Hansen. Mugly was well and truly shocked. In the spirals? You see, Mugly, a fine mess you've got us into. Erasure of Earth becomes more and more our best option. I forbid it in Habiba's name. No. Prosic must search out this Earther, Lot Hansen, Jr., and I want him to look for clues to what has happened to my son. You'd endanger us to satisfy your personal fears? Of course not. I am following a plan suggested by Habiba. Mugly sighed. What is Habiba's plan? We will abduct Hansen, if he's still alive, along with anyone in whom he has confided his knowledge of spiral technology. And how will you know who has shared this knowledge? There will be plans, drawings, and descriptions. We will find out who has seen them. Earthers call them blueprints, and they— I know what Earthers call them. You don't have to explain everything about Earth to me, Mugly. But you never can be sure you've identified everyone who has seen the blueprints. And as for people this Hansen has spoken to in the course of his— It must be done. Anything is preferable to erasure. Anything? Mugly, please. You are the most violent Dreen I have ever encountered. It's frightening. For Habiba's sake, rein in your violent nature. I must do what is best for all of us, Jungler. But I will convey your admonitions to Prosic. He is really quite a peaceable type. Except when he's high on just the right amount of Bazil. It gladdens me to hear that, Mugly. Get on with it, then. I must lay plans for the abduction. Autopsies of these subjects reveal odd bodily variations. The eyes are attached to the skulls above and below by post and socket. The eyes swivel 180 degrees. In one position they appear normal, but when they are turned inward they present a blank gray surface. Movement is controlled by pivot muscles of great elasticity. Our studies fail to explain this. We do not rule out surgical or other medical intervention to create these changes. The study board suggests these oddities may confer mysterious powers on the subjects. Zone Patrol Report. T.S. Dreen. With a contingent of Hansen guards following out of earshot, Lutt and Morey walked down ramp to the UG-1 terminal. Just before the last security checkpoint, Lutt looked back. The garish rickshaw still stood in the parking area. The robo-coolies sprawled around it as though in the last stages of fatigue. "Look at that," Lutt said. "They're doing it again." "One of Father's more amusing japes," Morey said. "Mother knows robots can't feel fatigue," Lutt said. "I think Father programmed them that way just to annoy her." "She'll use the waiting time to run up the long-distance vidcom bill," Morey laughed. "And it'll all be on the UG-1 relay. He'll see the bill, you can count on it." "Kind of a silent war," Lutt said. They rounded a corner beyond the checkpoint and entered a long, low tunnel lined in white tile and lighted by a single overhead glow strip. The parking area was hidden from view. "Not like our war, eh, brother?" Morey asked. "We'll discuss that later. Meanwhile, if I were you, I'd mind my tongue." The tunnel opened to a wide concrete platform where the sound of machinery was louder. Ahead of them lay the old tracks on which UG-1's tube trains ran. Above the loud machinery sounds they heard the hum and squeals of an approaching subway car. Cool yellow standby illumination washed the tracks in low shadowy light. Lut, still wearing the green and black tunic Ryle had reconstituted through imaging, shivered in the cool air. He wondered if Ryle could image warmer clothing. "Are you beginning to believe in me, Lut?" "Just testing." "I'd give us a fur parka, but Morey would notice." They were near the passenger loading platform now, and Morey studied Lut with a new caution as they walked. "You wearing elevator shoes?" Morey asked. "You look taller." Lut waited until they stopped before answering. "Haven't you heard about Pluto resin injections?" "Hey, Pluto resin isn't approved by the WDA yet. How'd you get it?" "Maybe I'm just wearing elevator shoes, Morey." "If you can get Pluto resin, I know where we could peddle it at a big markup." "How much could you get for my shoes?" "About as much as I could get for that story about an alien in your head." "Lut, do Earthers sell their stories too?" "Not the way he's suggesting." "Had you going, didn't I, Morey?" Lut asked. "You reverting to your college games, Lut? Your pranks cost Father a bundle, bailing you out of trouble every few weeks." "Not what it'd cost him to bail you out of the trouble you'll be in if the law catches up with you." "Let's declare a truce, Lut. I'll support your bid for money to finance your ship, or whatever it is, if you'll be a good brother and keep Father off my back." "I'll think about it. Let's see how well you do today. You see, Morey, I also know how Father learned about some of my college pranks. You and your big mouth." Morey raised both hands, palms outward. "I'll be good, I promise. And I never told Father you graduated by hiring people to take your tests and write your papers." "Because we both know that's how you got through the Harvard Business Institute, Morey, right?" "So we got drunk once and confessed our indiscretions to each other. Isn't that what brothers are for?" "I'm not sure what brothers are for, Morey. Maybe I'll find out someday." "What is this ship you're fiddling with, anyway?" "If L.H. will put up just a little more money, the Hansons will have a spaceship that can cross the universe in less time than it takes to tell about it. We could be in Satelli's star system by morning." Morey pulled at his lower lip. "Does he believe you?" Ryle asked. "He's wondering about it. You can bet he sees the big bucks in it, if I'm right." "What makes you think Dreens will let you into the spirals?" "We'll learn the traffic signals, how to tell if there's another ship approaching. You'll teach me everything I need to know, won't you, Ryle?" "I don't know everything." "But you'll teach me what you do know." "You really believe in me now?" "For these stakes, I'll gamble. Now back off, there's a train coming." Through their shared vision, Ryle paid attention to these interesting surroundings. The loading platform stood above a car-barn wheel of tracks. At the center of the wheel, the Hanson family crest had been worked in green and gold. 6 tunnels fanned out from the wheel. The tunnel to their immediate left glowed with the white light of an approaching maglev train. The light grew brighter, and the train emerged, an articulated car, a humming mechanical worm that glided to a stop over the Hanson crest. From Lut's memories, Ryle knew the car would return via another tunnel into a subterranean maze. The whole thing was, to Ryle, a parody of Dreener homes, the elders living deep within the ampleness of the planet. With a loud sound of grating metal, part of the car's roof opened, and a tubular ramp extruded with an armed security guard standing in the opening. The ramp lifted and extended to the platform, where the guard hesitated, his attention centered on Lut. "He's noticed that you're bigger," Morey said. Lut held up his right hand to display the palm to a scanner beside the guard. Morey addressed the guard, one of Father's hand-picked specials in green and gold uniform. "He's doing something to make himself taller." The guard's voice was a suspicious growl. "I see that." He glanced at the scanner, then back to Lut. "Okay, it's you." Lut found himself amused by this. He stepped past the guard, and, followed by Morey, descended to the brightly lighted interior of the car, where they strapped themselves into the first available seats.
Except for the guard, who took up position beside the accordion stacks of the tube as it folded back into the car, they were the only occupants. As soon as the outer door sealed, the car turned on the track wheel and began moving, slowly at first, and then swiftly accelerating, until the headlights' reflected glow showed a dark blur of tunnel walls. Presently the car slowed and came to a stop at another car-barn wheel, where it was turned and aimed into a different tunnel. Once more they accelerated. 3 more times they were aimed in new directions, and finally saw the green walls of the core tunnel. "Only 4 changes," Lutz said. "It's usually more." "Father's overriding the computer," Maury said. "He's impatient to see us." Abruptly the car lurched to a stop in the green-walled tunnel, pressing them against their safety harnesses. They saw a freight train cross ahead of them. The articulated sections of the freight cars creaked and groaned, indicating a heavy load. "Wonder what he's bringing in now?" Maury asked. "He'll tell us if he thinks we should know." Lutz slouched in the seat, harness tight across chest and abdomen. Maury leaned forward, trying to get a better view. "I'm looking forward to the day I'll know everything about the business," Maury said. "When the old man dies, you mean," Lutz thought. "What a foolish man you are, brother." Even without much formal business education, Lutz knew he could step into command of Hansen Industries. That was what Father wanted. L.H. had made it plain, despite ranting against Lutz's other activities. Idiot Lutz with his pipe dreams of ultra-fast space travel. Would that be the argument today? Signs that Father was losing patience with number 1 son were on the increase. Maury cleared his throat. "I waited dinner for you last night." "What a shame." "You were in a zone patrol prison at the time. Does that make you an ex-convict, among your other achievements?" "Be careful, Maury." "I wasn't convicted of anything. You're the one with valid credentials as a criminal." "Just what do you mean by that?" Maury blustered. "Let's talk about your stamp collection," Lutz said. "What stamp collection?" Maury demanded. "That stamp in the heel of your left shoe, for instance," Lutz said. Maury's face darkened with a rush of blood. Lutz bared his teeth in a wolfish grin. "I can prove you've been skimming from the companies you manage. You're stealing from your own family and buying rare stamps. They are so portable, aren't they, Maury?" You wouldn't tell Father?" "Not unless you make it necessary." "What do you want?" "That's better, Maury. You can be realistic. That 1995 Anatolian in your heel, what would it bring at auction?" "You think I'd let you take everything away from me?" "But I don't want everything. I just want to rein you in a bit, the way Father does with Mother. She can't resist rare objets d'art. You have this compulsion to buy the most expensive stamps." "If you don't want it all, how much? Maybe half. We'll see. I'll need $1 million right away. That Anatolian should do it, according to my sources." "What'll you do with it?" "Father won't give me all the money I need to rebuild and improve my War Traveler." "War Traveler? You expect me to pay for that damn thing?" "Whatever Father does not give me, you will provide. I'll need 40,000 a week after the startup costs. Now, brother." Lutz held up a cautioning hand as a pale and angry Maury started to reply. "Just think of me as a dependent. You can peel off a bit more for your new dependent. And if I refuse, don't be stupid, Maury. You'll have a very long and uncomfortable session with Father and his auditors if I lay the evidence in front of him." "How do I know you have this evidence?" "You're grasping at straws, Maury. If I know about that Anatolian—" "But where's your proof?" "I'll see that you get copies." A deep sigh shook Maury. "You always win, damn you!" "This time we both win. I'll just make more profits for a branch of Hansen Industries, and it'll be independent of Father." "Nothing's independent of him." "He'll accept it after we start making big money. Just think of yourself as my silent partner." "And I have to do whatever you say?" "If you don't, you can stick that Anatolian to your forehead and mail yourself to Pluto. You'll have no reason to stick around here.
You see, Morey,
Stick, stick, stick. I'm sticking it to you, fella. Finally.
Morey brought a monogrammed white handkerchief from a pocket and mopped his brow. I always knew you were a nasty person, Lot. How did you find out about— He left the question hanging. Why should I tell you? If our positions were reversed, would you tell me? Morey's silence was a sufficient answer. Ryle intruded on Lut's thoughts.
How can you be this mean to a sibling?
You say you have my memories. You already know what he's like and should have a good idea about Father's character. They are not nice people.
Neither are you, Lot.
I'm a survivor. I do what I have to do. You're in Rome now, Dreen alien, or whatever you are.
When in Rome, do what the Romans do? Yes, I know the allusion. I also know your chicken or the egg argument. Which comes first?
You're learning how to be a human from Earth.
I have many fully assimilated stories of your dreadful planet.
But the reality is not what you expected?
You make a mistake if you treat me as a child, Lot. I know many things.
I'll get you to tell me some of your stories sometime.
Only if I wish it. My ruminations are my own.
So you say.
Morey chose this moment to whisper in Lut's ear, There may be a limit to how much you can bleed from me. Father might like to know how you discovered my secret.
You think I've tapped Father's listening post? Don't be stupid, Morey. If that were it, he'd already know about you. Morey sank back, glowering.
The exchange set Lut thinking. Father's listening post. It was old L.H.'s ultimate family secret, passed on only to male descendants, a package complete with damaging private information to prove its authenticity. Electrodots on Hansen products spied on the purchasers. Computer-sorted surveillance stored at the listening post. Both Morey and Lut suspected Father of conducting a gigantic blackmail operation, but all they knew for sure was that L.H. could influence important people dramatically. The sons also were assured that no spy dots were found on products used by the Hansen family. Hansen Security paid extremely close attention to this. The last freight car passed. Their train lurched into motion, gathering speed along a section of track that curved hard left. The brothers were pressed together into a corner of the seat. They pushed themselves apart, and presently their car stopped in an enormous cavern. Lut unbuckled and stood. He looked up through the car's transparent roof at the brightly lighted cavern. Father's mobile office tower loomed over them in its outsized tunnel, the underground hideaway that once had concealed rows of MX missiles. Like an echo out of the past century, the tower rode its own tracks, able to move even farther into the subterranean maze that concealed Hansen Industries. Lut thought this the most remarkable achievement of his father's mind, a marvel of robotics and engineering. Like its creator, the Hansen Industries building traveled secret places on a course no other could follow. Morey, looking troubled, seemed to share similar thoughts as he joined Lut beside the tube exit. There were dark and secret places in the senior Hansen's mind. Standing erect beside his brother, Lut saw that Morey was only about 6 centimeters taller. The difference had been twice that before the collision. The guard stood aside as the tube exit opened. "Your father is expecting you." "We mustn't keep him waiting," Lut said, leading the way. "You sound almost eager," Morey said, following Lut into the tube. "I'm never eager for a scolding." "You think he's just going to scold me?" "You may be his favorite, Lut, but he has a place for me, too. You'd better know he's just made me vice president for Far Planet Affairs." "I know all about it, Morey. I know everything you do." "You're just as bad as Father," Morey complained. "Why, Morey? And after Father has just promoted you to a position of power and affluence. You're such an ingrate. I hate it when you take that smarmy tone." "I learned it from you, Morey. Come on, L.H. is waiting, and we both know he hates to wait." As Lut moved his dream-shared body up the exit tube, Ryle mulled private thoughts. "I've linked myself to a wild animal. What can I do to tame him?"
Is it possible to bring even a small degree of civilization to such a creature? Who spies on the spies? Watchword of Hansen Security. Lut Hansen Sr. looked down on the MX Cavern's arrival area with mixed emotions, watching his sons emerge. My sons. My enemies. Every word Lut Jr. and Maury had exchanged as they moved through the maze of tunnels had been heard by the senior Hansen here in his office at the peak of the corporation's hidden tower. How do I make up for the mistakes of a lifetime? He felt both guilty and thankful for the precaution that allowed him to eavesdrop on the pair. Precaution? Had he somehow been able to foresee what Maury would become? Or Lut Jr.? But something had inspired him to program a robo-surgeon to implant a tiny electrodot transmitter in the neck of the newborn Maury 29 years ago, just as he had done earlier with Lut Jr. The spy instruments of his own invention were robotically manufactured, as were his other security devices. No other human knew of their existence, but the spy dot in Lut Jr.'s neck no longer functioned. I expected them to last a lifetime, but now something has gone wrong. What has happened to my firstborn? Lut Jr.'s spy dot had been silent since the Vor-Traveler crash, and now their father could eavesdrop on both only when the sons were together. What happened to him out there in space? The information remained tantalizingly sparse, bizarre talk about an alien in his body, and number one son's words projected fascinating possibilities in communication, if this spiral news service idea proved true. The aging L.H. hobbled on automated canes along a one-way window wall, attention directed downward to where his offspring were undergoing the security check all people underwent on arrival. Human and robot guards scanned and probed the pair before passing them to another maze that would bring them to the top of the tower. It was difficult to move and still look down at the arrival platform. Elaborate motile amplifying lenses of his own design, contacting the corneal surfaces, projected from his failing eyes like the antennae of a mechanical insect. While he wore them, he could not blink or move his eyes. The system lubricated the eye surfaces and controlled the wearing time, blacking out and forcing him to remove the lenses at a calibrated fatigue point. The lenses forced him to turn his head to adjust the line of sight. Leaning on his automated walking sticks, the senior Hansen hobbled back and forth, impatient for the arrival of his sons, yet dreading it. The young Hansens passed through security and vanished from sight into the lower levels of the mobile tower. The senior Hansen touched a button on one of his sticks and sent the tower rumbling deeper into the maze of the ancient MX complex. He turned his head and focused on a multicolored hologram projected from the opposite wall, a three-dimensional schematic depicting Hansen Industries divisions and wholly owned companies. Biggest damn conglomerate in the solar system. More assets than those of most nations, an octopus with arms reaching into monopolistic market dominance in places where few suspected his presence. And who will inherit when I die? A fit of coughing shook him, dropping his emotions to a new low. He had been feeling markedly worse of late, and admitted an anxiety to get better or be done with life. But how do I pass along the power? He felt singularly unfortunate. Both sons were thieves and undeserving. They opposed their father in devious ways. What did I do wrong? He felt at least partly to blame for the aberrant natures of his sons, either by genetic transmission or in the way he had raised them. Their lives now seemed indelible, and this struck him as ironic. He had long been accustomed to reshaping the universe around him according to his personal desires, molding the animate and inanimate as he wished. Now I seem unable to change my sons. Security devices in the outer corridor alerted him to the imminent arrival of Lut Jr. and Maury. Time to make another stab at correcting my mistakes. And this time I'm going to be even more devious than they are.
Try to control everything, and you're soon juggling too many forces that have their own momentum. It's like the sorcerer's apprentice problem. When things break down into chaos, you don't have the right spell to keep control. Wisdom of the Raj Dude. Osceola looked out the interim window at the Venusian landscape on the rim of Garantium City. Ruddy flames, rivers of molten sulphur, cascades of fiery magma sparkling like a July 4th display, orange light dancing on the poisonous clouds. Her watch said it was early morning here, but you could seldom tell by the variations in light. She could hear Dudley in the lock of the entrance anteroom getting out of his interim armor. Clumsy. He sounded like a bull alligator rubbing against a log. Their penthouse, with its quintuple shielding, afforded the best available protection against the planet's searing heat, 450 to 600 degrees centigrade, but she always felt uneasy here and seldom ventured out. Best to come and go by spiral. The rooms were comfortable, though, even if they were Spartan, and all the furnishings were made out of dull inserum. Dudley came up beside her and sealed off the view. "Don't torture yourself, Ossie," he said. "You don't have to look at it. You should have stayed in Florida this time."
Don't like the secretive way you're doing things. Sometimes I think you need a guardian. What was so danged important you had to risk going out there in armor?
Luck needs a good woman to bring him into line.
Your nephew's on Earth, not Venus.
But there must be 10 or 12 women here who fit the requirements for what he needs.
According to you. And how you gonna get him here to meet these answers to a young man's wet dreams?
I think it'll just happen naturally.
Natural, my foot. You're interfering again.
A little bit. I kind of whispered to him across dimensions that Venus was the ideal place for his four-camera demonstration. And for other things.
Oh, you did you? Well, why don't you get him a pass to the Legion Cat House? That's what your lot would like.
No women for him there. He needs a wife who sets a good example.
Wife? He's not the marrying kind no more'n you are.
We might's well be married. Must be 30 years now.
Seems like 30 centuries. Men. You think all it takes is the right woman, and everything turns up smelling like magnolias.
It's worth a try, Ossie. He's not the same lot, what with that Dreen kid sharing his body.
I wish you'd drop this whole mess. You haven't done anything right with the Hansons since you tied up L.H.'s automated limo factory so's it can only make those rickshaws.
That was pretty good, wasn't it? If he messes up the limo program, all of Hanson Industries shuts down, and he knows it. Got his hands tied.
You were really getting back at your sister, weren't you? For marrying him.
That's not true, Ossie.
Then why'd you fix it, so's she has to say hung far low before the dang things will move?
Some of her posh friends think it's amusing.
So does L.H., but you're not answering my question.
It's good therapy for my sister. Reminds her where she comes from.
Therapy, my ass. That prudish little belle still isn't sure where her sons come from.
Ossie, you stop that. I know you don't like my sister and her family, but you go too far sometimes.
Okay, so now you're pandering for your nephew. What's next?
I'm not really trying to control things, Ossie, just influencing them a little.
Lutt comes up here, he could get himself killed.
I know that, but Venus puts a charge in you. He's never been on the real edge of death. It'll be good for him.
Yeah, I know, therapy. Sometimes I think you fancy yourself a shrink for the whole human race.
Just for those who need me, Ossie.
Like me, I suppose.
It was not I who brought questions to the wise man.
That does it. We're going home.
But this is also our home. He gestured at the dull grey room.
This ain't home. This is a game you play. We're leaving. Every time you come here you turn into a swell-headed wise guy. It is not I who questions the wise man.
I'm sorry, Ossie, but I have to stay for a while.
Well, I'm going back. This place gives me the creeps, and it's even worse when I see what it does to you. I tried to get you to stay in Florida. I'm going home, but I'll still be watching you, you dang old fool. Damn it, you try my patience sometimes. I'm glad you'll be keeping an eye on me, I see. I'll sing out if I need help. Then maybe I'll answer, and maybe I won't. She went to an oblong panel inset into the wall beside the entrance lock. There she placed a palm against a dark spot, and her body melted into the panel, vanishing in a twisted whirl of bright light. "Maybe it's time I retired," Dudley muttered. Perhaps we have an unconscious desire to enter time and scatter our seeds. This might explain the existence of latents. How else could we Dreens harbor such wildly unpredictable imagers in hidden form? Habiba's Journal. Entering his father's office suite, Lot automatically paused just inside the doorway, blocking Maury. This was a requisite pause to survey obstacles ahead of him. Old L.H. was notorious for rearranging his office and placing booby-traps in the path of the unwary. Lot knew most of the pitfalls, but Father was continually tinkering. Father warned family members never to enter the office when the senior Hanson was absent. It could be fatal. Lot believed him. The place was a multi-level throne room, in Lot's eyes. The Lord Founder of Hanson Industries stood waiting, leaning on his automated walking sticks near the far windows at the top of a crimson-carpeted stairway. No throne there, though the setting called for one. The old man rarely sat down. There was a sense of forced activity about him lately, of a man fighting ill health and desperate to remain in motion. Phlebitis hobbled him and slowed him, but Father stubbornly remained on his feet, aiming those alarming lenses at you in an unwavering, mechanical stare. "Well, come in, both of you," L.H. called, his voice cracking slightly. "You'll probably make it safely." A cackle of laughter shook the old man's body. Lot led the way, conscious of Maury close behind. Straight ahead, toward the carpeted stairs and pedestal at the windows, both sons walked carefully through the center of the room. Lot composed himself to show no fear, but he could smell the acridity of Maury's sweat. "Yeah, brother, stick close to me. We'll probably survive." The old man remained silent, watchful. He had been known to call out warnings. "Don't step there! Don't sit there!" Lot kept part of his attention on the wrinkled mouth. Halfway across the room, the sons passed a standard desk on the right against a yellow and brown wooden wall covered with charts and displays of work in progress. Father seldom used it, preferring an adjacent chairless drafting table he could use while standing. That was where L.H. did whatever remained after his computers had danced to his commands. The computer terminals occupied a gray metal wall to the left, set at a distance that forced frequent walks back and forth. As he passed the drafting table, Lot scanned the wall display, noting some of the interests currently occupying L.H. Solar wind farms, property management, Space Mining Ventures Limited, Consumer Products Division, Military Manufactures Incorporated. The old man cares more about his business than about his family, Lot thought. Anything solely from his own imagination is more important. Like the gadgets L.H. invented and exhibited at prominent places around the Hanson Empire, he could point to each of these accomplishments and say, "This is mine." Lot had decided at an early age never to become one of Father's exhibits. Maury, however, might still fall into that trap. At the foot of the staircase, Lot paused at a gesture from his father. Maury bumped into him, revealing that the younger brother had been looking elsewhere. "Don't tread on that third step," L.H. said, "and stay in the middle, at least a half-meter from either side." "What is it, Father?" Lot asked as he skipped the third step. "Detonators? Trapdoor? An ejection mechanism?" L.H. smiled. "I've forgotten." The words rang true to Lot.
The old man's automated canes were another dangerous marvel with an array of buttons that activated concealed weaponry and other devices. Lutt worried that L.H.'s feebleness might accidentally trigger a weapon, killing anyone unlucky enough to be present. At the top of the stairs, Lutt and Maury moved to a bench on the left, the visitor's hot seat. Silvery smooth and hard, the alloy surface had no back, making it almost impossible for visitors to relax. Lutt had once brought a padded, clamp-on back of his own design, and, in Father's presence, provided himself with a more comfortable seat. It had been planned as something of a joke, but the old man showed no reaction. "Telling me it takes more than that to get his attention." Lutt had left his contraption in place, but it was gone at his next visit, probably relegated to a trash heap by this powerful, self-consumed man. Using his canes for support, L.H. turned slowly as his sons seated themselves, but the mechanical eyes were focused on Lutt. "Well, Father," Maury said. "Be still!" L.H. snapped. Maury fell into abashed silence.
"You both may have noticed," L.H. said, "that I have no newspaper exhibits here. The reason has been explained to you many times. The Seattle Enquirer is good for no more than a write-off."
The senior Hanson's loose-throated voice fell off in a fit of coughing that troubled Lutt. When the spasm passed, L.H. spoke in a lower voice, droning through a recital of Lutt's many failures that concluded with the crash of the experimental ship. Lutt waited in silence. Then, "I'm learning from my mistakes the same way you learned from yours. The Enquirer—"
"Right off! And now I'm told you are attempting to make it profitable."
"True. I brought in new people at higher salaries, bought modern equipment, remodeled the building, and improved morale."
"With my money! You're wasting my money on foolishness."
"Haven't I heard you say it takes money to make money?"
"It also takes good sense."
"Father, I've made some choices that
are unacceptable. Newspapers are an anachronism. You're doing foolish things, even making the offices smell like an old-time establishment. Next, you'll probably toss out the electronics and print on paper."
"That'd be stupid." Lutt got to his feet as he spoke, but noted that Maury remained seated, as Father preferred during a lecture session. "I recreated the ambience of an old news office because that's a proven think tank. Competitors are copying me."
"Ambience,"
L.H. sneered. "I'm a realist, Father. I use modern technology to the hilt. I want to blend the old and the new to best advantage."
"Son, if you'd branch into satellite communications and intersolar networks, I'd provide all the funds you—"
"Father, I want to dominate the market. My way. And it's what I'm going to do." After a disturbingly long silence, L.H. asked, "How?" "With the fastest and most reliable interplanetary news service in history."
"Then why are you playing these games with the Enquirer?"
"I feel comfortable with the Enquirer. It's—"
"Comfort? Comfort is for losers. You only get ahead by being uncomfortable. That's why I never sit at a desk."
"Fine for you, Father. But I have more ambition than you realize."
"I hoped you'd grow out of this nonsense."
"The Enquirer is not nonsense."
"You're actually getting worse. The paper is a scandal sheet. It's embarrassing your mother. You can't go around sensationalizing murder, rape, and off-world warfare."
"Why? Because they increase circulation? Don't you appreciate profit?"
"I don't appreciate the tone of your editorials. How dare you let Aide Stewart criticize my business interests?"
"Ah, the piece last week about the Hanson Industries solar power monopoly."
"A son of mine should be more sensitive to economic realities and family interests.
A living, breathing newspaper must have editorial freedom. Are you threatening to cut off my funds?
You'd only go out with a swan-song editorial about me. I know you, Lut.
Lut grinned and was surprised to see a matching grin on his father's face. Emboldened by this, Lut said, "The Enquirer can be far more than a write-off. It could be the base for my spiral communication system, an almost instantaneous—"
"This so-called Vor spiral development you keep pouring money into?"
"I've already sent hyperlight messages to Earth from a ship in space. I believe the entire universe is connected by spiral passages that will allow us to
wreck more expensive ships in space."
"I now know how to prevent such accidents."
"Look, boy, I'm an inventor myself. A proven inventor. This little toy of yours has cute aspects, but—"
Again L.H. fell into a fit of coughing. Lut took advantage of the break to say, "There's a potential for big profits here."
"Your fancy idea will never be profitable,"
L.H. said. "How can you say that? My system works, and even without rapid transport of matter, I think it follows from—"
"You think?"
"Father, there are major wars on 3 planets. The potential for news breaks there alone."
"Hanson Industries is not involved in those wars, except as a munitions supplier, and that amounts to small potatoes on our total balance sheet."
"But faster communications could also prevent damage to our assets in deep space. We could take quick action when problems are seen."
"Our assets out there already have fail-safe systems handled by equipment and personnel on the spot. You've seen what we did on Uranus. Knock over the competition when they get rough. That's the way to handle these things."
"But with just a little more investment—"
"You're looking at big start-up costs. There might be a small profit in a couple of years, but that'd vanish once the competition climbed on our wagon."
"But we could monopolize this, I tell you."
"Profit is the bottom line, son. Believe me, the profit from this harebrained scheme would be nothing compared with what you'd see if you stepped into this office."
Maury cleared his throat loudly.
"Well, what do you want?"
L.H. demanded. "Father, perhaps I could—"
"You let me decide about you, Maury. Show some real responsibility, and things might change for you."
Once more L.H. confronted his eldest.
"You're wasting time and money, and taking unnecessary chances."
Maury was not to be silenced. "You took big chances to get where you are, Father."
"Are you siding with Lut?" L.H. demanded. He sounded pleased. "I think he deserves a chance."
"So he can make a pratfall, and you can pick up the pieces, that it?"
When Maury did not respond, L.H. sighed and looked once more at Lut.
"I don't know why one of my boys has to have all the guts and no sense, while the other has the sense and no guts."
He teetered on one stick, lifting the other to point at Lut.
"Now you look here, boy. You should leapfrog from what I've built. Use my back and jump ahead. Take advantage of the situation, boy. Can't you see what I'm offering you?"
"Stop calling me boy. Hanson Industries is your work."
"And it could be yours."
"I want something that's really mine. If the universe is connected by spiral passages, Hanson Industries would be a tiny part of what we could gain."
"You're talking crazy. That ship you built almost got you killed."
"But I survived and learned something."
"I learned something, too. I've had your project under close watch, and if I thought your hyperlight system had potential, I'd put one of my divisions to work on it right away."
"Does that mean you won't give me any more funds for my project?" Lut asked, noting how carefully Maury watched their father to learn his response. L.H. shook his head in exasperation.
"Pie in space."
"And maybe it's a bigger pie than you think." L.H. suppressed a smile at the way Lut had gone on the attack.
"I called him in to chew ass about spending money on unauthorized experiments, and he's swinging it around against me. He's a stubborn cuss, and that's for sure. Let's see how stubborn. Tell you what, son. Maybe we can strike a deal.
What kind of deal?
The Enquirer's policies and editorials are totally at odds with my position, young man. How important is this freedom of editorial policy?
Lot smiled, seeing where the old man was about to take them, and saw the beginning twitches of a smile on L.H.'s face.
You always say everything has relative value, Lot said.
Then come with me. L.H. spoke gruffly and motioned with his stick as Maury started to rise.
Not you, Maury. You wait here. And I'd advise you to stay seated. That way you'll be in one piece when we get back.
Leaving Maury, the old man turned and led the way down the steps, lurching on his sticks. They crossed to the computer center, where L.H. pointed a stick at the bare wall beside a terminal and pressed one of the stick's buttons. Lot prayed L.H. was using the right button, and was relieved to hear machinery grinding behind the wall.
I'm getting old, and my vision's pretty bad, L.H. said. Every system in my body seems to be failing, and even my best robodocs aren't much help. I've sure been hoping you'd come around before now.
The sympathy ploy, Lot thought. He hasn't used that for quite a while.
You have Maury, Lot said, and I know there are other capable people in the company.
Not family,
L.H. spoke as a wall panel slid aside, exposing the steps of a motionless escalator leading upward to the secret rooms in the peak of the tower. Each step was marked on its vertical face, "Prepare to die. Survival odds nil." Father's peculiar warning to unauthorized intruders, should any get this far. When Lot remained silent, L.H. said,
You're potentially more capable, son. I sensed that when you were born. That's why I gave you my own first name. Doesn't that weigh on you?
It weighs on me. L.H. waved his left-hand stick in a circle, and the escalator began humming. He lurched forward and gripped a handrail, and the weight of his body set the system in motion. Lot followed 2 steps behind, speaking as he went.
Have you noticed, Father, how little our conversations vary? Always the same old arguments.
Just like these escalator steps, huh? Around and around we go.
Lot shook his head. Let's bring recordings next time and save our energy. You with your standard lectures, and me with a stock appeal for your approval and financial support. The old man's quick laughter broke into wheezing coughs. At the top of the escalator they went down a narrow corridor and took a small elevator to the very peak, a small room packed with esoteric electronic gear. The listening post. Atop a plastic table at the entrance lay 2 white envelopes, one labeled Lot Jr. and the other Maury. At a nod from L.H., Lot stuffed his envelope into a pocket of his tunic.
Aren't you curious about your allowance?
L.H. asked. I'll learn soon enough.
So you will. So you will.
Take the other one to Maury. Why didn't you bring him up here?
Wanted to talk to you privately. I'm worried about Maury. He's taken up with some bad people.
What can I do about it?
You can remember he's your brother, and try to steer him right.
L.H. nudged the other envelope toward Lot, who took it in one hand. A weighted silence descended between father and son. Lot felt the crinkling envelope in his tunic pocket, an allowance ostensibly generated from earnings of this most secret Hansen facility. An odd way to handle an allowance, considering the financial resources available, but this was father's way, and not to be questioned. L.H. seemed to be waiting for something. For me to tell him how I'm squeezing Maury? Is it possible he knows? Yes, it's possible. Lot sent a worried glance around the listening post, hub of father's most secret invention, a scrambler compression system that could piggyback on any electronic communications, radio wavelengths or hard rays.
Here was where spy dots hidden in Hansen products transmitted their clandestine information, everything recorded, checked for voice print identification, then read and sorted automatically. Father often referred to this place as his bank.
"I sell some of it to law enforcement agencies through middlemen," L.H. had explained,
leaving any other uses of the place to Lutt's imagination. Lutt recalled his childhood awe at this place. Father bragged that no one could duplicate it, that no scanners except those of his own invention could detect the room or the spy dots that funneled data into it. When Lutt had questioned this, the old man had said, "I think differently from any person who's ever lived or ever will live. My equipment is exceedingly intricate. Still, I'm cautious by nature. The secret might be stolen and used against me. That's why I take certain precautions." What those precautions were, L.H. did not share, but 2 transparent domes on pedestals in the room each held a folder. One marked Lutt Jr., and the other Maury. Lutt's silence continued while he ruminated. At L.H.'s death, the sons were instructed to enter the listening post, using the coded signals hidden in the old man's canes, and each son was to remove his own folder. "Take your own only. Touch the other one, and it'll kill you." Each tape came with connectors to be hooked to the recipient's head. The remaining family secrets would then be fed directly into the son's mind, "including the way you can pass our secrets along to your male offspring." Egotistical male chauvinist, Lutt thought, his attention returning to the present. When Lutt continued silent, the old man looked disappointed. He found a plastic container of non-ferrous tools and began fussing with one of the micro-recorders, replacing a chip and testing it. L.H. coughed as he worked. "Would you really kill us if we revealed anything about this room?" Lutt asked. "Like I warned you when I first told you about this place, son. Don't put it to the test." "You're afraid Maury might be compromised by his criminal friends?" "That's only one of my worries." L.H. stepped back and admired his work. A tiny component and a glittering wall of them, all looking similar, fingernail-sized rectangles of silver and gold, but each displaying a unique face when studied closely. Lutt entertained many theories about how these devices worked. He often played a game with his father, attempting to discover the listening post's secret, doing this despite the elder's insistence that no other mind could follow the convoluted path of this creation. As L.H. finished his handiwork, Lutt asked, "Is it a molecular transmitting system?" A chuckle shook the old man's chest, but his face remained deadpan. "There's invariably some unsealed place in every building where air escapes to the outside," Lutt said. Was that a flicker of interest on the old man's face? "Messages imprinted on atmospheric molecules." Lutt waited out one of L.H.'s coughing spells, then continued. "Those loaded molecules could be read outside a building once the air had escaped to—" L.H. snorted. "What difference would it make whether your mythological molecules were inside or outside? Any receiver worth a damn wouldn't have to wait for a stupid molecule to go outside. As for that, some homes and many vehicles are airtight." Lutt stared back at his father's unreadable eyes. "So you wouldn't be able to eavesdrop on spy dot messages from airtight—" "Bushra! Loaded molecules, inside-outside." "Then I'm on the wrong track." "I didn't say that." This was a new twist on their game, and Lutt considered it. Was the old man leading him down a dead-end street? Could be. Time wasted on a useless project of this kind would amuse him. "You haven't looked at your allowance," L.H. said. "It'll be something under 80,000, and I need a lot more." "Something under 80,000, eh? That's still quite a bit of money for 1 month." "You're putting 90% of my allowance into a pension plan, but I need the cash now.
Not when I'm too old to do anything with it.
When you're my age, you mean?
It's something to think about. L.H. sighed.
How much do you need this time?
$6 million.
$6 million? For what?
I've built my spiral communications system and even my experimental ships with second-rate parts. This time I want to do it right. Broadcast from war zones on another planet. Demonstrate what my system can really do.
For $6 million?
$2 million would go for the news service, equipment, travel expenses, and sales promotion. The rest would go into a new ship.
Which war zone interests you?
Venus.
I've seen Venus. A frightful red-hot place. What about the war on Mars? At least it's cooler there.
Lot was astonished. Was he to get the full amount? It was an extraordinary request, 6 times greater than he had ever dared ask for in the past. The old pattern would be for them to start dickering now, back and forth, like street vendors on one of the have-not planets. Venus has more news value because it's the Legion against the Mao guards, and there's greater danger there, Lut said. He recalled the strange, whispering suggestion that had come to him while Ryle slept.
Come to Venus, Lut, for the war camera, for love and more. Touch your past and your future. And you'd go there yourself? L.H. asked.
Yes. Lut held his breath. What was the old man's decision?
$2 million now. More if it looks promising, L.H. said.
Lut did not know what to say. This was 10 times the old man's usual
200,000 for special purposes.
What game was L.H. playing? Lut experienced a complex reaction, a mixture of love, admiration, envy, and hatred. $2 million was only a third of what he really needed. A coughing spasm once more shook L.H. He leaned over, pressing a cane to his chest. When the spell passed, Lut said, "Don't tell Mother where I've gone." L.H. wiped phlegm from his mouth and nodded. The prosthetic lenses glittered with reflected light as they moved. Without another word, he led the way out of the listening post. No thanks expected, none given. Through all of this familial exchange, Ryle had observed without interfering, focusing as much analytical attention as he could on the complex emotional substance, wishing he had paid more attention to classes in alien psychology. Once in the outer corridor, Ryle ventured a probe. "Why is the mother not to be told?" "She would worry too much." "Your father agreed without argument." "Despite our differences, he knows I have to go my own way." "I fail to understand." "The old man really respects my independence and my drive." "But not your creativity?" "I think so, but I always have to hear it second-hand from someone else, never from him." Ryle lapsed into private thoughts. What strange creatures, these earthers! The family was at war within itself. No filial devotion. The father was a cold-blooded person. Kill his own offspring? For the first time since linking flesh with the earther, Ryle felt truly alone, cast adrift in a dangerous environment where no reassuring familiarity could be seen. Was it even possible to introduce real bonds of affection and love into such a society? Ryle was filled with doubts.
When I was young, we still could be our own selves, individuals, and that's what I've always fought to be. Lut Hansen, Sr. From the penthouse atop his shop building near Seattle, Lut saw the wreckage of his war traveler on the concrete pad 10 stories below, a charred and twisted carcass. Workers scurried around it like carrion insects. The shop's early afternoon shadow touched the far edge of the wreck, cutting across the demolished drive section in a wavy line.
Here, in the privacy of his own quarters, Lot dared speak aloud to the partner of his flesh. "So they didn't return any of your Dreen ship?" "I could identify nothing familiar." "Zone patrol bastards. What are they doing?" "They're watching, and the slightest mistake could land us in jail. Permanently." "I have to assume you're right." "Why else do you think I haven't resumed control of our body? I'm still not sure I could mimic all normal human responses." "So you say." "I say the truth. Tell me, Lot, why do you treat your own brother in such abominable fashion?" "Did you see how quick he forked over the first payment?" "But your father gave you so much." "Nowhere near enough. You see that ship down there? I'm going to rebuild it and do it right. You're going to help." "How can I help? You're planning a very dangerous—" "You don't know the first thing about danger. But you'll learn if you don't tell me all the secrets of spiral travel." "I was only a passenger on an automatic ship." "Don't lie to me!" Lot slammed open the sliding window in front of him and, before Ryle could interfere, climbed out on a narrow ledge. He teetered there, one hand holding a window frame. "What are you doing?" "You think you could image our flesh back to life if I dived onto that wreckage?" Ryle experienced terror and the ticklings of a memory from his schooldays. Something about separating from merged flesh at a moment of death. All he said, though, was, "You wouldn't." For answer, Lot released his hold on the window frame and swayed against a wind blowing along the ledge. "All I know is it takes 70 Dreen minutes by spiral to reach Earth from Dreener." Lot resumed his grip on the window frame. "I've heard of a Venusian hour, but what the hell is a Dreen minute?" "Approximately 2.57 Earth minutes. Please, let us go inside." Lot ducked back through the window, but left it open. Not daring to try for control of their body, lest Lot dive through the window in the struggle, Ryle focused on the opening through which Lot stared at a distant, snow-crowned mountain. Privately, Ryle thought he would have to tell desperate lies, concealing innate knowledge of spirals known to every Dreen. "You see that mountain?" Lot asked. "When you refuse to help me or answer my questions, I'll hang-glide from the top." Memories in Lot's mind made it clear what he intended. "Don't do that!" Ryle protested. "Treacherous downdrafts up there," Lot said. "They can drop you to the ground, much farther down than out this window." "You're insane!" "Old L.H. taught me how to get what I want. And you know my glider was designed only for my original height and weight." "But we're heavier and taller now." "I've been warned not to use that glider if I gain 5 pounds. Very dangerous. This could be real sport." "Why would you take such chances?" "I enjoy danger. You read me and know that." "But you were never this crazy before the accident." "So maybe the crash changed me. This is the new Lot." Ryle did not know what to do or say. The evil situation was getting worse by the minute. When Ryle did not respond, Lot said, "You try to take over our body, and I'll jump out that window, or something worse, first chance I get." Ryle experienced a surge of anger. "Ingrate! I brought you back to life. Is this the thanks I get?" "What's that funny smell?" Lot demanded. "Smell? Oh, that's the odor of Dreen rage." As he revealed this, Ryle knew he had made a mistake. "Kind of a floral perfume," Lot said. "I'll remember it. I wish Maury gave off signals like that. Did you see how mad he was when he handed me the money?" "He looked angry enough to kill." "Maury? Kill? He's too much of a coward." "I'm told Earthers change when pushed into a corner." "Is it the same with Dreens?" "I have no way of knowing." "Interesting. You know what I like about our arrangement, Ryle? It's how healthy I feel, and right now I'm hungry." "Will you at least let me have some say in what we eat? If this gets too dull, I may become desperate." "I'll know it when you give me that wonderful smell." "Wonderful? It's a terrible smell." "That should tell you how different we are. There probably are lots of things I think are marvelous and you'd hate, or vice versa. Sauce for the goose could poison the gander.
Ryle's thoughts went immediately to Basile.
"Have a great place to eat,"
Lut said. Pausing only to don a dark blue cape, he ordered up a long Kadichev limo and drove it himself, much too fast through dense foot and vehicular traffic in the city streets. Ryle dipped into Lut's memories, recognizing their destination when they came to it. A red neon sign across the front of a high-rise building announced, "The House of Health." It began to rain as they emerged, and went up a short flight of steps to a security door and into a parlor dominated by red velvet and crystal. There was the nearby sound of low music and laughter mingled with clinking dishes. Smells of spiced food were heavy on the air. A burly male attendant in antique black-and-white formal attire took Lut's cape.
"Good to see you again, sir," the attendant said.
Reading Lut's experiences here, Ryle felt repelled. What a strange combination of activities. Some of Ryle's emotions leaked through to Lut, and he shared a gleeful thought.
"It's a good business. That's undoubtedly why Morey decided to invest."
A combination restaurant, health spa, and house of prostitution?
Why not? Isn't health composed of many factors?
But isn't this sort of thing illegal?
Wealthy patrons pay off the police and it runs smoothly. We call it among ourselves the House of Delights.
The attendant gestured Lut through a wide doorway into an anteroom, dominated by a short metal tunnel lined with flashing lights and hair-like probes. Lut stepped into the tunnel with easy familiarity, allowing the probes to touch his head and hands. He began to read aloud from an overhead display, showing BOS plus 0.05.
Brain oxygen supply plus 0.05. That's the best I've ever shown.
Careful, Lut. Can this machine detect alien cells?
It reads my chemistry. Now it's showing which organs are supplying the oxygen and other elements I need.
But they'll compare this new assessment with your previous readings.
So what? There's no ray attachment to the thing.
What's the purpose?
There's a vending machine at the other end where I can get super medicine to compensate for deficiencies. They'll also add things to the food I order.
I can see that food is not your primary interest here.
Yeah. The bordello is the best on earth.
Lut, please don't.
Come on, I'm going to be generous and let you pick some of the food.
A heavy-set female attendant in a green jumpsuit, bulging with concealed weapons, helped Lut out of the tunnel's far end.
You see that?
Lut crowed. Nothing for me from the dispenser.
It recommended healthy exercise upstairs.
You're in superior condition, sir,
the attendant said. She had a gravelly voice.
Congratulations.
Food first,
Lut said. Nothing like one of your fine meals to tone up the gonads. I want a private room.
Send Priscilla with the menu.
You're not going to have Taloma, your favorite?
That's a definite maybe.
The private room accorded with Lut's memory preview. Ryle took it in at a glance. Mirrors all around, small glass-topped table, 2 spindly chairs, thick white carpet, low, coved lights at the edges of the ceiling. "Why the mirrors on the ceiling?" Ryle asked.
"Can't you read it in my memories?"
"I'm afraid of what I may discover there."
"The mirrors are great. Wait and see. Look at this wall panel. It pulls out, and there's a bed. The table and chairs go into that slot over there."
"The carpet's so thick."
Sometimes you don't even bother with a bed."
"You're really disgusting, Lut."
Priscilla, entering the room behind them, interrupted this exchange.
"Oh, hello, Lutty,"
she cooed. Ryle saw a blonde with narrow face and large breasts. She wore a transparent bikini and shoes with spike heels.
"A pneumatique 44,
Lut gloated. "Lut, please send her away."
"I thought you wanted to learn about humans firsthand." Priscilla extended a thick folder.
Here's the menu. I just never know what you want.
At least send her away while we're eating, Ryle pleaded.
You Dreens are such prudes.
We are merely fastidious.
Lut said, Toddle along, Prissy. Priscilla pouted.
Don't you want my recommendations?
Another time. She flounced out, saying,
I'll send Taloma.
Lut opened the menu. Hey, they must have a new source of fresh basil. They've restored pesto genovese to the menu. Ryle felt a surge of consternation. Basil, the earther name for Basile. Oh, how tempting, but dangerous. Very revealing to Lut. No Dreen could image block the drug's effects.
We'll have pesto for sure, Lut gloated, and red wine.
I may turn your pesto into ramungi or warsuckles.
What the hell are those?
They vie with bitter peeps as Dreen favorites.
But Ryle thought privately,
no matter what I do, the Basile will remain. The dreadful drug defied imaging.
Dreens whispered that Basile's origins lay buried in a scattering that preceded even Habiba. No one appeared certain of anything about it. Would I like them? Lut asked.
I don't know, but aren't you curious?
Yeah, a little. But don't mess with my pesto. I'll order something else for you. Lut studied the menu. Smoked eel. No, I hate it. Too rich.
Dreens love rich foods, and especially rich desserts.
Then maybe we should stick to my preferences.
You promised.
Sometimes I break my promises.
Is that something I should learn to do?
Maybe you've already learned it.
You Earthers are so suspicious. You have unimaginative, dull minds. Your taste in foods is the same, very dull. No imagination.
Look here, my Dreen friend, we have to get along. I'll admit I needed you after the wreck, and maybe I like some of the benefits, but—
Such as being alive?
Like being bigger and healthier. That machine downstairs doesn't lie.
We're stuck with each other for now, Lut, but I'm going to separate us as soon as I'm able. Most of this flesh is mine.
Any time, baby. But right now, we eat pesto. Even if I object. For the love of ampleness, can't we compromise?
How?
As a beginning, each of us could select half of this meal.
Okay. But can you separate our taste senses?
They spoke of it at school as being very difficult.
You let me know when you're ready, huh?
Ryle, tempted to utter a sigh of satisfaction, stayed completely separated from bodily control. As a major effort in dissimulation, this had not gone badly. Lut needed help in rebuilding his Vor-Traveler? Very well. To the extent possible. Ryle recalled vaguely that the great story ships had something to do with breaking the bonds of merged flesh. By helping Lut build the ship, Ryle thought he might free himself in some way.
If only I can remember what they said when I wasn't paying attention.
Earther life was imaged for symmetry according to the Dreen ideal, but also with a discordant asymmetry. The symmetry of 2 eyes, 2 arms, and 2 legs conflicts with asymmetry. One side of the face different from the other, 1 arm longer, 1 foot larger, and so on. This can only be a source of other discords as life seeks to find symmetry in the midst of asymmetry. The Habiba Commentary. From the bordello, with Ryle choked into dizzy remoteness by the effects of Basile and Earther love-making, Lut took their shared body back to the Inquirer, hiring a House of Health attendant to drive them. Ryle felt that he cowered in this body, weak and unable to do anything except record vague sensations of the flesh through Lut's responses. Those awful mirrors, and not just in the ceiling, but folding out of the walls. The grunting, thrusting, sweaty performance, how utterly disgusting. Except at the very end. What an oddly pleasant sensation. Wrapped tightly in his cape, Lut stretched out on the wide seat, muttering,
All right, tomorrow's editorial. Christ's sakes, I shouldn't be drunk on the little bit of wine I had with dinner.
Barely in control of consciousness, Ryle held his silence, fearing tricks his Basile-fogged mind might play on him. Lights in buildings they passed jiggled and danced to unheard music. Not caring what the driver might overhear, Lutz said,
"How come we're so drunky, Ryle, baby?"
When Ryle did not reply, Lut became belligerent.
"I'm talking to you, baby."
The driver spoke over one shoulder.
"Sir?" "Not talking to you. Talking to him."
Lut pounded himself on the chest. The driver faced forward and concealed a grin until he was sure Lut could not see it.
"So you're gonna play dumb, huh?"
Lut demanded. He pinched their left ear.
"Ouch! That hurts."
"Sir, would you like me to stop someplace for a detox?" the driver asked.
"You just drive us to the Inquirer." Christ, what was in that wine?
At the Inquirer, Lut turned the limo over to a photo team driver, with orders to park it and send the House of Health attendant home with a large tip. Employees tried not to look at him as he staggered down a long hallway, past antique signs that said composing room, press room, and proofreaders. Recorded sounds of a press rumbled in the building, and synthetic scents of an antique newspaper plant wafted on the air.
"I like all the old stuff,"
Lut told Ryle.
"Smell that? We piped in. Printer's ink, dust, newsprint, bad coffee, and stale sandwiches."
Lut stopped and put a palm to each side of his mouth, concentrating on clear speech.
"Stale ambience."
He dropped his hands.
"That's what I call it."
The "it" came out with a hiccup. He launched himself into motion and made it to his office, collecting bruises from collisions with walls and doorways. Lut's office appeared to Ryle like the control room of a primitive earther spaceship. Large panels displayed pages on demand. A keyboard projected from one wall with a contour chair in front of it. The arms of the chair held buttons for the selection of mode, editing, review scanning, new material. Lut slumped into the chair and ordered caffeine. When a copy boy brought it, he gulped the liquid, belched, and bent over the keyboard. Ryle, temporarily resigned to the role of observer, watched words appear on the screen and sampled Lut's thoughts. Despite the senior Hanson's objections, Lut obviously was determined to stir up emotions and increase the Inquirer's circulation, making the business even more profitable. The editorial called for creation of a city-county housing authority to promote ways of improving the lives of those unfortunate wretches clinging to the shadows of our lives.
"Now to incite pressure from Mother to serve on the commission,"
Lut gloated.
"I'll do it secretly."
Ryle soon tired of the observer role, and, strength returning, reflected on the bordello experience. Taloma, Lut's favorite, had been a surprise, at least 50 years old, and with hair a garish henna-red. Lut's memories said she had known the senior Hanson for more than 30 years. The old man had brought Lut to her on his 15th birthday, saying, "Break him in, Tolly." "What a confused and convoluted person you are, Lut," Ryle intruded.
"Stay out of it when I'm writing editorials,"
Lut barked.
"Don't say these things aloud. Someone might hear."
"And shut up."
Lyle lapsed into sullen remoteness. Taloma definitely was a surprise, as was Lut's reaction to her, telling her, "You're my best friend, Tolly." Taloma had shown astonishment. "You don't mean that." "Sure I do." Ryle, observer, had felt it more pleasant to sample Lut's memories and avoid the immediate fleshly involvement. Hanson Sr.'s attitudes shocked Ryle. The old man had told his son before the first visit to Taloma that Hanson men had to become buddies the way military companions did. "Where's the war?" Lut had demanded.
"It's against women, boy. Don't you see that?"
Once more Ryle intruded on Lutt's work. "Your father's sick, and it must be contagious. You've caught it, too." Lutt took his hands off the keyboard and leaned back into the chair. "Listen to me, you Dreen prude. Next time you interfere with my work, I'm going to run down the hall shouting, 'There's a Dreen in my head.'"
"You wouldn't."
"How long before it gets back to the zone patrol?"
"There's sure to have spies here."
"Right. Now stay out of it." Lutt returned to his writing. A subdued Ryle returned to his private thoughts, wondering if the Dreen imager of Earth might have been mentally ill. There was no doubt about aberration in Lutt. While making love to Taloma, Lutt had engaged in a waking dream, pretending the woman with him was his faceless Nini. Similarities between Lutt's waking dream and Dreen image projection techniques did not escape Ryle. Was there useful knowledge in this fantasy Nini? Who was the mysterious other man Nini was supposed to love? Why couldn't Lutt see her face and identify his rival? It was the stuff of nightmares. Where did insanity stop and sanity begin? Dreen primary school warnings about merging flesh haunted Ryle. Bits of his lessons suggested separation might be achieved by adapting a spiral ship's equipment, but none of this assured success. Stories from the few who had merged and separated shared a common comment: "The way in is the way out." Whatever that was supposed to mean. Ryle felt ever more hopeless about his situation. Take over the body and risk being identified as a Dreen? Did he dare? Lutt finished his editorial, unfolded a cot from a wall, stretched out and dimmed the lights, preparing to sleep. "That editorial will anger your father," Ryle intruded. "It won't make Mother happy either. Now let me sleep." Ryle felt his flesh partner drift into sleep and dreaded the dreams that might come. What an evil creature this Lutt was. No gratitude at all about being saved. He didn't care about others, only about his own desires. "If I can separate us, he'll die. Why doesn't he suspect?" Ryle returned in memory to the deck of his spiral ship, that first awakening after the crash and the subsequent merger of bodies. He remembered cellular intrusion into a shattered body. The way in is the way out. Ryle asked himself if it might be possible to image their body smaller than the present one, reducing it precisely by the amount of Lutt's commandeered flesh. Ryle swiveled his eyes inward and began the image formula for a new human body, but encountered immediate resistance. Even while asleep, Lutt projected a powerful will to live. "He is attempting to survive by preventing my image efforts." As he prepared himself for a new attempt, Ryle felt Lutt awaken. "So you didn't believe my warning?" Lutt demanded. "Okay, baby. Today we go hang-gliding." "Lutt, don't! I know what you were doing. And after I warned you, too." Ryle retreated into his private consciousness, resolved to increase his image strength by reviewing every school-day lesson he could recall. "Oh, why didn't I pay more attention? And this hang-gliding venture could be fatal." Ryle tried to remember the lessons on how to escape from a merged body that was dying. Parts of it came through daydreams about commanding his own ship in the spirals, but there were frustrating gaps. The instructor's words mingled with Ryle's own dreaming commands to the fantasized ship. He felt a sudden anger at Lutt. "This Earther is being cavalier with my body." "I smell that interesting smell," Lutt whispered. Ryle ignored this. Anger and fear had cut through some of the frustrating memory gaps. The instructor had been talking about how to escape a combined life form at death, even though trapped in it during its life. "You dare not act too soon or too late," the words burned into Ryle's memory. But what was too soon or too late? Did it require regaining his own mass or shifting to another fleshly mass? Memory provided no answer, and he could feel Lutt's gloating confidence. Privately, Ryle thought, "It's my body, damn you! Mine!
You're the alien intruder.
Certain things I know innately, but I cannot explain the source of my knowledge. I know there occurred in the seeding of this universe a Dreen who might discover a way to conceal his thoughts from me. I have no way of knowing whether this awful ability can be passed along to offspring. There could be many Dreens with secret thoughts. The Habiba Commentary. An evening breeze blew through tall brown grass, moving the stalks against Prosik's new body. He did not like the absence of legs, but the imaged form possessed a slithery suppleness, as had the original in the zoo, where he had first observed it. After hiding his ship, the Kalak III, under a swamp, he had thought it a brilliant maneuver to sample earther animal types at the nearest zoo, and there he had found the perfect creature for creeping up unseen, a giant snake. It was a much better disguise than assuming Zone Patrol shape and uniform. Too many unknowns there that might give him away. Through a wide doorway about 30 meters distant and directly ahead of him, Prosik could see into an enormous hangar where Zone Patrol technicians worked cautiously over the remnants of a Dreen story ship. Enough wreckage remained that he identified Patricia, the ship designed for erasure of Earth. Nothing remained of the drive section except random strands of once-molten metal. Between Prosik and the open doorway lay a flat paved surface. His green-scaled snake head, its tongue darting out and back in automatic fashion, was concealed by grass and a raised lip on the concrete. Soon it would be dark, and he thought he might venture from the concealing grass for a closer look at Patricia. The erasure system had been built into supporting struts for the control center. Some of it might have survived the crash. While he waited, Prosik went over the memorized erasure procedure in his mind. First a twist of this plate, and then... A great clattering sound intruded on his thoughts. It grew louder with frightening rapidity, and now there was an added swishing noise. Prosik lifted his head slightly and peered toward the sound. He was in time to see an enormous automated power mower bearing down on him from the right. Before he could wriggle a tail muscle, the thing was on him. Cutting blades tore through his imaged snake body. Pain coursed through him as the mower chewed its way across his center section, spattering blood and torn flesh through the fallen grass. He fought to maintain consciousness in what was left of his body behind the head, less than a third of the original mass. Urgency drove him, propelling the intact section across the scattered shreds of flesh, reassembling, taking what he needed where he found it, snatching up 2 unfortunate ground rodents when he required their mass. When it was done, he cowered near the raised lip of the concrete and watched the mower devour another section of tall grass, thus removing the cover on which he had counted. Did anyone see me? He lay there along the concrete, waiting. And when the mower moved far enough away to permit distinguishing other local noises, he thought the sounds from the hangar did not change. Still occasional screeches of torn metal being moved, the grinding of machinery, voices. As he listened, he reflected on his narrow escape from destruction, and thought, "This is a dreadful world. Wimpley the Voyager was a traitor to all Dreendom when he created it. I will be glad when Earth is no more. But if I'm the one to erase this awful planet, I may be no more too." Prosik felt deeply sorry for himself then, and longed for just a small amount of Bazil to soothe his anguish. As evening shadows grew longer, he heard changes in the noises from the hangar, and risked a look across the concrete. Yes, it appeared the workers were concluding their labors for the day, and were preparing to leave. Tools were being stored, a guard posted. Different lights were turned on, bathing the hangar entrance in a brilliant wash of illumination through which even a small flying insect might be detected. Prosik felt a sinking sensation. How could he traverse that lighted barrier without being discovered? He scanned the building and then remembered his adopted form. Snakes could climb. He had seen this at the zoological gardens. He would go to the shadowed corner of the building, up a drain pipe, and down along the top of a sliding door, then into the hangar at an upper corner of the doorway where guardians were not likely to look. Once more, Prosick congratulated himself on the shape he had chosen. Eagerly he waited for night, noting how lights went on all around the Zone Patrol compound. Small flying craft began to flit back and forth across the area, and Prosick suspected they were scanning the ground with unseen rays. He would have to cross the open concrete area rapidly between such scans. Darkness came, and the bright lights at the open doorway of the hangar appeared even brighter. "Habiba, help me," Prosick prayed, and slithered to a corner of the concrete apron. Waiting until one of the small flitters had passed, he sped across a shadowy expanse of the flat surface and up the drain-pipe. The pipe creaked alarmingly with his weight, but the snake body performed even better than he had hoped, and he soon found himself atop a sliding door. Here he used more caution and moved slowly, ever alert for indications that he had been detected. As he had seen from the ground, the door was suspended on heavy rollers that rode atop a track. The track afforded a good avenue for him to traverse, but the rollers were heavy with grease that soon coated much of his body and made it difficult to keep from slipping off. Insects attracted by the light distracted him. Relieved when he reached the end of the door, Prosick ventured a look down into the hangar. The guard sat at a small desk in a near corner, feet up and head back, a dark handkerchief over his face. The rhythmic sounds of sleep-breathing could be heard quite clearly. Abruptly a buzzer sounded, and the guard snorted to wakefulness, glanced around, and activated a control on the desk. The bright lights went off, and the door beneath Prosick began sliding closed along its track, carrying him with it. Frantically, Prosick fought to stay out of the rollers and remain on the track. A roller crunched across the tip of his tail, and a piece of him dropped outside. He grabbed flying insects to replace his mass, but that distracted him even further, and the door pinched him into a corner as it closed. Several minutes were required for him to disengage himself, and by then a small group of humans had entered the hangar through a side door. Prosick watched them through a crack where the door overlapped the hangar wall. It was a limited view, but his acute hearing brought their voices to him clearly. They walked around the Dreen ship's wreckage while the guard stood stiffly at attention nearby. Their leader appeared, a tall, bald man, lean, and with a bird-like beak of a nose. "This is a pretty typical Dreen ship," he said. "As usual, the drive system is such a congealed mass that we have no hope of discovering anything useful from it. We have confirmed, however, that it was remarkably small." "What does its size tell us?" one of the others asked. "That their technology is super-sophisticated," the leader said. "We're going to try disassembling the drive supports next. As you can see, the support structure is different from that on any other ship we've taken." "Are we apt to set off a self-destruct system such as that which destroyed the drive?" another asked. "That's always the risk," the leader said. "Most of our casualties have come that way." He turned away from the wreckage. "This is it, then. I wanted you to see the actual thing. We'll go back to the lab now and study the photos and sketches." As the group left, the leader paused beside the guard and asked, "Any sign of intruders?" "Nothing, sir," the guard said. "I see we've baited the wreck," the leader said. "That's the routine, sir." When they were gone, Prosick waited for the guard to settle down, but the man appeared nervous. He walked over to the wreckage and studied it, then looked all around at the shadows before returning to his desk and chair. Even there he continued to look around him. Prosick dared not move, lest a sound attract the guard. Would they stay this way until daylight exposed him here, clinging to the track and the edge of the door? It was a frightening thought. Time passed, and Prosick's snake body ached with inactivity. A buzzer sounded, and a red light flashed on the guard's desk. He pressed a button, and a slot on the desk surface opened, presenting him with a steaming container of food. As the guard concentrated on eating, Prosick began to hope. Earthers were notorious for being distracted by food. Indeed, the fellow appeared uninterested in his surroundings. Slowly, thinning and elongating his body, Prosick descended between the door and the wall. At the bottom he slithered around the edge of the doorway and hugged the base of the wall. At last! He was in the hangar, and the guard gave no notice of the thin addition to the dark juncture of wall and floor. Even when behind the guard, Prossik dared not relax. He moved faster, however, making for the end where the wreck would conceal him. With a patience Prossik had not suspected he possessed, he crept around the hangar, achieving, finally, the concealment he had sought. Even here he dared not relax, because it came to him belatedly that the wreckage also concealed the guard. What was the earther doing over there? Prossik listened to faint buzzings and clangings from the guard station. What was their significance? And what had that earther group leader meant by bait in the wreck? The exposed space between the hangar wall and the wreckage appeared dangerously magnified by his fears. He paused to condense his snake body into its original anaconda muscularity, and then, praying once more to Habiba, he slithered out onto the floor, moving as fast as he could. At the wreck, he inserted himself into a space beneath it and lifted his head carefully until he could look across the hangar at the guard. The earther sat with eyes half-lidded, obviously far gone in digestive torpor. "Excellent." Prossik withdrew his head and began examining the damaged ship. Yes, the drive was an unreadable meltdown, as the earther had said, but the erasure system was intact, and the self-destruct safeguard remained. Would there be time to open the system and activate the erasure sequence now? He ventured another look at the guard and felt a surge of terror. The seat at the desk was empty, and the guard was nowhere to be seen. Even as Prossik contemplated flight, he saw a door open behind the desk, and the guard emerged. There was a brief glimpse of toilet facilities before the door closed. The guard returned to his seat with a satisfied grunt. Prossik lowered his head and once more studied the supports that concealed the erasure system. Two had been badly twisted, but the protective covers remained intact. Critical structures with the controls showed a few dents, but the system was duplicated, and allowance had been made for possible damage. Essential elements were buffered by protective shielding. Prossik swiveled his eyes inward and began the imaging to extrude a manipulative arm. Before he could do this, he smelled a familiar odor. Brazil. A small mound of the wonderful drug lay on a flat surface of the wreckage only centimeters away. Prossik moved his head toward the Bazil, and his tongue flickered out in its automatic snake fashion. The tongue withdrew with a generous dusting of Bazil on the tip. Prossik felt the familiar soothing sensation. Ah. He allowed himself another taste. A small dalliance, he told himself. Only when he was close to complete Bazil torpor did he remember the earther's remark about bait. A sound behind him cut across his memory. Prossik, his head wavering deliciously, turned and looked toward the sound. Horrors! The guard stood there with the muzzle of a long weapon pointed directly at Prossik. "What have we here?" the guard asked. Prossik could not move a muscle. He wanted only to sink into Bazil fog, but terror would not permit this. The menacing muzzle of the weapon moved closer. Prossik stared at it, completely fascinated. "A snake?" The guard's tone was clearly incredulous. Summoning all of his energy, Prossik dropped his head behind a broken metal surface and sought a way to bury himself in the wreckage. He knew he could not move backward without tearing scales from his snake body, and that effort was beyond him. An ear-shattering explosion interrupted his frantic search, and a metal surface slammed against his back. This was followed immediately by another explosion and a sizzling eruption of a self-destruct system. Molten metal seared one side of Prossik's snake body, and he reacted instinctively, slithering out of the wreckage as fast as he could. The guard lay on the floor, half his head torn away by the blast that had ignited the self-destruct system. Without thinking it through, Prossik image-scanned the dead guard, and cast himself into that shape, complete with torn uniform and a few bloody but lesser wounds. It was done in seconds, and Prossik stood in his new form to hurl the guard's body into the inferno that had been one of the ship's erasure activating systems. As he slumped back to the floor, there to allow himself to be discovered by the earthers he could hear racing toward the scene of disturbance, Prozik knew he had added a new dimension to his problem. In the brief moments of his flight into this disguise, he had seen the drive supports still standing on the far side of the wreck. If they survived, he now had only one control system with which to carry out his mission, but if his disguise succeeded, he might be able to gain undisturbed access to what remained of the erasure ship.
Leaders must never set a bad example for those who follow, but the band of followers also must set a good example, both for their leaders and for their fellows. Otherwise the social compact dissolves, and society descends into chaos. Dreen aphorism. Lutt awoke on the cot in his office with a most memorable headache, which, on asking a few internal questions, he found was shared by Ryle, the partner of his flesh. "We will tend to share most bodily ills and good feelings," Ryle explained. "But I seldom have hangovers," Lutt complained. "Perhaps it was the combination of the foods and the drink," Ryle suggested. "There wasn't anything I hadn't eaten before, or drunk." "In that combination?" "Well, we sure got around one hell of a lot of pesto." At mention of the dish that had contained the Basile, Ryle felt an involuntary shudder go through their shared body. "You seem to like the pesto," Lutt said. He glanced at his watch. "Christ, I'm due at the editorial conference. Gotta order up some coffee." Ryle found the coffee helpful, but he sensed the beginnings of suspicion in Lutt about the contents of their meal. Lutt asked himself if certain earther foods might have an adverse effect on Dreens, and if there might be an advantage in this. A dangerous line of questioning, but Ryle felt helpless to divert it. Any such attempt would be sure to increase Lutt's suspicions. The editorial conference definitely was not a rerun of the earlier one Ryle had watched. From his first entry into the room, Lutt displayed a new confidence and sense of his own power. Suzanne Day, obviously aware of his hangover, had closed the shades on the eastern windows to reduce the morning light. Lutt felt grateful for this as he sat down and scanned the 6 faces around the long table. His head still felt misused, and his eyes burned. City editor Anaya Nelson, who had been reading through a stack of notes, looked up at him with open amusement. "We could draw red ink right out of your eyes," she said. "You really tied one on last night." Lutt ignored her and focused on Aide Stewart. The managing editor's electric cart was pulled up close to the conference table on Lutt's right. Stewart's softly rounded face was held in bland immobility. "I'm tapping the special fund, Aide," Lutt said. "We're going all out on my Spiral News Service project, and that's where we're getting some of the money for it." Nelson, with her usual condescending expression, emitted a barking laugh. "So we're not out to make a profit after all." Lutt looked down at the polished surface of the table while he silently counted 10, then aimed a hard glare at Nelson. She ran a hand through her golden hair and grinned at him. "I've had it with you, Anaya," Lutt said. "If I get any more crap, we're going to my father, just the 2 of us, and have him tell us which of us is running this paper. Meanwhile, I expect your full cooperation in what I'm about to do." She went pale under his glare and wet her lips with her tongue. Lutt could almost hear the thoughts racing through her head. Anaya surely knew old L.H.'s hopes for his #1 son. She knew the old man would back his son in a showdown. Lutt pressed his advantage. "If I see the slightest sign that you are not cooperating, one of us will no longer work for this publication. Is that clear?" Stewart, always the diplomat, and certainly worried about his precious special fund, entered the breach. "We'll cooperate, Lutt, but what are you planning, and how much of the special fund will you need?" Lutt returned his attention to Stewart, but not before noting how much this exchange pleased Suzanne Day. The Style section editor studied Lutt with a softly contemplative look, obviously asking herself what personal advantage she could gain. The others, even old Mark Sorrell, who had edited the business pages since coming off the Ark, watched Stewart.
Young and old, they all knew who mediated trouble on the staff. "I'll need all of the fund aid," Lutz said. That brought them to attention. "The best little war we have is between France and China on Venus," Lutz said, and fell silent as Ryle, reading the plan in full at last, objected. "No, Lut." "Shut up, Ryle, I'm busy." "What about Venus?" Stewart asked. "I'm going there personally," Lutz said. "I'll set up at Payduck or Bergun and—" "You'll report the war yourself?" Nelson asked. "Personally." "Who's going with you?" Nelson asked. "Were you thinking you might like to be part of this?" "Perish forbid. They kill people on Venus." "I'll use our existing staff there and hire others if I need them," Lutz said. "We'll call it the Hansen Task Force." "All of this out of my special fund?" Stewart asked. "Every penny. And there's more. We'll send our copy back instantaneously from the war zones by spiral transmission." "You call it spiral now, and not war spiral?" Day asked. "It sounds better," Lutz said. "We'll call the news service S&S instead of V&S." "Thanks for the small concession," Ryle intruded. "It'll give us a time advantage, certainly," Stewart said, "but the special fund is—" Lutz cut him off. "It'll also pay for a big kick-off party to which you will invite all of our competitors. Every one of you will be there, selling access to Spiral News Service." Stewart was shocked. "But the special fund provides—" "It's there to help us make a profit," Lutz said, adjusting his glasses. "And when we get subscribers, our profits will replenish the fund."
"Clever," Suzanne Day said. "We sell hard, or there'll be no money in the special fund."
"Get the business office to set the subscription price," Lutz said. "I want it as high as the traffic will bear."
The editors exchanged glances. Nelson leaned forward, elbows on the table. "How heat-sensitive is your transmission equipment?" "Good question," Stewart said. "It's at least 800 degrees Fahrenheit on the Venusian surface."
"Don't belabor the obvious, Aide," Lutz chided him. "My lab has been studying ways we can adapt Inserum to our needs. An Inserum casing will protect everything we use." They took a few seconds to absorb this. Countless war stories and articles analyzing human occupation of Venus had made Inserum a household word. Without the ceramic porosity of Inserum's high-temperature insulation, the forms of life known on Earth could not survive on Venus. "Will you just be reporting the war?" Stewart asked.
"Yes," Suzanne Day intruded. "What about terraforming efforts and the role of women on Venus?" "I hear the Foreign Legion has the best bordello in the universe up there," Nelson said. "That'd make one hell of a story with a woman's angle."
Day was not diverted. She smiled politely and continued.
"The word is that your father thinks Venus has a big potential as a power source."
Nelson turned a different, heavily weighted look on the younger woman. "How the hell do you know what the old man thinks?"
"I have my sources,"
Day said. Nelson nodded, accepting this.
"Right. L.H. believes Venus could make a lot of money for Hansen Industries, once it's terraformed. He's thinking of harnessing volcanoes to augment solar power."
"We have a multiple stake in the planet," Lutz said. He sat back to let them absorb this.
Ryle took the opportunity to renew his objections. "Why will you put us in such danger?"
"You don't know about real danger, Ryle, baby. Anaya's right. They kill people on Venus."
Nelson returned to a previous thread, a reflexive tone in her voice.
"Why Payduck or Bergun?"
"The southern hemisphere is where the heavy action is."
Stewart at last indicated full acceptance of Lutz's plan. "It's also the most dramatic. The Foreign Legion fighting the elite Mao guards. We still get a lot of mileage out of that, even without instantaneous transmission."
Nelson shrugged. "Okay.
We'd better alert our bureaus on the other planets. France and China are fully mobilized along their common borders on other areas of the solar system." "But only fighting on Venus," Stewart reminded her.
"Until one of them breaks the nuclear ban," Nelson said.
Lutt offered her an olive branch.
"Anaya's right. The treaty won't stop nuclear war if one of them gets backed into a corner."
He looked at Albert Lee.
dark and saturnine director of the editorial pages, who sat at the far end of the table above all this, and mostly silent at conferences unless directly addressed. "You getting this, Albert?" Lutt asked. Lee lowered his chin slightly. "Start preparing our readers," Lutt said. "Editorialize about the fragility of treaties, recap nuclear ban efforts, make comments on other Earth colonies where France and China face each other, that sort of thing." Lee granted them another almost imperceptible nod. The business editor finally decided to demonstrate his special expertise. Sorrel was well known as one who carefully gauged proximity to the throne by how he addressed superiors. The first-name basis was as close as you got, and heretofore he had always addressed Lutt as Mr. Hanson. "You'd better know, Lutt, that getting you to Venus may cost more than the special fund can afford. National security is about to impose new restrictions." "What restrictions?" "Seats to Venus are being set up on a higher priority basis. Zone patrol agents, military advisors, presidential aides. The press comes last." "Okay, what are they fishing for?" Lutt demanded.
"Heavier payoffs to a few top officials. It takes big baksheesh to support our democracy. The bagman is Senator Gilberton Woon on the Interplanetary Transportation Committee. He splits with 3 other ITC reps and 1 congressman.
"Can we prove it?"
"Not likely."
"Tell you what, Mark," Lutt said, accepting the man's new self-appointed status. "Get to Woon. Tell him we're preparing an editorial attack on corruption in government that will demand grand jury investigations of ITC activities."
"He may just laugh at us, and we've made an enemy,"
Stewart objected. "Not if Mark makes it plain we won't rock any boats if I get low-cost priority on a seat to Venus." Sorrel nodded and said,
"Let me suggest you travel under an assumed name."
"False papers?" Lutt asked.
"We can make it part of the deal with Woon."
"Good. Arrange it."
Nelson cleared her throat.
"Okay. Is fun and games time over? We do have everyday, ordinary news to publish, and I have a report that someone tried to blow up a zone patrol hangar last night."
Lutt stood and looked at Stewart.
"Take over, Aide. I'll provide all of you with memos on your parts. Right now I have to get out to the lab and set things in motion."
Without waiting to see the effect of his words, Lutt strode to the door. A trick of the room's acoustics picked up Nelson whispering to Stewart, "If last night's drinking bout is any indicator, he may be starting the Hanson Flask Force." Stewart's whispered response was equally clear. "Lay off, Anaya. You can't lose in this. If he shows big profit, L.H. will accept it. If he flops, the old man will be doubly delighted." Lutt closed the door behind him with a soft click, and smiled tightly. Once they were in the outer hallway, Ryle resumed his arguments.
"Lutt, you've plenty of talented people you could send. There's no need to risk us."
"If you want a thing done right, you do it yourself."
"But think of the dangers."
"Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And did you hear what Anaya said about the Foreign Legion's bordello?"
"This is insane."
"Maybe, but it's sure gonna be fun."
Ryle lapsed into his own thoughts, wondering if he dared try to take over their body. But this new strength in Lutt frightened him, and there was an added fear. What if I tried and failed? They were in the elevator now, and they emerged presently in the underground parking garage. Lutt strode toward the reserved limo area, ignoring the other human activity in the garage, people coming and going, vehicles leaving and entering. Ryle, only part of his attention on their surroundings, was attracted suddenly by the sight of a characteristic Dreen aura, a faint glow of yellow, around 2 figures approaching them. The pair appeared normally Earther, nondescript men in ordinary business attire.
"Those 2 Earthers approaching us are Dreens,"
Ryle alerted Lutt.
"How do you know?"
"Trust me. They seem very interested in you."
"They do, don't they? Why is that?"
"They obviously recognize this as Dreen flesh."
Before Lutt could explore this, the 2 men were abreast of him. Without warning, they whirled, and one on each side grabbed Lutt's arm.
"Identify yourself,"
one of them growled. With his Dreen-amplified human muscles, Lutt hurled the men aside and started running toward the limos. The 2 recovered and rushed in pursuit. Lutt dodged between the vehicles and temporarily confused the pursuers. Crouching behind a limo, he peered through the windows at the 2 disguised Dreens.
What do they want? Lut demanded.
I think they have been sent to capture me. They probably suspect who I am.
Shit! I would have to be locked in with a fugitive.
Lut glanced left and right. The whole incident appeared to have attracted no attention from others in the garage. He was on his own unless he called for help.
Let me help, Ryle offered.
How? For answer, Ryle swiveled their eyes inward and imaged a transparent barrier around the pursuers. The two collided with the barrier immediately, but responded with their own Dreen powers, imaging an opening in the barrier, only to find that Ryle had superimposed another barrier around them, and another, and another. It soon became apparent that Ryle's imaging powers were superior to those of the pursuers, and they stopped in defeat. Ryle was elated. Those had to be two adult Dreens, and he, a mere student, had bested them. He was tempted to go to them and gloat, but found this an undreen-like response. Perhaps the earther side inflicted him with hubris. He would have to watch out for such weaknesses.
We can go now,
Ryle told Lut. As Lut drove them out of the garage, Ryle removed the barrier around the two Dreens, wondering at himself. Letting the two Dreens capture him might have led to freedom from Lut. Ryle began to lament his own foolishness. Lut drove with characteristic gleeful abandon.
That was clever what you did back there, Ryle, baby. But you said once you would like to see a war. And that's where we're going.
The 7 days in the Dreener week are called Old Story Day, New Story Day, Journey Day, Home Day, Rest Day, Marriage Day, and Birth Day. Some choose to follow this pattern in their lives, but you may engage in any permitted event on any day. Dreen Schoolbook. Incomplete though it was, the imaged shield around Dreener presented a wide patch of gray in the morning sky. Habiba thought it appropriate this first test of the shield should occur on Home Day, the day tradition said all storytellers should choose for their return to Dreener. She sat at the peak of her cupola with only Jongleur nearby, waiting to give her another message about that accursed earth, no doubt. On the barren plain in all directions, uncounted numbers of her subjects knelt in united imaging effort to produce this test shield. They must image more powerfully, she thought. Habiba knew their problem. Some were shirking, giving less than their full effort. And who could blame them? The shield spelled an end to a familiar and necessary element of their lives. Everyone knew this must bring other changes. Future birthings would present problems. Gaps must be opened temporarily to admit sunlight onto the seed houses. But the earther threat was real and uncontrolled. Recent reports said earthers already had reached the 10th planet in their system. They called it Cassina. A dark ice giant, the planet orbited beyond the one they knew as Pluto. Even without Dreen technology, earther ships soon would reach beyond Cassina. Jongleur had reported this with obvious fear.
Their ships are slower than ours, but with only minor modifications could reach Dreener.
The ships would certainly arrive bearing terrible weapons.
We must raise the shield.
She looked down at the patient Jongleur.
Urge our people to the utmost effort. Warn them again about the earther threat. Find those of us who have adapted to reliance on a chemistry more conservative of sunlight. Concentrate on demanding that they try harder. The shield must be imaged.
It will be done, Habiba.
May I give you my report now?
If you must.
We believe Ryle has been seen. It must be Ryle because all other operatives have been identified.
Then why hasn't he been returned to Dreener?
He is in the guise of Lut Hansen, Jr., and, Habiba, he resisted our operatives. He imaged barriers our people could not overcome.
Jongleur could not disguise his pride at such superior ability, but there was a tone of fear in his voice. It pained him that his son might be a rogue.
I am happy if your son lives, Jongleur. But what of Mowgli's erasure ship? Has Prossic found it?
Prossic, yes. But there was an explosion at the ship, and Prossic may be dead or a captive.
Mowgli sent only Prossic?
He felt that sending others might bring Earther attention to our concerns and cause them to stiffen their defences. The Zone Patrol is certainly keeping that Hansen fellow under close watch.
Why didn't you order Mowgli to send others?
Habiba, that ship is Mowgli's responsibility.
But you are chief storyteller.
You know how Mowgli is when he's crossed. The smell of anger—
Don't let Mowgli intimidate you. He must do as you instruct. I have a thought about your son and his Earther guise.
You fear he may have merged with the Earther?
That would explain his behavior. You are certain the person seen is Dreen and that it is Ryle?
Why would any Dreen resist our operatives?
Habiba nodded in the manner of her people with the entire upper portion of her body. Merging does produce bizarre responses and various mental disorders. 3 who did it were suicidal.
But it usually occurs only under the most urgent conditions.
To survive serious injury, yes. And there was that collision with the erasure ship. You are right. The evidence suggests it is Ryle, and he has merged with the Earther.
Unless my son is a stowaway on a joyride somewhere, and this Dreen, in the guise of Lot Hansen Jr., is a captive who has somehow become Earther-contaminated.
Not likely. No mature Dreen would endanger Dreener.
Then I must send stronger Idmagers to capture him.
No. I have decided we need our strongest to raise the shield. We can spare no more people.
But what of Prossic and the erasure ship he seeks?
Use people we already have on Earth. That is an order, Jongleur.
Yes, Habiba. But if our people free any captives, may I employ them as operatives?
Except for the stronger Idmagers. Return those to Dreener. Accepting dismissal, Jongleur sped away from Habiba's exalted presence.
It were better that my son died, he thought. A merged monster may do anything at all.
The list of matters I do not understand grows longer. My list may be far more complex than that of any other Dreen. I must always weigh a wider range of issues. Oh, the terrible burden of my ignorance. Habiba's Journal. Lot spent part of the Venus passage reviewing data about the planet and wondering if he would find Uncle Dudley there. Perhaps the investigators had missed something in their search for him. It was so easy to vanish on Venus. The Amita Oho, the ITC ship carrying him, provided a wide spectrum of Venus publications, including one titled Survival in a Fiery Hell. He reread the first entry several times. The Venusian atmosphere blocks the escape of infrared radiation. This greenhouse effect creates an average surface temperature above 450 degrees centigrade. You will see the ground glow. In an atmosphere with pressure more than 90 times that of Earth, Venusian winds of only a few knots can blast the unwary visitor into oblivion. Inserum armor meeting UL standards compensates for heat and pressure, but exceptional conditions can kill you. Of particular danger is the thermistone phenomenon peculiar to the planet. This is the term for extremely high temperatures that may concentrate in small mineral pockets on the surface. Such pockets may appear to the eye no different from the ordinary glowing surface, even though they can be so hot that inserum in contact with them can be destroyed in 4 minutes.
The so-called Venusian hotfoot is no joke. Keep moving when on the surface. Watch the readings on your heat sensors. Travel only in groups. Never go anywhere without your medical pack, your inserum repair kit, and an operating transceiver, and always carry a spare wind deflector attachment. Absorbing this information with Lut, Ryle found it terrifying. Their flesh might be consumed before any imaged barrier could be created. He suggested imaging emergency sheets of inserum. Lut was excited. "Can you do that?" "Yes, but it's a complex material and will require much practice. I don't think I can do it very rapidly." "Try it at the first opportunity, but not where anyone can see us." "I should have thought about this earlier, but you were so busy with your spiral news service and that work on your ship. Personally, I would not trust that assistant to do everything correctly." "Sam's perfect for the job." Ryle thought of responding with an audible sniff, but Lut might suspect an attempt to take over their body, and, here in space, who knew what he might try as punishment? Still, Sam Arkand was a worrisome figure in Ryle's thoughts. Another helper with a peculiar name. Where did he originate? On that final visit to the lab before departure, Cand had been more interested in the new Vort-Traveler's hull than in the spiral news service equipment. It had been late afternoon of the day before the Venus trip, and Cand, standing in Lut's shadow, was a wiry, dark-skinned acolyte as he hustled them through the tour of inspection. The nostrils of his hooked nose dilated as he indicated two workers attaching the metal skin to a hatch. "As long as there's no overheating problem in spiral space, the plasteel will do fine. More structural strength for its weight." "But what about the news service equipment?" Lut wanted to know. He pointed to the workers. "Aren't those two part of the crew you had working on the transceiver housings?" "Everything you need will be ready before your big sales party, boss. Don't worry." "Everything has to be first quality, Sam." "That's why we're only this far along on the ship. Some of our parts are on back order. And the cost. If you'd come up with more money, I could bring in more men and robots, really speed things up." Lut, knowing he already had tapped his brother and other sources for as much as they would bear, shook his head. "Then maybe you should delay the Venus thing," Cand suggested. "Just go along with me, Sam. In the long run, Venus will speed up completion of the ship. Our profits are going to be big." "If you say so, boss. We're salvaging as much as we can off the wrecked ship. Some internal structure survived, but you told me not to sacrifice quality." "Do the best you can, Sam. And put those two men back to work on the transceivers. That's first priority for now." Ryle had thought the exchange unsatisfactory. The assistant clearly was more interested in the ship than in the news service equipment, a mixed blessing from the Dreen point of view. Lut, internally seeking data from Ryle to improve the ship, had seemed to offer an opportunity that would create a way of separating them from this merged flesh. But try as he might, Ryle could not remember the lecture material he required. Daydream interference blocked his memory at every turn. Or was it daydream blockage? Obviously, if Earthers acquired the means of reaching Dreener, all of Dreendom was in peril. It occurred to Ryle that diverting Lut into a concentrated effort on the news service at the expense of the ship might delay the ship until Dreens could find a solution to this accursed planet. Something less drastic than, Habiba save us, erasure. But Lut saw the news service as only a temporary diversion of effort, and if it did bring great profits... The Earthers were a truly formidable creation, unpredictable, greedy, readily corrupted. The Earther senator who had arranged this trip struck Ryle as dangerously typical. Senator Gilberton Woon and his cronies controlled ITC. The senator had appeared amused by Lut's bargain-seeking efforts, but there had been something hard in his eyes. A dangerous enemy. Ade Stewart was right in his judgment of Woon. No doubt of it. But Lut did not heed warnings about this, and the use of faked identification papers might rebound against Lut.
although the justification sounded reasonable. Lutt travelled under the name of Peter Anderson, a byline he sometimes used. It could be argued that famous people needed anonymity in public. But what if the deception became the object of a criminal accusation? Now that they were actually en route, Ryle found his mind dwelling on countless dangerous possibilities. Why did Venus attract Lutt? The planet held little of apparent value save for the geothermal potential, and this was a power source too distant from the more industrialized planets to be of immediate use. But Lutt argued on his father's side when it came to this point. History has a way of turning up uses for the most inhospitable places. He cited something called Seward's Folly and the Xerxic Pluto land purchase. Midway through the second day in solar space, Lutt emerged from his compartment on the USS Amita Oho and joined his fellow travelers in the lounge. The Amita Oho was a venerable sun-pellet ship with Spartan private quarters, but it had posh dining and lounge accommodations, although they were upholstered in a hideous shade of green with black trim. Venus was visible through the forward view screen, a brilliant pearl, growing larger by the hour as the ship approached. The recently announced dramatic increase in price of passage to Venus had produced a logical result, Lutt thought. The ship was less than half full. He wondered if Woon and cronies had reached the point of diminishing returns. But there was no great competition for passengers. Perhaps the ITC had other motives. Lutt identified only 3 other media people among the passengers, and 2 of those were from publications known to favor the present administration. Earth history was replete with examples of junket control as a potent tool of those in power. One of these media representatives, Lorna Tsubiyama, presented Lutt with a problem. She knew the byline Peter Anderson, and gave signs of recognizing Lutt. A gabby columnist from the All-Tex syndicate, Tsubiyama was a power in the industry and had been known to embarrass the administration. She was an enormous woman, with a bouffant blonde wig framing a puffy face. Her blue eyes were a size too small for all of that flesh, but they carried a penetrating stare. There she was now, off to Lutt's left, chattering at a bony, dark woman in a jumpsuit. Lutt took a seat where he could watch the forward screen, and Tsubiyama immediately broke off her conversation to join him. "It's amazing how much you look like Lutt Hansen, Jr.," she greeted him. "The boss is somewhat smaller than I am, but I hear that a lot," Lutt said. "I've seen your byline," Tsubiyama said. "You write quite well for someone off in a jerkwater place like Seattle." "I'll look you up for a letter of recommendation if I ever need it," Lutt said. "What if she identifies you?" Ryle wanted to know. "It'll make a good story and help sell subscriptions to our news service." "I'm amused by all the talk about Venusian volcanoes and the great energy potential," Tsubiyama said. Uh-oh, Lutt thought. She's been hired by the oil industry to pry into Venusian development plans. "The volcanoes are big," Lutt said, "and the planet itself is hot enough just on the surface." "Hell, we got a fire department in Dallas, could put the whole damn planet out in half an hour." "Yeah, everything in Texas is bigger and better." "You bet, Buster. I can get in my car and drive straight ahead for 3 days, and I'm still in Texas." "I had a car like that once," Lutt said. Tsubiyama threw back her head in a loud guffaw and slapped him on the back hard enough to bring tears to his eyes. "Hey, I like you, Buster." "Now I've done it," Lutt thought. "I'll never get rid of her." He closed his eyes in despair. "You wish to drive her away from us?" "I don't think it can be done. She smells a story." Even as he thought this, Lutt felt his eyes swivel inward. A damp weight settled on his lap, and, once more in control of his eyes, he looked down to see a brown, protoplasmic blob. Shocked, Lutt thrust it away with a quick jerk of his arm. The blob landed in Tsubiyama's lap, and she jumped up with a loud squeal. The blob fell to the floor and wriggled there, creeping back towards Tsubiyama. She fled to the bulkhead, staring at the thing in horror. "Great balls of fire! What is that?"
someone asked. It looked to Lut like a large mound of excrement that had suddenly come to life. It writhed and snapped toward Tsubiyama, leaving a slug-like film on the floor. Lut smelled something faintly sweet. "Keep it away from me!" Tsubiyama screamed. "That got rid of her," Ryle intruded. "You did that?" "I imaged it. This trip has been as excruciatingly dull as Dreener itself. Creating a lumpy is an interesting diversion."
"What the hell's a lumpy?"
"Every Dreen makes them occasionally, as amusement. They are primordial organisms. But the stupid things must draw their sustenance from the ambient air."
"Why is it going for Tsubiyama?"
"I analyzed the substance of her garb, which gives off barely discernible gassy effusions. Those effusions are now the food of my lumpy."
"But what do we do now? How do we explain it?"
"Pick it up and put it in your pocket. Say it was a joke." The lumpy had almost reached Tsubiyama's feet. She stood on tiptoe, moaning and shuddering as she stared down at it. A small crowd gathered to look on, but no one touched the blob.
"Where'd it come from?" someone asked. "It fell on that guy's lap," another said, pointing at Lut.
Lut stood and forced his way through the onlookers. He bent and scooped the blob into both hands. It felt like a mound of animated gelatin. He slipped it into a pocket and grinned at Tsubiyama.
"Gotcha," he said. "You should see some of the other things I brought. It gets dull as hell on Venus, they told me."
"A practical joke," someone said. Tsubiyama glared at him. "Jokesters should be consigned to the nethermost hell," she said. Lut shrugged and returned to his seat. Tsubiyama stalked out of the lounge. The bony, dark woman Tsubiyama had been talking to when Lut entered turned and smiled at Lut, who winked. "I could have used that thing an hour ago," the woman said. "I thought she'd never stop talking about Texas." That sent chuckles through the lounge, but no other passengers joined Lut. He leaned back and closed his eyes, hoping this would be another signal to leave him undisturbed.
"Why must you swivel our eyes to image?"
Lut asked. "It's not absolutely necessary for all forms of imaging, but it does help concentration."
"It feels weird in my brain."
"Our brain," Ryle corrected him. "Would you like me to do it again while you participate? We could reconstitute our lumpy on that dark lady's head."
"Let's just eliminate the thing. It's making my pocket wet."
"Oh, all right. Go ahead and swivel our eyeballs inward." Lut attempted to do as instructed, but could not feel movement. "Here, I'll do it," Ryle interrupted. Lut felt his eyes turn slowly counterclockwise. The faint glowing visible through his eyelids vanished in blackness, and a tiny pinpoint of light replaced it. "Concentrate on the little light," Ryle instructed. Lut suddenly felt all of his brain's energy focused within the pinpoint of light, which expanded in flowing waves like the ripples from a rock dropped into a pond. The wet blob vanished from his pocket.
"Does it always take that long?"
Lut asked. "I did it slowly to let you share in it. An accomplished journeyman storyteller can do it in an eye blink. Would you like to try it on your own? See if you can make a small, inanimate object?"
"You think I could do it alone?"
"Only if I facilitate it, but this does help while away the boring trip. Now concentrate."
"What'll I make?"
"Try for a grain of sand. Remember to concentrate on how a grain of sand looks and feels."
Again Lut felt his eyes swivel inward, and the pinpoint of light appeared.
He concentrated the way he had as a small boy whenever his governess told him to pray for something. Lut had always prayed for things he wanted, electronic gadgets as a rule. Once he had prayed for the death of Henry Ivory, a 12-year-old classmate. Both of them had been seeking the attentions of Marika Perino, another classmate who had matured early, a young beauty whose body had expanded into repellent fat when she reached her teens.
"Lucky thing Henry didn't die, or I'd have been stuck with Marika," Lut thought. "Marika Frika, we called her."
Stop daydreaming and concentrate.
Lot returned his attention to the task. It seems stupid just to make a grain of sand.
Later you might try forming the silica of the sand into glass, then ultimately convert it to a fiber optic strand. That is known as superimposed imaging, and possibly you can learn it.
For the better part of an hour, Lot tried, to no avail. Ryle finally stopped the effort.
I don't think you'll ever be able to do it alone.
Are Dreens the only ones who can image?
There are no reported examples of others doing it. That does not mean it's impossible, because we are taught that anything created in thought can occur in the external universe.
That doesn't sound logical.
Habiba, our supreme tax collector, says in theory a non-Dreen may image under certain circumstances, a precise set of conditions apparently unknown in our universe.
Lot felt his eyes swivel outward. He opened them and stared at the forward view screen. Venus was a much larger pearl. Sunlight reflected creamy yellow from its sulfuric acid clouds. One spot of orange in the cloud cover indicated a volcanic eruption. A female flight attendant came up beside Lot's seat to share his view of the screen.
"Mount Maxwell is erupting," she said. "Not to worry. We'll touch down on a plateau at least 10,000 clicks southeast of the volcano."
Conversation around Lot rose to a new pitch as others looked at the screen and began to question the attendant. Lot listened with only half his attention. So what if Maxwell was more than 15 kilometers high, nearly twice the height of Earth's Mount Everest?
"Just one of the many Venusian volcanoes," the attendant said. "They spew out sulfur and searing heat."
"Maybe this is what hell's supposed to be," someone said. "I wish France and China would settle their differences and let us get on with developing the place," another offered. "You hear how hot it is in some of the military command centers under the surface?" someone asked, and answered his own question. 600 centigrade at least." Hearing this, Lot thought about the 3 inserum suits he had brought for himself. "Guaranteed no more than a 1 degree centigrade rise in skin temperature, even at depth," the salesman had promised. "The best you can get. As good as the best used by the military." Lot wondered if he should have done some comparison shopping. But the salesman worked for one of old L.H.'s companies, and preparing for the sales party in this trip had made urgent time demands. "I should have talked to Murphy."
"Who's Murphy?"
Ryle asked. Lot paraded the story of Murphy's Law for Ryle to study, adding, "Every time I learn a lesson the hard way, I say, well, Murphy got me again."
"An imaginary impish Irishman. That's quite amusing."
"But Murphy's like a germ developing immunity to antibiotics. He rarely strikes the same way twice."
"Why didn't you curse this Murphy figment after our collision?"
"It just didn't occur to me."
"Dreens never blame their mistakes on external entities. All errors are of our own making. They originate from subconscious impetus. Your Dr. Freud touched on this."
"The Murphy school of psychology serves me better. Never make the same mistake twice."
"Unless your mistake kills you."
"So I hope Murphy won't ambush us. I'm going to make our first transmission from one of the military command centers."
"First, hadn't we better test our inserum suits at those temperatures?"
"You're damn right. The way you beat Murphy is to anticipate his next move."
"Christ, would you look at that?"
one of the passengers said. Lot returned his attention to the screen. Definite streaks could be discerned in the acid clouds, patches of dark and light yellow punctuated by flaring balls of orange. Passengers talked about the surface heat, the war, how long they expected to stay. Some who had been on Venus before told newcomers what to expect. Most offerings came out of the pamphlets Lot had read. One Venus veteran had comments about hotels.
"The 2 ITC hotels at the spaceport are best. You can get cheaper accommodations, but they're likely to have hairline leaks. Inside temperatures are bearable only if you're low on funds. Have to wear your armor even in bed." "You'll get sick of living in your suit," another offered.
"Venus doesn't sound like a place to run out of money," the dark woman said.
The man who had spoken of hotels said, "Get your return ticket in advance, and post it at the ITC computer bank." "That's safest," another agreed. "No one can steal your ticket unless they can copy your retina print." Hearing this, Lutt dwelled on another worry. He carried his return ticket in the form of a thin, hardened Inserum chip in an Inserum wallet. Although he had been warned about the dangers, he had chosen this because of the assumed identity. His retina prints were on file with the military for sure, but he would have to guard the ticket against thieves and murderers. A return ticket to Earth meant survival to disillusioned adventurers stranded on Venus, mercenaries for the most part who could not make it in either the French or Chinese armies. Mostly they waited on Venus to die when government aid ran out. None of the others admitted carrying Inserum chip tickets, but Lutt's Dreen-amplified senses detected new signs of worry in some of the faces around him, and there was definite stress in a few voices. Lutt patted his wallet pocket and made sure the flap was double-sealed. "I probably could image a new ticket if we lost that one," Ryle offered. "I don't like that word, probably." "I'll practice in our room. Look, we're about to land." Safety cocoons automatically snapped into place around the lounge passengers. Its velocity reduced, the Amita Oho submerged in the acid clouds, emerging presently above the plateau called the Plain of Yornell, and the massive insulplat slab that formed the foundation of Garantium, the sixth largest city on Venus and stronghold of the French Foreign Legion. Lutt recalled the pamphlet description. The Inserum slab is 200 meters thick and cooled by Freon exchange water. The screen displayed a murky scene of mounds and curved surfaces, the city itself rising above its slab on the haze-obscured plain of Yornell. Old L.H.'s insurance underwriters had briefed him on this place, but none of their words had prepared him for the actuality. Their concerns had been with the statistical odds. "No policy issued for Venus will insure against failure of the insulplat. Such catastrophes occur." One of Lutt's seatmates chattered on about Venusian conditions as they settled to the surface with a slight bump and waited for debarkation orders. "Most of the water comes from off-world," the man said. "They treat it with anti-evaporation chemicals. It looks like brownish-pink piss." The hotel expert was not to be outdone. "Wait until you see that water all around you in the canalways. Personally, I prefer moving around by Skytram, or if it's only a short distance, I walk." The dark woman wanted to know if it was safe to just walk around. "On the public Constone docks beside the canals, or on the walking bridges, yes," the hotel expert said. "Stay out of the side streets and alleys unless you have an escort." A flight attendant entered and interrupted this exchange. "Your debarkation suits are being brought up. Get into them immediately. Help will be provided in this if you ask. You can collect the rest of your luggage in the terminal. The area down the walkway from ship to terminal is Inserum shielded. Follow the signs. Legion-censored maps of Garantium will be issued in the luggage area. Do not attempt to enter a restricted area. Those of you being met by someone must go to the non-passenger security area after collecting your luggage. Welcome to Venus." Ryle, aware that he was being carried willy-nilly into extreme danger, felt an odd tug of almost pleasurable excitement. The pleasure astonished him, and he realized at last some of what Lutt must feel when flirting with disaster. "Let's go look for Murphy," Lutt thought. Our first hint that something was amiss came with a slight trembling of the insulplat. This was followed immediately by 2 sharp quakes and the eruption, which luckily occurred about 10 clicks distant. From our relatively elevated vantage, we saw everything in the red light of the lava plume. The insulplat split, and buildings, people, everything dropped into the inferno. Steam from the broken canals quickly hid the catastrophe, but we had seen enough. It was hideous. Eyewitness account. The Rhaegol catastrophe. Venus. The room reserved for Peter Anderson in ITC Hotel No. 1, known locally by the Latin Uno, was designed for safety first and comfort second. There were no rugs. The low double bed carried a notice on the headboard that an inserum cocoon would enclose it in an emergency. Floor, walls, and ceiling were inserum tile. Furniture inserum formed. Toilet, wash basin, bedstands, chests of drawers, 2 chairs, all inserum. A hanger shaped like a praying mantis was provided for taking off and donning inserum body armor. One of his father's devices told Lutt the room was dotted with spy eyes. When he called to complain, he was told with a definite note of glee the devices were mandatory, ordered by the Legion to expose Chinese agents. Once he was out of the armor, Lutt sat on the edge of the bed to take stock of his situation. The spare armor stood in its packing cases against one wall. His inserum luggage, with its supposedly tamper-proof locks, lay on the lower of 2 chests. The 4 cameras in their inserum shipping cases formed an untidy stack in the middle of the room. He thought the room uncomfortably warm, but the desk clerk had warned him about slightly increased temperatures, part of the current energy conservation program. Lutt felt certain a report on him already lay on the desk of a Legion functionary, but Woon had assured him the Legion would know his true identity, and media entree to press liaison would come. Call the Enquirer's Garantium Bureau? He wondered. No, best wait for the Legion contact. It was mid-afternoon at Garantium, only an hour after the Amita Ojos touchdown. A jitney boat had taken them from the terminal, ploughing misty canal water that was vaguely pink under an orange sky. Their escort, a large Garantian in glistening but pitted armor, introduced himself as Mr. Toka. Through the visor of his armor, Lutt looked on a scene tinged gray by the smoke shading of inserum glass. Mr. Toka and the other passengers seated under the curved armor glass in the boat were giant doll figures in their bulging armor. Mr. Toka was immediately occupied at the front of the low jitney, helping Lorna Tsubiyama adjust her suit's thermal controls. The all-text columnist was red-faced, panting, and asking for a medic before Mr. Toka calmed her. "Your problem is the spin valve," Mr. Toka said. He indicated the offending valve on the side of her armor. "You have left it open." Turning to the others, ranged along both sides of the boat to the rear, Mr. Toka took the opportunity for a lecture. "The spin valves are manual regulators." Speaking loudly, his voice clipped by his suit's speaker, he pointed to the valves. "You can cool yourself to the point of hypothermia in a good suit. These valves set the desired temperature range. Note the eye-level thermometer just inside your visor. Most of us like to stay between 18 and 23 degrees centigrade. Now, do you all know about your K-dial?" From briefings and lectures, Lutt knew this referred to the Carson cooler in the flexible lining of his armor, a body comfort regulator that pushed cooler air toward the wearer's skin through thousands of tiny holes. Lutt located his K-dial on the control panel box under his suit's chinlocks. He touched the dial as he saw some of the others doing. "Good," Mr. Toka said. "Now, every 30 days, when you change your Ungean batteries, have your atmospheric modulator checked. The pump motors are silent, so don't count on hearing them. If you have an AM failure, Venus will give you a fatal hug." When no one responded, he explained, "Atmospheric pressure will crush you." He touched the jitney's homing controls. "Okay, let's go." Through the entire run to the hotel, Mr. Toka kept up a tour guide chatter. "You see few sharp corners on the buildings. Curved surfaces are stronger. Here on Venus, a hotel may occupy the same building with a weapons factory. There are no zoning laws, and there is very little city planning. Keep your maps with you at all times when you go out. If you can't read French, learn the basics immediately. Most of the signs are in French." Lutt felt himself getting drowsy from Mr. Toka's flat voice and the incessant droning whine of the jitney's engines. He longed for his room and a bed. Through the armor windows he saw a city vaguely familiar from news accounts, but much more immediate and reflecting the sky colors. It was right there, very tall buildings by Earth standards, but built in stacks of large balls and wildly curving extensions. The building on his right at this moment was an inverted pyramid of silvery balls, each progressively larger as the structure climbed into the orange sky. Each ball displayed a black diamond marking. Just beyond this structure was a bright blue Mobius strip carrying a bold yellow and red sign, Désaisonnant.
The strip stood on one sharp curve and reached upward, encircling other buildings like a flat serpent. The canal curved left and brought into view another building with no visible foundation. The structure hovered over the water in defiance of gravity. Everyone in the jitney stared at it. "Transparent supports," Mr. Toka explained. Lutt looked back at the building as they passed it, seeing the faint distortions of the supports. Beyond the building, the top of the ITC spaceport was still visible against the orange sky. A glowing patch of brightness indicated the sun's location. Abruptly, a yellow bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, followed by a rolling drumbeat of thunder. "Don't worry about a rainstorm," Mr. Toka reassured them. "Any sulfuric acid that forms in the clouds evaporates before it can fall." The jitney's engines changed cadence and then roared into reverse as it came up to a flat pier beside a geodesic dome that carried an illuminated sign, ITC X1. "Here we are," Mr. Toka announced. "Once you're through the lock and in the lobby, you can unsnap your helmets. I advise you to replace body liquids as soon as possible. There's a self-service bar just inside where you can get glucose, root beer, and croquades." Ryle, who had remained solidly observant through the passage to the hotel, now intruded. "I would enjoy a chocolate sundae." "Why not?" But the first thing to greet them in the lobby was a red-haired woman with leathery skin who went from passenger to passenger asking them to sign organ donor cards. She had a dry, matter-of-fact voice that went with her creased skin. "Death is rather common here," she told Lutt. "My group is non-profit. We will see to it that your organs go to truly needy individuals." "They're mostly my organs," Ryle intruded. "I'll pass for now," Lutt told the woman. She pressed a card on him. "Please call us if you change your mind. Be very careful. Some groups will murder you once they have your signature. They will even forge donor cards, copying the signature from your wallet or other documents." Lutt began to wish he had brought a contingent of Hanson guards, despite the added cost. He felt defenseless, denied weapons by Legion rules that said any visitor caught with a weapon would be considered an enemy, potential saboteur, an assassin. This was a frontier, Lutt reminded himself, and the French were tough, made extremely touchy by recent Chinese victories. The latest reports said the Mao Guard was throwing more troops into the conflict and introducing new weapons, including something identified only as a scatter rocket. The hotel lobby attempted a garish Louis XIV decor, but there were no carpets, and everything in sight displayed its Inserum base. A sign above the reception desk announced that this was the Hôtel Les Mariniers, but Mr. Toka had warned them to call it Uno. "That's the only name anyone will recognize." Still, the place smelled clean after he dropped his helmet onto its neck hinges. Lutt's agents had assured him it was the best available. Legion officers had long before commandeered the premier lodgings. Reports said they brought with them the finest foods, wines, and harlots in the solar system. Lutt signed in as Peter Anderson, Tacoma, Washington, USA, Earth, and noted the sudden interest of the clerk. An oily little man with bloodshot eyes, the clerk looked at him like a spider assessing a fly, and said, "The Legion has asked that you remain in the hotel until they contact you, sir?" "Senator Woon briefed me on what to expect," Lutt said. "I'll dine in my room." The clerk was amused. "Dine, sir?" Thinking he could rely on Ryle to provide them with a special menu, Lutt grinned back. "That's right. Let me know when my Legion liaison arrives." There was no amusement in Lutt as he sat on the edge of his bed now and reviewed his situation. Confined to the hotel. He thought suddenly of how easy it would be for Woon to arrange the death of an inconvenient newsman. "Woon or anyone else?" Ryle interposed. "And we've made an enemy of that Tsubiyama female. What if she has powerful friends here?" "You and your damned lumpy."
"It was amusing at the time. You must admit that."
"Tell me about it when we're being cooked in some convenient accident."
"Should I try to create some Inserum now?"
"With Legion agents watching, you nuts?"
Then I dare not even admit a banquet.
You got it, Ryle baby. Low profile is what we show for now.
Very well. I see the need for caution. You know, Lot, I may be the very first Dreen to visit this planet.
Life, once freed of its Creator's touch, may achieve its own destiny. Dreen aphorism. The first morning on Venus, no word yet from the Legion. Ryle insisted they eat breakfast in the hotel dining-room.
In the confusion of many diners, I might be able to make some changes in the contents of the dishes.
Anything would be better than that swill they served us last night.
Uno's dining-room turned out to be a heat-sheltered garden court with spindly Inserum furniture made to look like metal.
Lot, prepared for a more appetizing meal, was dismayed when Lorna Tsubiyama, oozing sweet forgiveness, sat down opposite him without invitation.
"No more of your tricks, you funny man," she greeted him. "May I call you Peter? Isn't the food here awful?"
Seeing a waiter hovering over her, Lot decided on tact. "I've had worse." She noticed the waiter.
"Oh, there you are. Bring me another of those sweet roll things and a pot of coffee."
To Lot she said,
"The breads here are acceptable, and the coffee's not bad, although the French tend to make it too bitter."
"I'll have the same," Lot told the waiter.
"I suppose you're wondering why I'm on Venus," Tsubiyama said. "I know everyone's curious about it."
"I can hardly wait for you to tell me," Lot said.
She leaned across the table confidentially.
"I'm here to do a story about Captain Danjou's hand. We think it's a fake, a skillful copy."
Lot stared at her. Danjou's hand? What the hell was she talking about? He managed a fairly non-committal,
"You know he died heroically in Mexico in 1863, she said. "He had a wooden hand which, since his death, has been kept in an atmospherically controlled box and brought out only for ceremonies."
"That would have been during the reign of Emperor Maximilian," Lot offered, recalling his Mexican history.
"The year before, I believe," she corrected him. "Anyway, it's a very important Legion relic. But we think the Danjou hand here on Venus isn't the original."
"Wouldn't that be bad for Legion morale if you revealed it?" Lot asked.
He broke off as their waiter returned and served them. When he left, Lot resumed. You could get yourself in real hot water with a Legion."
"I wouldn't repeat this around a Legionnaire, but word has it there are many wooden hands all over the solar system, all used to inspire the troops."
Lot looked down at the table, realizing there must be spy devices here, as well as in the rooms.
"You go ahead and stick your neck in the guillotine," Lot said. "I happen to admire the Legion."
"Oh, everyone admires the Legion," she agreed, speaking around a mouthful of sweet roll. "But isn't it hypocritical of them if they tell each expeditionary force their particular mission is so important the captain's hand has been sent to them for the extra power and pride it brings?"
"Hasn't it occurred to you the Legion might think you're working for the Chinese?" Lot asked.
"What a terrible thing for you to say! I purely hate those little yellow men."
"They aren't exactly yellow, and I've seen some pretty big ones," Lot said. "My advice is for you to scrap this idea. Do a piece about Legion women."
"Be a nice little woman and write about nice little woman things, is that it? You're just like all men. Well, Buster, I'm here to cover a war, and I'll do it my way."
"I thought you were going to call me Peter."
"I may call you some other things. Keep your nose cool, Buster. This is one hot place."
She finished her roll, gulped a cup of coffee, and left him to his breakfast. Lot closed his eyes and shook his head, feeling the abrupt inward swivel of his eyes and their return to normal. "I've put some fresh fruit in the roll," Ryle told him. When he opened his eyes, Lot saw the roll, apparently unchanged, but there was indeed fresh fruit in it, juicy peaches. "I have a suggestion about our body," Ryle intruded. "My body? It's been mine for 35 years. You've only been around a few days." "You never pay attention, Lot. The very fact that you don't need real glasses should tell you this is not, in fact, your original body.
What's your suggestion?
The only practical solution seems to be for us to split up the control each day. You do what you wish until mid-afternoon, and then I take over.
You ever hear about possession being 9 points of the law? I'm in possession of this body.
But it's mostly composed of my flesh. I was being generous offering you a split. Are you forgetting I saved your life? Without me, you'd have nothing.
I warned you what I'd do if you tried to take over.
I might survive you anyway. The instant this body became unusable, I could image my own Dreen body, or select a more favorable human with whom to cohabitate.
I'd like to see you try that on the surface of Venus without inserum armor.
The way I read your will to live tells me you're bluffing, Lot.
Shall we step outside right now and test it?
They won't let you through the lock without armor.
You told me in the ZP cell Dreens can be casualties. If this body dies, it dies. And there's a lot of you in this body. So see if I'm bluffing.
But you have a strong will to live and acquire tremendous personal power.
It seems we understand each other a little better. You'd like to escape this sharing, and I prefer to be on my own. We both want the same thing.
Ryle remained out of contact for a time, thinking privately that his predicament worsened daily.
What would the Legion do if it discovered a Dreen here? Exposure on Venus might be far worse than capture by the Zone Patrol. Tell me when you're ready to separate us, Lut thought.
At the first opportunity. Meanwhile, we have another problem. This body is still growing, as I warned you it would. Haven't you noticed a little tightness in your clothes?
I've been eating a bit more than usual, but
only a few centimeters growth per week, Lot, but it adds up.
My God, that would make my inserum armor worthless.
Don't panic.
But without armor, why didn't you speak up during the fittings?
I didn't think it necessary.
You fool! Inserum armor has no growth tolerance, which is why children born on Venus are shipped off-world immediately in special incubators. Venus has regulations against births. Birth control is mandatory.
So now maybe we can bargain.
Bargain? What do you mean?
I am capable of re-imaging the armor to larger dimensions, and I doubt anyone would notice the change.
Are you all right, sir?
It was the waiter, and Lut looked up to see the man staring at him.
The food and that Texas board didn't agree with me, Lut said.
Better food is available, sir. At a price, of course.
Get rid of him, Ryle insisted.
I'll talk to you about it later, Lut said. Have to consult my bankers. The waiter's grin was not pleasant, but he went away without further comment. Lut returned to his argument with Ryle. So you can adjust the armor for my growth?
Our growth, yes. Do we split up control of the day, or do I let nature take its course?
The last time I let you have a hand in events, I had the worst hangover of my life.
The food didn't agree with my Dreen flesh. The minute he revealed this, Ryle knew he had made another mistake.
We didn't eat anything strange. The pesto was the best I've ever tasted, and you seemed to enjoy it at the time.
I've enjoyed many things that disagreed with me.
What'd happen if I ordered a pesto dinner right now? You heard that, waiter. Better food is available.
Ryle remained out of contact for almost a minute.
No comment? Lut asked, and he thought, something in the pesto, what? The pasta was ordinary enough. The seasoning? Could he have an aversion to basil?
Ryle felt powerless to interfere with these thoughts. He knew he had waited too long to divert Lut from this course. Anything he introduced now might only add to Lut's suspicions. Perhaps the Basile could be removed from... but Lut would be sure to notice.
Let's try for another hangover tonight, Lut insisted.
I'm trying to be reasonable with you, Lut. Dreens always try to be reasonable. Think over my day-sharing proposal, and we'll discuss it later.
Sure we will, after we recover from our hangover. Every defense minister in the solar system knows the economic realities. While robots can function well in some combat situations, human troops have become easier and cheaper to replace. Under public pressure to preserve human life, democracies use some robo-troops, but the Chinese are under no such restrictions. Their severe overpopulation makes the decision purely economic. Because we cannot match them soldier for soldier, we must rely on superior strategy. From Officer's Manual, French Foreign Legion, NSC translation. When there was no contact from the Legion by the second afternoon, Lutt decided to take matters into his own hands. First he called the Inquirer Bureau, and instead of the Roy Humperman listed as the company employee here, got a woman who identified herself as Rowena Humperman, Roy's widow. "Humperman's dead?" She seemed casual about it. "Poor Roy got it 3 days ago, covering that Chinese attack at Payduck. French deflector rays broke down and there were no survivors." "Who'd you say you were?" "Peter Anderson." "Oh, yes, I've seen your byline in the files. Well, I hope you last longer than Roy. He only had 11 months. One thing you can say about dying on Venus, no body to bury." "I'm not here to replace Roy. I'm on a special project." Briefly he explained about Vor cameras and instantaneous transmissions, and his present predicament. "And they've confined you to the hotel? Let me see what I can do about that. There's a French officer who has the hots for me, and he may be able to spring you. In return, I'd like you to do what you can to have me hired as Roy's permanent replacement." "Get me out of here, and you've got the job." "Just like that? You must have some clout with the Hansons. Hey, is the little boss really the great ladies' man everyone says?" "The stories are all true," Lutt growled, resenting her reference to little boss. "Some day I'll be big boss, honey. My bod's still growing, and I'll have my own base soon enough." "I bet I could teach him a thing or two." "Well, you stay right there, Peter, honey, and I'll get back to you. When I say tonight's the night, my Frenchie may come and get you himself." Rowena called back in just under 10 minutes. "Wowee, Peter, honey. I thought I'd have to get a stick and beat him off at the door. Now, here's the drill. You have to go through the payoff channels. At Uno, that's the concierge. Be dumb and ask him for a directory of military officers. He'll just send you to the tribunal office for this jurisdiction, but you act dumb and butter him good, you hear?" "How much?" 500 francs should do it. I'll meet you at the tribunal with my Frenchie in tow." The concierge was an immense specimen with dyed black hair slicked back from a central part like beetle wings, a great hooked nose, and a remarkably bulging stomach that made it impossible for him to look down and see his own feet. Lutt wondered how the man dressed himself, and certainly fitting him to Inserum armor would be a serious problem. He presented a figure of profound dignity beside a tiny desk in the lobby, dispensing advice in English with a thick French accent. "I am sorry, Monsieur Anderson," he said in response to Lutt's question, "but there is no such directory." He peered at Lutt dispassionately from tiny eyes recessed in fat cheeks, adding, "In truth, there are no directories whatsoever in all of the Legion territories." "I know I need a pass to visit the battlefront, and I've been told to confine myself to this hotel. How do I take care of that?" "The battlefront?" The concierge was horrified. "Ah, you brave correspondents. You throw yourselves into deadly peril, and for what? That people may read of such things over their breakfasts." Lutt spoke dryly. "The news is big business." He rubbed the fingers of his right hand together. "Profits." "But why do you not cover the war as other newsmen do? Every afternoon at 5 o'clock, the Legion shows pictures and briefs the correspondents. It is called the 5 o'clock Follies. You can write your stories from the security of your own home." "I'm a photojournalist and have to send pictures." "Ah, the bravest of the brave. I should have known just by looking at you. But, monsieur, you can hire photographers here very reasonably. I have a cousin who—" He broke off as Lutt removed a prepared roll of bills from his pocket and began counting off 500 francs. "Monsieur, one as rich and brave as yourself should preserve himself. Ask me about restaurants or quaint little shops where one can purchase gifts for his lady-love."
He glanced around at the others awaiting his services.
"She is with you?"
"No, this isn't a pleasure trip." Lot held the 500 francs loosely in one hand. "How do I leave the hotel? I don't wish to violate regulations."
"There are so many regulations, monsieur."
The concierge's chins quivered with indignation as he spoke.
"We all violate the regulations on occasion, unwittingly, of course. It is always a question of which regulations the Legion wishes to enforce."
"How do you know those regulations?"
The concierge's shoulders heaved in an immense Gallic shrug. "No one has ever been able to determine this. I would recommend you begin at number 1205 Triple B, Rue Condorcet. That is the tribunal office for this jurisdiction."
"But won't I be violating regulations if I leave the hotel?"
A broad smile creased the concierge's face as he extracted the bills from Lot's hand and pocketed them.
"All that, monsieur. It is already arranged."
His armor secure, the map chip in its slot for projection against his faceplate, Lot went through the lobby lock and entered the furnace world. His meters showed the exterior temperature shooting up, but all he heard was a faint clicking, and he felt the cooled KK air against his skin. The doorman wanted to provide a guide, but the map showed the tribunal only half a kilometer distant. Lot thought he could walk it. He paused only to ask about the increased redness in the atmosphere.
"They are diverting a lava blow to the south. The plume provides a lovely color, not so?"
"Oh, yes, lovely." The map directed him across an elevated conveyor to the opposite side of the canal and up an escalator to another dock level. He threaded his way through armored pedestrians, noting the occasional faceplate directed squarely at him, but faces were not visible. "Our progress is perhaps clumsy enough to betray the recent arrival," Ryle suggested. "That's okay. Here we are at the tribunal." "No, this is 1205B. I distinctly heard him say Triple B." Lot consulted the map. "Yeah, it's a bit farther along." This time he wound up at 1205BB, and noted that he had picked up a trio of followers in patched and pitted armor. "I don't like the look of those three," Ryle warned. "It occurs to me that our armor must look very new. That, too, would be a mark of the newcomer." "What would you suggest I do about it?" "I note that you are versed in ways of self-defense. Dreen augmented muscles can account for at least 2 of those brigands, if they are brigands. Let us be wary." Once more Lot consulted the map. Yes, the tribunal was down this narrow side alley. He turned in at the alley, and saw the 3 followers turn behind him, closing the distance between them quickly. One of them had some sort of tube device in one armored hand. "That must be a weapon," Ryle cautioned. Lot turned and faced the trio, but before he could even assume a posture of defense, a door beside him snapped open. 5 armored figures darted out. Lot had only time to note the Legion crests on their helmets and arms. Then the 5 were around the 3 followers. It was over in seconds. The 3 were pinned against a wall, the weapon removed, metallic bindings were thrown around them, and 2 of the legionnaires led them away. One of the 3 remaining legionnaires faced Lot and saluted. "Sergeant Macaulay at your service, Monsieur Anderson. Colonel Paul has ordered us to escort you to the tribunal." "Good. Those guys were really after me, eh?" Lot started to turn down the alley the way he had been going. An armored hand restrained him. "Not that way, monsieur. The dispenser at Uno gave you a rigged map. It was intended that you fall into this trap. There will be punishments." "The concierge?" "Oh, no, monsieur. He is the one who alerted us." "Good God! It's really dangerous here, isn't it?" "Until you learn our ways, monsieur. This way, please." The tribunal was around 2 more curving corners. It proved to be a bulging dome with a Legion squad guarding the entrance lock. Lot and his escort were passed through without ceremony. Inside an immense Inserum-tiled lobby, Lot was confronted by a scene of confusion. Lines of armored people, their helmets thrown back onto the hinges, ranged across the floor and clustered along a counter that extended from one side of the lobby to the other. A babel of voices, shouts and cries, filled the place.
Without lifting his own helmet, Sergeant Macaulay helped Lutt fold back his helmet and said, "Down this side, monsieur. Colonel Paul awaits you." Lutt was led around the left side of the room, noting the resentment-filled looks from people he passed. There was a rich smell of sweaty humanity and inadequate waste recycling in the room. They went through a wide double door into a hallway, and then into a large round office where an unarmored man and woman stood facing each other. They turned toward Lutt as he entered. Sergeant Macaulay saluted and said, "Monsieur Anderson, mon colonel," and closed the door as he left. Lutt was struck first by the disparity in the sizes of the couple. The woman was tiny, a full-figured pocket Venus with dark auburn hair and gamin features. Smile creases etched the corners of her mouth, and she aimed a piercing stare at Lutt from large green eyes. Colonel Paul was tall and slender, a blond, blue-eyed Nordic with sharply chiseled features. He stepped forward and clapped a hand on Lutt's armored shoulder. "Delighted to be of service, dear fellow." The accent was faintly British. "Paul Carlson at your service." He turned toward his companion. "And this is the lovely Rowena."
"I've just gone through Roy's coded dispatches about you," she greeted him. "Why the hell didn't you tell me who you really were?"
"On an open phone line?" Lutt asked.
"It'll be all over Garanchum by tomorrow anyway," she said, "especially about your prowess with the ladies. So I have the job."
"You have it." Lutt glanced at the colonel, who had stepped back 2 paces. "If—" "Everything will be arranged, dear fellow," the colonel said. "What do we call you? Surely not Monsieur Anderson." "My friends call me Lutt." "And we will be friends," the colonel said.
Humperman grinned. "I've never been friends with a boss before, but Roy always did bring me luck."
"You don't seem very sad about him," Lutt said.
"Roy was my 5th. My 4th was a Legion sergeant who bought it from a Chinese scatter missile the same way Roy did, I think. That's life on Venus, Lutt."
"And death," the colonel added. "Meanwhile, we must be merry. Is it true you wish to transmit from Legion headquarters?" "The underground headquarters, yes." "That may take some arranging."
"It'd be easier to get into a battle zone," Rowena said.
"I myself go to the front next week," the colonel said. "You could accompany me."
Ryle, observing, was horrified.
"Don't do it, Lutt." "Stay out of this, or I will."
To the colonel,
Lutt said, "I want this first Vor-camera transmission to be something very dramatic, preferably in your headquarters during a battle."
"And who will have access to the transmission?"
"Our subscribers on Earth."
"And the Chinese will become aware of this?"
"I'm sure of it in time."
"The Chinese are devious," the colonel said. "You must not reveal the location of your broadcast. It is in your own interest as well. The Chinese use anti-personnel weapons our ray defenses find difficult to stop. We have some robo-troops, of course, but the Chinese have none." Rowena chimed in. "The Legion is mostly gallant, brave men fighting for Legion and country."
"You must have Legion cameramen," Lutt said. "Could one of them run the camera while Rowena and I do the interviews? That way we can ensure nothing sensitive is transmitted."
Rowena was suddenly excited. "You want me on camera?"
"You're the new bureau chief," Lutt said.
"Will video pick this up?" the colonel asked.
"Not immediately, but they're sure to want in on it later."
"How many of these special cameras do you have?"
3.
"Are they difficult to use?"
"They might be dangerous on a battlefield. They're rigged to self-destruct if anyone tampers with them."
"I was about to suggest we send one of your cameras to the front. But these new Chinese missiles often go out of control, killing more of their own troops than ours. And there are so many more of the enemy. It is clear they do not mind killing everyone on a battlefield, as long as our boys get it too." "Is that any way to fight a war?" Rowena asked.
"Are there rules?"
Lutt asked.
"Very few in this war," the colonel said. "Well, I will see what I can do for you. The sergeant will escort you back to your hotel and make the arrests. There will be heads chopped." I didn't know you still used the guillotine, Lut said. It was a figure of speech, dear fellow. Actually, we throw them armorless into the nearest lava cauldron. Quick, and there's no mess to clean up afterward. Rowena linked arms with the colonel and smiled at Lut.
Thanks for the job, boss, but Paul and I have other business to attend to right now.
The colonel grinned down at her. Oh, indeed we do. He turned the grin toward Lut. I will send a Legion PTV for you when we get your clearance. The usual passes and things will be sent to Uno or arranged there. I advise you to wait at the hotel. What's a PTV? Lut asked. Personal transport vehicle. They are pilotless and coded to follow an ion track. You will be reasonably safe. I'm sure you understand we cannot provide you with an escort everywhere. When they were safely back in their room, Ryle almost exploded with indignation. Reasonably safe? I can't practice providing us with replacement inserum. I can't even make us something decent to eat unless we're down in that restaurant, and then only if you order something in which I can conceal— Will you shut up? I have to call the Inquirer and see how they're doing. You re-image my armor while I'm doing that. Our armor? Oh, yes. We are a growing boy, aren't we? And tonight we'll have a really good meal. I'm sure that nice waiter can provide us with a superb rendition of pesto genovese. Ryle subsided into shielded and sullen reflection. Bazille! This evil earther was going to observe the effect on Dreen flesh for sure. This called for desperate countermeasures. But was it possible to take over their shared flesh? And even so, could a Dreen simulate earther behavior under these circumstances?
There was this dumb old Okie driving across Texas, and it took him 3 months, 'cause every time he saw one of those clean restrooms ahead signs, he stopped and he cleaned the restrooms. Story told by Lorna Tsubiyama. Jongleur teetered on the edge of a fretful frenzy, rocking back and forth, left feet, left feet. Habiba sat on the saddle of command at the peak of her cone, directly above him. Dreener's morning sun, dimmed by an incomplete shield, gave her dark skin an olive cast. What was Habiba doing? Reconstituting the Earth Erasure Project, and now so much effort into the shield, while other matters suffered? The shield imaging had improved, though, and Habiba's prediction of success soon gave heart to some. Not to Jongleur. "That's enough for now," Habiba said. "Give them a rest, and we'll try it again this afternoon." The cone immediately brightened. "Well, what is it, Jongleur? The new ship again?" "The replacement erasure ship progresses according to plan, Habiba. Mowgli says it will be ready soon." Jongleur noted with a twinge of regret that he no longer had difficulty referring to erasure. Earth's problems did that to one. Surely Habiba did not intend to order the erasure, though. This must be a project to occupy Mowgli and keep him out of trouble. Or was it? "It's the overnight report from Earth, Habiba. Are you sure you cannot assign some superior imagers to—" "I told you not to bother me with that until the shield is perfected, Jongleur. Give me the report." "Prosic has managed to send a message through one of our operatives. The first erasure ship was indeed damaged, and—" "I thought as much. Where is Prosic? Is the ship unable to complete its mission?" "Habiba, I have thought long and hard about my former objections to the erasure of Earth, Jongleur. Difficult problems may require difficult answers." "Former objections?" "Well, almost former. I would sooner achieve a peaceful solution. Tell me, what of Prosic and the ship?" "One activation system and the erasure mechanism survive, but the Earthers continue to dismantle the ship. They are almost certain to set off the self-destruct sequence." "Prosic is unable to recapture the ship?" "Unfortunately, Prosic is on his way to Venus." "To that hellish place? For what reason? Did you not send orders that he—" "Habiba, please let me explain." "Very well, but I am displeased." "An Earther destroyed one of the ship's activation systems, and in the explosion was killed.
Prosic assumed that one's guise, but, well—"
Smelling the faint effluvia of Habiba's anger, Jongleur spoke hastily.
"The guise Prosic assumed was that of the Zone Patrol Guard responsible for protecting the wreckage of the ship. He was blamed for the explosion, and is being sent to Venus as punishment."
"Then have him escape and assume another guise."
"That would surely arouse suspicion, Habiba. No ordinary Earther escapes from Zone Patrol incarceration. Even our own Dreen captives find it virtually impossible, although they are guarded much more severely."
"Of what possible use is it to have Prosic on Venus?"
"You recall we speculated about my son and the merger with that Hansen creature, yes? Hansen is on Venus."
"Jongleur, are you still trying to rescue your son?"
"I have issued no such orders, Habiba. But Hansen does know part of the secret of the Spyros. We must learn what he is doing."
"Earth. Oh, if only this problem were behind us. How can Prosic get word to us from Venus?"
"Hansen plans to transmit news broadcasts via the spirals. We, of course, can listen to those, and
Prosic does not sound bright enough to gain access to this equipment. I'm sorry, Jongleur, but my fears guide my tongue. I know you are doing your best."
"That is all any of us can do, Habiba."
"We do what we must, yes. That is always the way of it. Well, get on with it. I will want to know immediately when the new erasure ship is completed."
"They will work on it until the next SHIELD effort, Habiba. I am following your orders to have the best imagers drop their other works and join the SHIELD effort when you command it. Are you sure we require the erasure ship?"
"In the past we have left too much to chance. We no longer can afford such luxury." As he left the sanctum, Jongleur thought sadly that Habiba was coming to sound more and more like Mowgli.
Oh, what a desperate state of affairs this awful Earth had produced.
"We do not deal with a situation such as yours in this department, monsieur." Typical response of the French bureaucracy on Venus. Lotte woke the next morning with another severe hangover and ideas about the effects of pesto genovese on Dreen flesh. "Was it the herbs? The basil, Ryle baby?" Ryle remained uncommunicative in a painful near stupor. The basil effect felt more intense than it had before, and he wondered if he were forming an addiction. A vidcom call intruded on their wake-up agony. It was the concierge, with word that the Legion was sending a PTV for Monsieur Anderson. The concierge sounded impressed. The PTV was a snub-nosed, short-winged little rocket, with a cargo pod tucked under its belly that swallowed his equipment. It carried another armored passenger of impressive dimensions whose every movement joggled the PTV. They were strapped in securely, and on their way across a glowing, pitted landscape before Lutt made identification through the thick faceplate. "Lorna Subayama?"
"You're that surprised. This thing's gone to the front, isn't it?"
She displayed a black Inserum chip with "Pass" described on it in English.
"This allows me 3 days of action, Buster."
"Do they know what kind of story you intend to—"
"Oh, that. They think I'm doing some glamour stuff for Sleep-O-Vision, Dallas. You know, brain contact news for busy execs."
Her voice took on an advertising jingle tone.
"News in color while y'all dream. Let your neurons learn and scheme."
"And you're going to the front?"
"They gotta drop one passenger first. That you, Buster?"
"I have some high-level interviews to do."
"No shit. How'd you do that?"
"Influence. How'd you get that pass?"
"It wasn't easy."
"Did they send you to the tribunal?"
"Along with 11 other poor slobs. Then to a dump on Rue Condamné, where they sent me to a little office in Place Beaumaire, and on and on."
"I've seen petty bureaucrats, but these French make a fine art of juggling the buck."
"You got your pass, though. Lutz said, adjusting his suit's outside spin valve because he had begun feeling too warm.
They never sent me to the same office twice, and that made me believe I was making progress. No direct answers, of course. Always, "We send inquiries such as yours to this address," and they'd hand me a little card or slip of paper.
He felt the suit's cooling mechanism at work, and spoke with a sense of relief. "But how'd you get through the red tape?"
"Green influence, moolah, Yankee dollar."
"Venus is no place to be locked up in a military brig."
"Never fear. But I was damn near ready to give it up for the day. Then I thought I'd try one more of their stupid offices. Remember that building with no visible foundation?"
"The one we saw on the way in, yes. What about it?"